fills the void of the ultimate cliche every single time he calls. Thank you, David, for being yourself.
Serve up your bacon rashers and white pudding as Larry Richard is headed across the pond next Friday for the Gridiron Battle at Croke Park in Ireland. It's the Big K Morning Show from Dublin, presented by AAA Travel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. My guys at Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks specialize in slate. Not every construction company has the knowledge and training in working with slate. I have slate on my home. It can get expensive, but it can also last 100 years. Do it right the first time. Call Sam and Calvin to get on their schedule right now. They also specialize in decks and siding. Call thecousins.com. That's callthecousins.com. I trust them. So should you. Call thecousins.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. CCAC is the best. Whether you want to study robotics, cybersecurity, aviation, culinary arts, business management, or multimedia web programming, CCAC has it all. Folks, it's the real deal with expert instructors, industry-grade equipment, high-tech learning spaces, so much more. Want a big future with little debt? Register for fall classes right now. ccac.edu. Folks, I know friends who love it. ccac.edu.
Have some exterior home improvement problems and just don't know who to call? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to diagnose and fix your problems. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all on the same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 45 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 80 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For all your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, trustpj.com. We're learning about more on Wednesday's shooting in York County that killed 3 police officers and critically injured 2 others. The deadly incident happened at a farm in North Codorus Township where a woman reported Tuesday her boyfriend was stalking her house. Police got an arrest warrant and restraining order but were ambushed trying to serve them. A shooter dressed in camouflage, hiding in a cornfield, opened fire, killing 3 officers. As he moved toward the farmhouse, 2 other officers were wounded. The shooter died in the exchange of gunfire. The names of the dead and injured have not yet been released. Former Pittsburgh Police Chief Dom Costa says officers can never be fully prepared when serving warrants.
You try to know as much as you can about the suspect and what the reasoning is that you're going there. But unfortunately, some people look at stuff and they take it differently. They think that they're painted into a corner and the only way out is to retaliate against the people serving the warrant.
Costa was Rob Pratt's guest on KDK Radio. A man wanted for almost 5 years in Allegheny County has been arrested in West Virginia. The sheriff's office says 47-year-old Craig David failed to appear in court on a firearms charge in 2020. Detectives recently found out David was at an apartment in Morgantown and was taken into custody Wednesday afternoon. He's now awaiting extradition from West Virginia. A Hempfield man died Wednesday in a kayaking incident in Westmoreland County. The coroner says 67-year-old David Dorado fell out of his kayak at Acme Lake around 1 o'clock. He was not wearing a life vest. Water rescue and dive teams recovered Dorado's body 3 hours later. Several Strip District business owners spoke in opposition to a plan to add a bike lane on Penn Avenue at a city council meeting. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has more.
Tim Gaber, who owns the original Pittsburgh winery and lives in a Strip district, called on the city to stop its plans for Penn Avenue.
This won't work. The bike lane won't work. It's not because of the bike lane. It's because of the single lane of traffic. If anyone stops, everyone stops. It's one lane. Think about it. Who needs to stop? Buses, tractor trailers, Ubers, UPS, FedEx, Amazon, not to mention EMS, fire rescue, ambulances for the Midway Center, residents, tour buses, and the list goes on.
Gaber, a frequent cyclist in the neighborhood, questions the necessity of a dedicated bike lane, particularly if it means eliminating a lane for cars. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Some new developments surrounding the NFL draft in Pittsburgh next year are expected to be announced very soon. Visit Pittsburgh President and CEO Jared Bacher says, stay tuned.
We'll have a lot more news about what's going on with the draft site, transportation plans, parking plans. All of those types of details will start coming out over the next few months.
The draft will be held here in Pittsburgh April 23rd through the 25th in 2026. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 251 points, the Nasdaq up 266. The S&P 500 is up 47 points. KDKA Sports Pirates with the day off today. They will open their final home series of the season tomorrow against the Athletics. The Bucks have now lost 11 of their last 12 games. KDKA Radio News Time is 1:03. Time to call Goodrich and Geist. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist, Pittsburgh personal injury attorneys. Right now, sunny and 80 degrees in Pittsburgh. Your AccuWeather forecast is next.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
My friend Robert Levin and his team have brought back the legendary coupon sale Levin Furniture and Mattress. Unlock unbeatable deals. Visit levinfurniture.com/coupons. These deals won't last long. Check this out. 25% off Lazy Boy and Flex Steel. 40% off all other outdoor furniture. Plus 5-year special financing with no money down or qualifying purchases of $24.99 or more. Shop Levin's legendary coupon sale. Amazing.
Pittsburgh has many best, and Pittsburgh's best deli is food for thought. It's fresh, authentic, and delicious. For the best fixings for any tailgate, it has to be food for thought. They make their own corned beef. It's by far the best in town. Have it today as a sandwich or order Food for Thought's mouth-watering corned beef Reuben, rated one of Pittsburgh's best. Visit Bob the Deli King, Food for Thought, North Craig Street. Hands down, Pittsburgh's best deli. It's worth the trip.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Very warm for the rest of today with plenty of sunshine. Our high temperature 85, then tonight will be clear at mild low 57. Sunshine, some clouds, and continued warm both tomorrow and Saturday with highs each day 84. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Looking for a ride that's ready for anything Pittsburgh throws your way? Then it's time to meet the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester at Bowser Subaru. The 2025 Subaru Forester Premium and its symmetrical all-wheel drive provides the confidence to explore from muddy trails to long stretches of highway. And with 2.9% APR for 48 months, you don't want to miss it. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Take a test drive today at Bowser Subaru.
Oh, that's the power of
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill. Celebrate September with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings. Zero Res.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Kimmel thing, I wanted to play this, play the Jimmy Kimmel clip. This is what kind of sort of got him fired.
We had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
That was it. Now, depending on who you are, the left is saying this is snuffing out freedom of speech. The right is saying he had it coming. What this is, because I've lived this and I've seen it my whole career, this is about business. This is money. This is a dollar and cents thing. This is a Nexstar thing. This is an ABC thing. This is $7 billion thing. The same with Colbert. It was a CBS thing. It just was. They weren't going to get that deal done. It was, what was it, $8 billion, $9 billion, unless Colbert was gone. He was gone. It was business. Now, you could say what you want. He got screwed. He got shafted. But that's what happens in this business. I was in Dallas. I got sued by the Dallas Cowboys. Long story. We had a great case. We would win the case. But at the time, the network I was working for was being sold to NBC, and literally the lawyer said, screw this. Write them a check. Write him a check. Everybody goes home. So it wasn't about my reporting. It wasn't about the Cowboys. It was about business. I don't care whether you want to hear that or not. But it's what happens. Every single day in America, decisions are made based on business. And there was a host here that used to fill in all the time who went off inappropriately on Giant Eagle. Never came back. Never. It's a business, man. That's how the wheels turn, bro. Or as my son would say, brah, one of the best talk show hosts I've ever met in my life. One of the smartest young men I've ever met in my life. A superstar in the business. In this business. Who was a badass in Chicago. Seriously. And went through the same kind of storm over business. When he tried to protect a friend. And by the way, I'd have done the same thing and probably fallen on my sword too. But I had to grab him because he asked for it. Well, we're going to let you tell him. He's been kind enough to join us. Lenny McAllister, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, my friend. How are you?
It comes down to business, doesn't it, sir? Dollars and cents.
It does. I learned that in Chicago, and, you know, my situation, and it's sitting there on the internet. Everybody puts in Lenny McAllister McDonald's. You can see what happened. Long and short, I had a mentee that he and his girlfriend, they were together for 2 years. He was an award-winning cadet in the ROTC. Yep. She was on the dean's list, and they were pregnant after a relationship of about 2 years. She gave birth 6.5 months in utero. The baby was born 2.5 months prematurely. He was a overnight manager at McDonald's, which meant that he had FMLA available to him if there was a family crisis. He had been at that McDonald's for about 18 months, 2 years, somewhere in there. And long and short of it, the baby died after 36 hours. He missed work, obviously, because the baby was born prematurely and was in the PICU and eventually died. He called in appropriately both times and said, my baby was born prematurely, and this doesn't look good. Well, after the second day, the guy that owned 5 of the McDonald's around Chicagoland said, I don't care if you didn't come in. He called it a no-call, no-show and fired him. So the kid was despondent. And when I saw the kid on campus, I was a mentee and worked at Chicago State University in addition to 5 other things that I did. And he told me the story, and I said, there's no way that this actually happened like this. Nobody would be this callous. I called the owner-operator, and he was just mean and nasty to me, too. He said he didn't need a mentor when... He didn't need a mentor when he was working for me. Why does he need one now? Whoa. And that's how the conversation started. Then he hung up on me. So the next day I went on the air and basically told the WVON audience, I said, listen, if this was a white guy that did this to a black kid that's serving in our ROTC, you'd be marching down MLK Boulevard saying, we shall overcome. Wow. Well, this is a black business owner that did this to a black kid, to a black woman, and they're together and they're grieving. You know, and then basically what I said, Marty, was you may want a Big Mac today, but these are the 5 Big Macs. These are the 5 McDonald's you shouldn't go get a Big Mac at. And I listed the locations of the business owner and operator that fired this kid against his rights to have FMLA, grieving when his 6.5 gestated preemie died after 36 weeks of being born. 36 hours, of being born.
You would do it.
Yeah,
you would do the same thing, wouldn't you? Again.
Both kids ended up graduating from college. Both kids are doing well, and I got to see one of the greatest things I ever saw in my life from a person, where literally the kid in his fatigues carried that young lady to their child's gravesite because she could not walk across the mud. It looked like a scene out of An Officer and a Gentleman. Wow. And that's what cemented to me that I did the right thing. Now, I lost my job, my radio job.
Hold on. How did that happen, though? How did you lose your job? How did that go down? You asked for a one-day boycott of 5 McDonald's. Go ahead.
Because the owner-operators of McDonald's, a lot of them are based out of Chicago. I don't know if people know this or not, but the global headquarters is out of the Chicagoland. Wow. And they made a phone call to the radio station and said, "Listen, it's either he's off the air, or you can count on our advertising dollars to be slim and none." And so, to your point, Marty, it became a business decision. So, it ended up becoming national news, where both the conservative side and the liberal side both said, here's a young black man standing up for a younger black man, and trying to do what's right within the black community on a black radio station. Why did this happen? Why did he have to be let go? And we ended up getting the kids back into college, got them books for college. Like I said, they both graduated. They're both doing well in their lives 14 years later. And it was a stinging episode because, look, I had young kids myself.
Yep.
I had young kids, so I gave up jobs trying to do the right thing. And that's what people don't realize is this is a business, but sometimes you're called to do the right thing, even when business may call you to do something otherwise.
And your situation is not even close to analogous to what happened with Kimmel, but, my man, that became a business decision. And the Colbert thing became a business decision, didn't it, sir?
That's the common thread. They're all business decisions. Mine was much different. Yep. Mine was over a death of a child and two young people. But yeah, sometimes it does boil down to business. And people that are looking at this need to understand that's what happened, whether it was back in 2011 or what you saw yesterday with Kimmel.
Hey, am I right? Was it $1 million in advertising to your station? They were going to pull it?
Oh. I don't forget what the number was, Marty, but they were going to pull a lot of it. And at the time, you got to remember that was still during the Great Recession. The economy was not great in 2011. So this was something that, everybody couldn't afford to have happen. Job growth was not good. And, when you're talking about advertising dollars, they were slim and none in many instances. And you're starting to talk about McDonald's, which you can at least count on those dollars coming in. They could not afford for those dollars to go away, and they made a business decision.
Would you do it again, brother?
I would do it again. And listen, I've seen those people in Chicago as recently as a couple of months ago, and we hug, we hug, and we kiss, and we shake hands, we take pictures. It's water under the bridge, but they know what I had to do at the time, and they felt like they had to do what was best for them at the time. And thank God that we're 14 years past it, and it seems as though those two grieving parents are doing well with their lives now. And I'm in a different place. I'm back home in Pittsburgh, and I'm on the air with you and our colleagues. So,
the same
God
thing
is
happened
good.
to me, and it became a business decision. My station was selling to NBC, and they said, get rid of him, get rid of the problem. They wrote a check. I was done. Boom, gone. Moving on. Business, brother. Nothing else.
Yeah, and sometimes you just got to, as much as it stings, you got to say, okay, this is what this is, and with time and with grace, it heals.
Speaking of, I tell people this to this day, it's the greatest thing that ever happened to me. I came back here and met my savior, my wife, my unicorn, and changed my life forever, and came home to broadcast so my mother and father could blare my little show in their house and cry while they listen. So it was a good business decision as far as I'm concerned.
God has a way. I mean, my dad brags about my dad brags the same way, and I kind of chuckle, but I say, okay, God, I get you, and I say thank you.
Lenny McAllister, and I mean this, and he knows this, I've told him 100 times, my man is gifted. He is insanely talented, and it's a blessing and a pleasure to know you, man. Thanks for the truth. Appreciate it.
Thank you, child of God. Have a wonderful day. God bless.
It's business, man. All business. Hang in there, Anthony.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-2523.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-2523. That's 800-575-2523.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, Patrick, you ate at Hofstad's about a week ago. How good was it?
Amazing.
Right?
Delicious.
And he's a food snob. So add to that, Hofstad's has prime rib Mondays. My boy, the restaurant king, JK. Prime rib Mondays, Hofstad's. Dry rubbed, slow roasted, hand carved prime rib with au jus. I love saying that. Au jus. 2 sides. Mondays, Hofstad's. Oakmont, 4 to 9. Prime rib, brothers and sisters. Go for it. You want to find the greatness in business. Carlos, Greater Pitt Tree Service. Elderly woman, bunch of trees hanging over her house. Could damage the heck out of the house. She can't pay for it. Carlos took care of those trees. Carlos is a magnificent businessman as well as a humanitarian who gives a damn about people. Greater Pitt Tree Service. The best pricing, the best professionals, the biggest heart. 412-884-TREE, 412-884-TREE. Call Carlos.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
My sis, Barb, has been fighting this battle with a pancreatic cancer. And the folks at UPMC said, hey, I know you're sick. I know you're in pain. Let's try this chemo. They did. She tried it. Her cancer numbers dropped by hundreds of points. Hundreds. Big, big change. UPMC giving hope. Life-changing, life-saving information. Tootie Mechanical Systems, Pittsburgh's HVAC, plumbing, and electric leaders, is a family business that I truly admire. Tootie culture is built on ethics, service, and making a difference in our community. Tootie Mechanical Systems, they're the people you want working in your home.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
First of all, he's wrong about that. I watch everything, and I got to ask Anthony. I don't know what he was even talking about to try and make him one of them. And I've read everything. I've read all the interviews. I've watched them. I've seen all the text exchanges between the shooter and his boyfriend, lover, whatever. There's never any inference that he was a conservative. He didn't like Kirk. He hated him, he said. I'm not defending this horrible situation, but Kimmel's thing, I said this to Patrick early on, that was his, and I'm going to ask Anthony because I love him, was his free speech denied? No, man, this is business. It was a $7 billion deal, and he stood in the way of it. It wasn't going to close if he was still on the air. He gave him the hammer and the nails. And if Jimmy doesn't have free speech, prove me wrong. Right now, he can set up a live podcast on X. Musk would love to have him, I promise you. And he can do it naked, and he can have Trump as Satan in the background the whole show, and nothing happens to him. I'm just telling you. In Lenny's story is classic. Folks, money talks. And I've seen it my whole career. It's the businessman. Go ahead. Go ahead. There's a plumber in this town that does grimy work. I had a file on him. Big file. And when I was working full-time television, they said, no, we're not doing that. Why? He spends $4 million a year. I'm just keeping it real, man. It's business. Business. I love Anthony's background. Tell me, where are you coming at with this, man?
Well, see, since we're giving out stories today, let me give you one. Back in 1995, I was a union rep, and at a facility in the employee cafeteria, they were showing the O.J. Simpson trial.
Oh.
And when the verdict came back, we had 6 employees who cheered the verdict. Well, that upset a few of the supervisors who didn't like that verdict. Oh. So they fired them.
No.
Yes. And I got all 6 of their jobs back.
Where was this? What was the?
I'm not going to discuss over the air. I still don't want to trash the company. But it was a healthcare facility.
Wow, they fired them.
And through arbitration, I got all their jobs back because one thing, you allowed the televisions to show the trial because everybody was showing that trial at that time, if you remember.
Oh, yeah.
And just because you didn't like the results, you just can't fire people. And they terminated them. But I got their job back. So
now hold on.
But the difference is we had a union.
Hold on. Let's go back to our conversation on the other day. This is why he's right. You can't fire them because they had a contract. In Pennsylvania, it's an at-will state. If you don't have a contract, they could have fired them. They don't need a cause.
Yeah, that's true.
Go ahead, man,
if you're at will or right to work state,
jump in on the Kimmel thing.
You can get canned.
What are you thinking?
Well, look, I saw the FCC head chairman earlier because I was watching Fox that day, and he was on, and he said what was going to happen. He said we could do it the easy way or the hard way.
He did.
That's government.
Yep.
That's government influence. There's a difference between what you were saying and what happened with Lee. That was he's the head of the SEC, which is their licensing, and he's also doing.
Nexstar said you're out of here, bro. You're done, Kimmy.
Right. Well,
bye, Jimmy.
Well, they're going to have to pay Jimmy, and Jimmy can find some other outlet. But that's the difference. You had government compared to what happened with you guys.
The government didn't pull the string. The same thing happened with Colbert. The same exact thing. And all I'm telling you, my man, and you know this, big money. They're like, you're out of here, brother. We're done with you. We're sick of it.
Well, look, I feel they should stand up. It wasn't funny.
No, it wasn't.
But you pay the price. Hey, look, once you sense in the air where everybody's going to be sensitive and people are losing their jobs, sometimes discretion is just to keep your mouth shut.
Or try to be funny again.
Well, to me, his show wasn't that funny. But you know what's hilarious to me? It really wasn't hilarious. But with Lenny, I'm shocked at Lenny because that was a Radio 101. You can't get on the air and call for a boycott of sponsors. Of course you're going to get canned.
But I'll also let my man, they're standing up for those folks.
It don't matter, man. You can't. They'll tell you. I've had presidents of companies tell me, listen, we are not in the mutual admiration society. We're about business.
Hey, don't tug on Superman's cape. Don't spit in the wind.
Well, hold on. You did it too. If you go in Dallas, Texas, you going to pull on the Dallas Cowboys cape? You know you was going to get canned, buddy.
My man, think about the crap hitting the fan, then multiply it by 1,000. That was my life for about a year and a half. I lived it.
Yeah, I know. And hey, I'll give you a text. Maybe I can meet up with you when you go down there to that store, that restaurant, because this is getting out of hand.
Man, that's a hell of an idea. Wow.
Yeah, I'll give you a text. Let me know where it is.
I love this, Anthony. Thanks, brother.
All right, brother.
One of my favorite people. You know what he just said? Business is business. Don't jack with the folks paying the bills.
That's the power of Bowser.
Adventure awaits, and the 2025 Subaru Outback Onyx is ready at Bowser Subaru to take you wherever you want to go. Take home a 2025 Subaru Outback Onyx from Bowser Subaru and get 1.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru. Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. After I finished my service in the Marine Corps in 2006, I joined the trainee program of a Wall Street brokerage. I'll admit, those were some of the unhappiest days of my life. The financial crisis was dawning, and I was trying to survive a cutthroat environment that included cold calling on speakerphone in a room of my peers while markets plummeted and my firm raised their fees. After 8 years, Dad, Sarah, and I took a risk. We walked away from the relentless corporate mandates and opened the doors to our family-owned firm where we could put our clients' needs first. Best decision we ever made. Firms turn over all the time. Advisors turn over. We don't. We're headquartered in the South Hills of Pittsburgh. We live here and we work here in the building that we bought together. We take pride in offering personalized, caring service to our clients. It's our family helping your family. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 81 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1:30. I'm Paul Alexander. The mother of Officer Michael Crawshaw unveiled some disturbing news that happened at the gravesite of her late son. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
In a recent social media post, Linda Crawshaw expressed heartbreak over a theft at her son's gravesite. "I try every day to keep faith in the goodness of humanity, but some days are very difficult," she wrote. Crawshaw says someone stole 2 blue police lights placed beside Michael's headstone, along with a law enforcement memorial medal. Greg Dickey, sales manager at Northside Catholic Cemetery, confirmed he was made aware of the incident on Wednesday and called it a despicable act.
It's disgraceful. It's disgusting. It's the lowest form of life to me that there is. How somebody can do that to someone else's grave.
Dickey says he has not yet spoken with the Crawshaws, but is ready to help in any way he can. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Several Strip District business owners and residents urged the city to halt plans for a Penn Avenue bike lane at a city council committee meeting Wednesday. Tim Gaber, a Strip District resident and the owner of the original Pittsburgh Winery, said the lane restriction will be a recipe for disaster.
Gridlock, chaos, and road rage. It will be less safe. And then what happens when the NFL draft rolls into town? The gridlock will be an absolute embarrassment to all of us. It will be shameful.
The city wants to convert Penn Avenue's 2 inbound lanes between 22nd and 31st Streets to a single lane of traffic while adding a bike lane. September is one of the 2 peak months for deer ticks here in western Pennsylvania. On the Big K Morning Show, Dr. Mike Hutchinson of Animal General in Cranberry Township says that we're in a nightmare season.
There are loads and loads. I mean, look at this dry weather we've been having and warm weather. And you can't, in my property, you can't walk out 10 yards and not come back with ticks. And I mean that if you go into the wooded area.
His advice is twofold. Keep your pet on a monthly tick prevention medication year-round. In addition, fill up a spray bottle with 90% Listerine and 10% water. Shake it up and spray it on your dog's coat before you go out. He says the spray helps to repel ticks, and the tick medicines will kill them. Pittsburgh Pirates pitcher Paul Skeens gives back to the community today in Monroeville. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado was there.
The Pirates pitcher donned an apron serving up baked beans to volunteer firefighters. It's on the heels of his fundraising effort with the Gary Sinise Foundation and Granger. Skeen says the men and women in the room make sacrifices that are hard for most people to imagine.
Veterans and military and first responders make sacrifices that, the normal American population can't really fathom, I think. Literally, raising their right hand to sacrifice their lives if they need to.
With his fundraising goal of $150,000, Skeen's funds were able to help Monroeville get 8 thermal imaging units to help firefighters find people who are lost in a blaze. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 185 points, the Nasdaq up 243, the S&P 500 is up 40. KDKA Radio News Time is 1:32. Our next update at 2 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, and the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
The U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Environmental Management will hold a public meeting on Thursday, September 18th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the West Mifflin Administration Building. DOE staff will discuss removal action alternatives for legacy facilities at the Bettis Atomic Power Laboratory. The public is invited to learn about the history of the 2 Sea Area facilities and to participate in a question and answer session on the proposed removal action alternatives. More information can be found at www.energy.gov/Bettis-C-area. Paid for by RSI.
In many ways, Thanksgiving and Christmas are right around the corner. How would you like to sit down at the dinner table, have smaller clothes on, feeling and looking better about yourself, moving easier and faster, welcoming friends and family who are shocked at your weight loss? This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Now is the time to get started so excess pounds will be off for the holidays. It'll be your greatest gift ever. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN. Let's make this a Merry Christmas and Happy Thanksgiving together.
Over 65 and still on your employer's health insurance? Not sure what's best for you to do? Dina Schmidt and her team of professionals from One Health Benefits provide excellent advice on the best options for your needs. One Health Benefits has been providing people with customized health benefit choices for over 2 decades. You only know what you know, so let Dina and the One Health Benefits experts help you with what they know. Call One Health Benefits today, 724-799-8873. Learn more at onehealthbenefits.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The rest of today will be mostly sunny and very warm. Our high 85. Tonight, clear skies, light winds, low 57. Sun mixing with clouds tomorrow and warm, high 84. Saturday, sunshine, some clouds and warm, high again 84. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
At WIC, they know that raising a family takes love and support. That's why the Allegheny County WIC program is here to help yours thrive with free healthy food, nutrition tips, and breastfeeding support for moms, babies, and kids under 5. Whether you're a parent, grandparent, or caregiver, WIC is for your family. Call 412-350-5801 or visit pawic.com to get started. PAWIC is funded by USDA. USDA is an equal opportunity provider, employer, and lender.
Hey folks, it's Marty. In my Get Marty segments, I hear from people all the time that have issues with debt. Check this out. If you're having problems with your debt, my friend Harold Shepley can help you right now.
Absolutely. We are a full-service debt relief law firm. We can help you negotiate your debt so you can avoid bankruptcy, or we can file bankruptcy if that's what's necessary for you and your family.
And the truth is, my man, it's not a hopeless situation.
Absolutely not. We're here to get people back on their feet.
I've seen them win, case after case after case. ShepleyLaw.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Friday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll run down everything that's going on in and around Pittsburgh. Even though it's September, it's Oktoberfest. We'll explain.
I was in the the television business, working for NBC in Dallas in the halcyon days of television revenue, where TV stations made so much money that it didn't matter. Their profit was 71%. No, I'm not kidding. Now some of them hover around the teens. What's my point? I spent 4 months investigating Ford Bronco 2. This is back in the 70s. They had a propensity to roll over. We had documents. We had crazy video. We made national news with the story. It showed that these cars, the Ford had this equation. They determined, this is back in the day, not now. They determined that it would be better off for them just to pay off the lawsuits than to actually fix the car. And we had content to that. Ford offered me a car. They offered trips, money, nothing. We turned it down. And they called the station in Dallas and said, we're going to pull all our advertising, which was millions of dollars a year. And the general manager, named Doug Adams, amazing, amazing man, said, no, we're running the stories. And they did. That was then, this is now. That would never happen again. It's just they can't afford to do it. The Kimmel thing, as this post said, NFL football is a lot more profitable for this new group than friggin' Jimmy Kimmel's little show. He's disposable. And this notion that his free speech was cut, he's not. Come on, man. The guy made $15 million a year for 15 years. Come on. He didn't know when to stop. He ruined himself. The show became obnoxious, which is irrelevant to the free speech conversation. But Jay Leno said it. So did Carson. Most recently, Jay's like, and I love Jay Leno. Jay's like, why would you hate Trump every night? Why would you alienate half of the American audience every night? Colbert was the same way. He was obnoxious. Same thing. They built an entire career on I hate Trump. It was boring. It's horribly boring. And they're both gone. Free speech now, money. $1 billion deals on the line, and they didn't matter. I think Colbert was $20 million a year. I think. Or 15, who cares? Jake the Snake, go.
The landscape is different. If they didn't see what was coming anyway, it's radio, it's television. But if you're Rush Limbaugh on the radio, guess what? You have a lot more leeway. If you're Johnny Carson on a TV, if you bring in the money and you have the ratings, if you're Jay Leno, you bring in the money and you have the ratings, you have a lot of leeway.
If you're making a ton of money, you have a lot more leverage, bro. You're right. You're right.
And the thing with Johnny Carson, he said it 100 times, yeah, we're trying to lighten things up. People going to bed, blah, blah, blah. It's too late for you and I.
Johnny Carson averaged about 20 million people a night. Kimmel was in the area of 2.
And he was
1 or 2.
And he was putting, he's down to 1, and he's putting people to bed with hate, and Johnny Carson was putting people to bed with a smile on their face.
Actually, a great way to put it, actually. And he paid the price. This free speech thing, I don't know. I got to ask my boy Jimbo, who has been in politics for almost 50 years and knows this game and knows free speech and knows about being outspoken. Jump in here, my man. What's your take?
Well, I mean, if people could add some objectivity to this whole thing, the networks are well within their rights to shut these guys down. And personally, these guys are multimillionaires, so they rolled the dice, and this is what happened to them.
You're right.
But here's the thing.
But before you go on, you know, I feel bad for before you continue, because you will, and I need you to. I feel bad for the staff, man. They had staffs like 200 people, man. They're screwed. You know what I'm saying? They're not. They weren't making $15 million a year. Go ahead.
Well, you know what they say: when two bulls lock horns, the only thing that suffers is the ground under their feet.
Wow.
So you're exactly right.
Wow.
What's interesting here is this is the first president of the United States that reads the room and uses the power to say, look, you guys are going to do this or else.
No, I disagree. Nixon tried it, but they hated him, so it didn't work.
Yeah, but see, Nixon didn't have the persona that Trump does. Trump knows they love him.
My man, you know, because you have a great memory. He hated the media and made it very clear. Very clear.
He did. But the difference between him and Trump is Trump was a great showman. He knows how to make it work for himself.
Plus, like you said, my man, he has a massive, massive following and insane juice. Yeah.
Exactly, and that's the difference. If you remember Nixon wasn't very likable.
Oh, no.
And that added to his demise, very from his head to his mouth.
Yep.
Where Trump, he knows how to soothe it. He knows how to make it work for himself. But here, to me...
Plus, my man, he plays his bass, and his bass is massive. Massive. Go ahead.
Oh, and it's getting bigger, too. This is the rub. We're on a real slippery slope, and I'm going to tell you why. Where does the line stop where the media is afraid to open their mouth and not tell the public what's going on?
And it's a wonderful observation. I don't know, brother. I don't.
That's what's scary because, is the media going to just be like, well, we can't afford to challenge Trump?
No. This is actually an amazingly relevant point. I don't know. I can't tell you. But I promise you, my man, because I've been in those rooms. Believe me, sir, those conversations are happening.
Oh, there's no question about it. I've been on, I've been around this a long time, and people are talking about all this. Like, where does this start and where does it end?
Let me tell you how high it goes. Wall Street Journal does a great, I was telling my son and my wife this last night. They do this great piece on Biden that when presidents leave the White House, they do these appearances, these public speaking engagements. They're $500,000 a pop. No one will hire Biden. First of all, we can't communicate, but that's irrelevant to this point.
Mm-hmm.
The big companies, the corporations are afraid if they hire him and pay him $500,000, Trump will crawl up there. You know what?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. In my lifetime, I can't remember a president going after, you're not going to say this about me without there being a repercussion. As a matter of fact, this parody South Park just did a thing on Trump about I'll sue anybody who talks about me. But there's,
hold on. I mean? This is why I love you. South Park, and I was talking to Patrick about this. Notice, my man, they didn't do any idiotic, sophomore, juvenile, crank, idiotic, jag-off-minded piece on Kirk, sir. They didn't belittle Kirk. They didn't. They said no way. Even South Park learned a lesson.
Well, the difference is Trey Parker and his partner aren't worth $1 billion by being stupid. They know where the line is.
Right on. Hold on. This is why you're on a roll today. They just did a deal that was about $1 billion, and someone sat in the room and said, "Yo, my man, if you want to go after Mr. Kirk, you're going to do it on your own because I'm a rich man now. Leave it out of there."
That's exactly right. The smart guys know where the money's at. They know where the line is, and so be it. And the thing is,
hold on. What'd you think of the Lenny McAllister thing with McDonald's?
Look, I agree with Anthony. I mean, you tried to hurt the business, so they retaliated within their rights. You're ruining their business.
They did.
That's the difference. You see what I'm saying?
Don't tug on Superman's cape, brother.
There's no question. It's one thing when you try to use your free speech. It's another thing when you aim it and try to destroy the people that feed you. That's a whole
that are paying your bills, brother.
Yeah, exactly. Not to mention, you mentioned it earlier, the collateral damage of all the other people that get hurt by it, that lose their jobs. So then there's that, right?
I'm with you, man.
But this is interesting to watch, Marty.
It is.
Where does the line stop being blurry and we know what free speech is versus...
And to Jimbo's point, how many editorial meetings right now in big towers in New York are saying, man, I don't know if we want to go there. I don't know if we can...
I mean, one thing that caught my attention today was, when was the last time you saw an FCC chairman make a statement like that?
Yeah, that was blatant, man.
Well, these guys know where their bread's buttered, too, so if he picks them, you know what I'm saying? So be it.
My man, thanks, my man. It's a really fascinating time.
Listen to The Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This September, show your power. Support the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank during Hunger Action Month by donating, volunteering, or advocating. Every dollar, every hour, every voice. That's the power of you. Visit PittsburghFoodBank.org today.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
30% of adults in this country feel like some violence is okay to further a political cause. 30%. If you see 100 people walking around, 30 of them say, yeah, somebody gets beat down, somebody gets shot, somebody gets busted up. That's okay, as long as my side wins because of it. That's striking.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
If you ask enough people, how are you? You'll eventually get that trendy response, I'm living the dream. Well, at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we help people live their kitchen and bathroom remodeling dreams.
For almost 60 years, Petite has delivered the creative and professional services required by homeowners to help them realize their ideal bathroom or kitchen. And it all starts with a visit.
People love the experience of browsing our beautiful showroom, and they tell us that it's truly a stress-free environment. To our past customers, we sincerely thank you. To our future customers, we ask that you let us transform your vision into reality, the Petite way.
So when you tell someone you're living the dream, you really mean it. Visit us soon. We're just minutes off the Carnegie exit of the Parkway West. Call us at 412-279-2222 or see us on the web at PetiteKitchens.com.
Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
So, NASCO Roofing. Here's why I love NASCO. First of all, woman needed a roof and her husband. Horrible situation with the roof. Massive hole on the roof. Massive. No one would fix it. $20,000 plus job. Jerry Nasseri, NASCO Roofing, fix it for free. For free. The work is unbelievable. The warranty, the work, the labor, guaranteed. Absolutely the best products, the best staffing, the best pricing, the best service, and they care. NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000. NASCO, 412-373-2000.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
And now for a business news update from the Pittsburgh Business Times. I'm managing editor Mike Larson. Slippery Rock University of Pennsylvania, part of the Pennsylvania state system of higher education, has seen a big jump in enrollment this fall semester, the university said. This fall, the university reported total enrollment of 8,625, a 2.75 increase over last fall, which SRU said is the largest one-year increase in enrollment that it's seen since 2016. Also, more than 2 years after buying the Strip District building, known for housing the popular restaurant Lydia's Pittsburgh, Quattrini Law Group is relocating its downtown operations there the week of September 29th, capped with a ribbon cutting on October 3rd. The new offices at 1464 Smallman Street will initially be home base for about 12 staffers, including lawyers, Quattrini Law said on Wednesday, encompassing 9,000 square feet, almost three-fourths of the building's total 12,500 square feet. The space includes state-of-the-art hearing rooms with video capabilities and soundproofing, multiple offices and conference rooms, a training seminar space, and a gathering area around the original Lydia's bar, the firm said via email yesterday. For more on these stories and other local business news, log on to PittsburghBusinessTimes.com. I'm Mike Larson.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Let me say this about Kimmel's shtick, which got old. I promise you, considering the threats we get here, I mean, literally, Colin gets threats. Colin's had 6 people at his house. It's real, man. Kimmel has to have legit, like, crazy threats. I mean, the environment is sketch, man. I'm not defending Jimmy. I thought he was a jagoff. Same thing every day, man. Same. Every single day, the same crap. John, go ahead. John put the phone down. He's playing like country music or something. I think he's at a bar downtown. Go ahead, Sean.
Hey, Marty G, Sean C.
What's up, brother?
Hey, Marty, like you said, things are bad, but, the question is, we have problems. How are we going to fix it?
Right.
In World War II, when we were bombed Pearl Harbor, it was probably one of the most highest patriotic things that ever occurred. People signed up to join the military. But
hold on. So not only they signed up, they lied about their age. Go ahead.
Yeah. 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds.
True.
I had a grandfather lost his leg in Normandy. But I think what we need is like what they do in Israel. In Israel, every man and every woman has to serve their country.
Sweden, too. Yep.
In the military.
No,
now, again,
2 years. Sweden's like 2.5 years. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
So why not have every American, whether you are a rich, entitled kid or the poorest of the poor, everybody's got to serve. And I think...
Hold on, though. Here's the big issue. They're too fat, and they can't read and write. I'm just being blunt. They don't pass. Half don't pass the physical. The other half don't pass a simple aptitude test. It's bad, man. Bad.
Yeah, I know that. But, I mean, everybody can, whether it's cleaning, graffiti, helping tutor...
It wouldn't be a bad idea.
Or joining the military.
It wouldn't be a bad idea.
Military folks think differently because we think we're Americans.
No, it's true.
Whether you're an R, or D, and I, or communist, whatever it is, we're Americans, and I think we forget that. But I
agree. I love the call. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to cut you off. We got a lot of people on hold. I want to try and get them in. Sharon, go ahead.
Hi, Marty. How you doing?
Hi, beautiful.
I'm from Lebanon.
Yes.
And
I can tell by your tone.
Wanted to give a little bit of insight into what's happening. I'm very upset what happened to Charlie.
Horrible.
And it was seen amongst millions and millions of people. And he was a good man. And if these people would have learned about what he was about, what he was trying to teach these young children to love this country.
Or beyond that, try and recognize you can't kill someone because you disagree with them. You just can't. Susie, go ahead. Hi, Susie.
Susie, I read something on Yahoo this morning that was very poignant.
Yeah.
It said, losing your job over something you said can't compare to losing your life over something you said.
Darn tootin'.
Yeah.
That brings it home. It does. That's
right.
actually poignant as hell. I just said this to Patrick. His nonprofit is exploding. They're getting millions and millions of dollars. They just appointed a new CEO. Fine. But I promise you, his wife, who's now rich as could be, would rather be poor and have hubby at home, as would the kids. Wow, what a great way to end the show. It doesn't mean squat if daddy's dead. And you nailed it. What a way to end the show.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
My friend Robert Levin and his team have brought back the legendary coupon sale Levin Furniture and Mattress. Unlock unbeatable deals. Visit levinfurniture.com/coupons. These deals won't last long. Check this out. 25% off Lazy Boy and Flex Deal. 40% off all other outdoor furniture. Plus, 5-year special financing with no money down or qualifying purchases of $24.99 or more. Shop Levin's legendary coupon sale. Amazing. Hey, folks, it's Marty. My guys at Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks specialize in slate. Not every construction company has the knowledge and training in working with slate. I've slated my home. It can get expensive, but it can also last 100 years. Do it right the first time. Call Sam and Calvin to get on their schedule right now. They also specialize in decks and siding. Call thecousins.com. That's callthecousins.com. I trust them. So should you. Callthecousins.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 83 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 2 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. A tragic day Wednesday in York County. 3 police officers are dead and 2 in critical but stable condition after they were shot trying to serve a warrant in North Codorus Township, about an hour south of Harrisburg. The shooter was killed by police. State Police Commissioner Colonel Christopher Paris.
There are simply no words that I can offer to assuage the grief that this community has experienced and unfortunately will continue to experience. The grief will be unbearable, but we will bear it.
The officers were following up on a domestic incident earlier in the week. The officers and law enforcement agencies involved have yet to be announced. Former Pittsburgh Police Chief Dom Costa says serving warrants is one of the most dangerous things an officer can do.
I've served many warrants in my time, and unfortunately, during the service of those warrants, anything can go wrong. Anything from the suspect turning on you to friendly fire, if there is an exchange of gunfire.
Costa was Rob Pratt's guest on KDKA Radio. A Penn Hills man accused of ramming his car early Wednesday into the gate of the FBI's field office on the south side said he wanted to make a statement. That's in the criminal complaint against Donald Henson, who's charged with 2 felony counts. During yesterday's hearing in federal court, Henson told the judge he did not understand the charges against him and tried to leave. The prosecution said Henson has been receiving psychiatric treatment and was off his meds, and the judge granted a request to detain Henson until the next hearing on Monday. The mother of Officer Michael Crawshaw unveiled some disturbing news that happened at the gravesite of her late son. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has those details.
In a recent social media post, Linda Crawshaw expressed heartbreak over a theft at her son's gravesite. I try every day to keep faith in the goodness of humanity, but some days are very difficult, she wrote. Crawshaw says someone stole 2 blue police lights placed beside Michael's headstone, along with a law enforcement memorial medal. Greg Dickey, sales manager at Northside Catholic Cemetery, confirmed he was made aware of the incident on Wednesday and called it a despicable act.
It's disgraceful. It's disgusting. It's the lowest form of life to me that there is. How somebody can do that to someone else's grave.
Dickey says he has not yet spoken with the Crawshaws, but is ready to help in any way he can. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A Hempfield man died Wednesday in a kayaking incident at the Westmoreland County. The coroner says 67-year-old David Dorado fell out of his kayak into Acme Lake around 1 p.m. He was not wearing a life vest. Water rescue and dive teams recovered Dorado's body about 3 hours later. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 150 points, the Nasdaq up 225, the S&P 500 is up 36. KDK Sports buyers have the day off today before opening their final home series of the season tomorrow. Bucks and A's tomorrow, first pitch, 6:40. KDK Radio News Time is 2:03. Time to call Highwood Cemetery to ensure your family's grave sites are protected now and in the future. 412-766-6600. Right now it is sunny and 83 degrees in Pittsburgh. Your AccuWeather forecast is next.
Shorkey Kia is knocking down payments on all the fan favorites. 25 Kia Sportage Hybrid LX all-wheel drive, only $198 a month for 24 months with $27.93 due at signing, or finance at low 1.9% APR for 60 months. These and more, all with low lease rates, that incredible warranty, and $500 more for your trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Visit us in North Huntington and Wexford or at shorkeykia.com. Call 1-855-410-4037 for complete details on all offers and terms.
It's Marty. Check this out, folks. We have a resource right here in Pittsburgh. Helps people through all things Medicare. They make it simple. Your best options, and they don't cost you anything. Ever. This is what makes MediConnect the top-rated firm in our region for guidance with your health care. Your insurance company treats you like an actuarial number. MediConnect treats you like the priority. 888-818-6334. MediConnectInsurance.com.
Have you heard of Piatta Italian street food? At Piatta, you can indulge in a bowl of creamy carbonara pasta or be healthy with a fresh tossed salad like their farmer's market with grilled salmon. Or roll up the delicious flavors of Italy in a Piatta, a wrap toasted to order and hand-rolled with fresh, authentic ingredients. With 4 Pittsburgh locations in Oakland, Northway, South Hills, and North Fayette, there's a Piatta near you. Piatta Italian street food. Better food fast.
It's time to replace your roof. What's the wise move? Getting a free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection? That's smart. Finding transparent pricing and flexible financing? That's brilliant. Working with the most trusted and reliable roofing company? Now that's genius. Home Genius Exteriors. Call now to get 50% off materials plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors today at 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, very warm with a good deal of sunshine. Air quality will be unhealthy for sensitive groups with a high of 85. Clear for tonight, low of 57. Warm again for tomorrow, sun and clouds with a high of 84 degrees. For AccuWeather, meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Don't miss out on these stupendous September savings at Coons Market.
Fresh chicken drumsticks, 99 cents a pound. Sweet seedless halos, 3-pound bags, $3.99 each. And extra soft Scott bath tissue, 12 double rolls, $4.48 each. Come see us at Coons.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Thursday, we're here already. So, I don't know. Has the week moved fast or has the week moved slow? I don't know. All I'm worried about is 5:55, as with every single day. It's like, some people say they love running. I think about this and equate it to the show. Some people say, I love running. I don't know. When there's running in the workout that I'm doing, I run to get finished. I don't like running. I just do it to be done with it. Same thing with work. People say, I love work. I don't. I work to be finished with work. Every day, every week, every month, every year. And then you get done, and it's 5:55 in this case, and I get to get in my car and go home. I can't wait till tomorrow at 5:55 because I'll be headed out of here to a high school football game. Excited for that. By the way, listen for The Drive at 5. Stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand that yellow van. Let me set the stage for you in a little bit. At 3 o'clock, well, first of all, we got Lisa Lauro coming up at like 2:37. So there's that. At 3 o'clock, we are going to take a news conference live. Tim Barker is the DA out in the middle part of the state. He has a press conference about the York County police officer shooting, along with Pennsylvania State Police, who would, I would assume, be the investigative body and all of that. So that's going to happen right at about 3 o'clock. 5 o'clock, Congressman Chris DeLuzio going to join. Oddly enough, I booked him yesterday at like 10 in the morning for today at 5. He has a bill, and this is also very ironic, about the funding for bulletproof vests and who should fund it, how much of a percentage should be funded by different entities and agencies. So I'll talk to Congressman Chris DeLuzio coming up just past 5. But the big story in seemingly everyone's world is this.
With the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
All right, so here's where we are on this. At 866-391-1020, I want to hear from you. There's a bit of a confusion for me because I think some people and a lot of people are missing the big story here. Is it a First Amendment thing? Is it a freedom of speech thing? That's kind of all doesn't matter here. And you're going to go, what do you mean? What do you mean? Especially if you're on the left. What do you mean? Freedom of speech. No. If Jimmy Kimmel's bosses cared about him enough, they would have gone to bat for him. That's how I look at it. You know what they view Jimmy Kimmel as? Expendable. They look at Jimmy Kimmel as someone who they don't want to get in the way of a big business deal. And so you can debate the merits. You can argue about if it's above board or not. Is it free speech? Is it this? Is it that? No. Jimmy Kimmel said something that he thought was entertaining. Some people thought it crossed the line. There is no question that the FCC had a bit of a shakedown going on, and it's much tighter than it had been before, and that comes all the way from the top with President Donald Trump. I think outside of yelling fire in a crowded movie house, which are lessons that you learn, you should be allowed to entertain on television and do things like that. Did it cross a line? No, not for me. Was it something that was not accurate? It surely was not accurate. Do we count? By the way, keep in mind this. I'm asleep for like 4 hours when this happens. But anyway, do we count on people like Jimmy Kimmel for accuracy? I don't think so. They're entertainers. Was he misleading the American public about facts regarding conservative activist Charlie Kirk's killing? He may have been, but he also might have been making a joke. But again, all of that is an appetizer to the real meal for me. So when you look at all this, again, at 866-391-1020, it threatens to derail Nexstar's $6.2 billion takeover of rival broadcaster Tegna, the telecom giant. And it would combine the two of the nation's largest owners of local TV stations. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about business. So this whole situation isn't a constitutional situation, not a First Amendment situation. not a freedom of speech situation. It's one of these. I am a boss. I sit in a big office somewhere, probably in Los Angeles. Probably have another one in New York. I look at the situation and I probably, maybe even sent a memo out earlier that day and said, hey, we got this big deal in the balance. Stay away from that. Or people just know. They just know what to stay away from when it's certain time to do certain things or not do certain things. And Jimmy Kimmel decided to go there. It doesn't offend me because, again, I think he's an entertainer. He's not a news disseminator. But notice, the biggest factor in all this, and for me, the biggest part of all this, his bosses didn't go to bat for him. No one is shaking their fists from inside of Jimmy Kimmel's house going, screw the FCC. How dare you do that to our guy? No, they told him take a vacation. You know, that's why Nexstar publicly announced Thursday its stations are no longer going to carry the show. Ditto for ABC, which produces and distributes Jimmy Kimmel Live to broadcasters like Nexstar. They don't want to shake up billions of dollars for a lot of people, and they're willing to sacrifice one person. That's what it is. So save your parchment paper and your Constitution and your quill and all that, because that's really not what this is about. It's about business. Hi, Jake in Carnegie. How are you?
Real good. Hey, real quick. This was, you're absolutely right. This was a business decision, but not because they had another deal. The bottom line is these shows are losses. They know that the expenses are too much. They're not bringing in enough revenue. They have been waiting for him to do something stupid that they could say, okay, you're done. It's finished. This will be news for exactly 3 days, and it'll be done, and they will have this show that they don't have to pay for anymore, and they can put something else on. Because we all know that at night, what are we doing? We're not watching late-night TV. We're scrolling through our phones. We're doing the death scroll till we go to bed.
Yeah, I'm fast asleep by this time. And again, for me, it's a very simple proposition, and it's about money. It's not about First Amendment. It's not about free speech. It's not about any of that. It's about not uprooting the apple cart whenever there's a deal coming down the pike. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Don't forget, in about 45 minutes or so, we will take live from the central part of the state the district attorney out there, Tim Barker. He will have a news conference involving this terrible, awful shooting yesterday. So District Attorney Tim Barker and Pennsylvania State Police will provide an update and initial findings of fact regarding that investigation from yesterday that is definitely stretching into today. We'll get to all of that. We will take your calls too. 866-391-1020. NASCO Roofing, Instant Access, all our shows. That's just a click away. Email us, Instant Access, KDKA-radio.com.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in. Cool as can be. Tap Good RX. Saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. Deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Adventure awaits, and the 2025 Subaru Outback Onyx is ready at Bowser Subaru to take you wherever you want to go. Take home a 2025 Subaru Outback Onyx from Bowser Subaru and get 1.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru. Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Life changes, and each year, so does Medicare. It's time to review and change your 2026 plans with annual enrollment coming next month. Once it passes, your options are limited. Do you need Part C? Act now. Free personalized Medicare plan comparisons. Pittsburgh-based. Need Part C. NeedPartC.com.
That musty smell in your basement, dark spots on the wall. Don't assume all that's just old house stuff. No, it could be mold, and mold never waits. It spreads, it damages, it threatens your health. Ugh. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh, that's who you need to call. And they don't just paint over the problem. They find the source, they remove the mold, they fix it once and for all. Demand the yellow van. Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Call them today. 412-826-1010.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Well, hello to you.
Hours later, Nexstar, the country's largest local broadcasting group, announced it would preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live for the foreseeable future on its stations, calling his monologue, quote, offensive and insensitive at a critical time in our national political discourse. And shortly after, ABC said it would pull its late night host off the air indefinitely.
Yeah, it's about money, you know. It's about money, especially in this time in which there have been all these billion and million-dollar lawsuits over everything going on. They don't want to upset this impending deal. Let's not kid ourselves. That's what it is. I'm not saying, and look, I'll say something that's probably controversial to some. If Jimmy Kimmel had orders, or if he even heard rumblings to not go there with it and still did it, I kind of give him credit to sticking to his hunches. But if he just went there and was like, I wonder if they're going to really think they're bigger than me, they will. The bosses will. And silence is deafening here. That's where we are with it. There are no bosses from ABC. There are no bosses from the Jimmy Kimmel Show. There are no bosses from any big office anywhere affiliated with Jimmy Kimmel that are showing their outrage with the FCC. You know why? They're about to get paid when that deal goes through and is approved by the FCC. You hear all of these people with 700 different flags in their social media profile, 39 piercings, and, well, a bunch of other things, yelling about the First Amendment, talking about freedom of speech. Are they right? I don't know. I don't think so. Not about freedom of speech here, not about the First Amendment. they are right in so much as I don't think Jimmy Kimmel should have been fired for this. But as loud as they scream, who you're not hearing are the people who are about to get rich because of this. Jimmy Kimmel was expendable, he was disposable, and he was someone who, again, you might even admire if they said don't talk about this and he still felt like he had to make that joke. Or you could look at him as the dumbest human in the world. Why would you pass up what's coming down the pike, which is a gigantic payday, if you just play the game a couple more days? That's what it is. You know how I know this? Because I work in this business. That's how it works. There are certain things you just kind of stay away from at times. You don't have to say something positive, but saying something negative might get you fired. And again, you know how I know? Because none of his bosses are speaking out against the FCC. Betty's in Jefferson. Hi, Betty.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. So I agree with you. I mean, business is business. And, I mean, he makes $12 million a year. That's a pretty high salary. But I think when it comes to this whole free speech, I can't go there. I agree that free speech is free speech. And legally, he wasn't doing anything illegal. But free speech also has social consequences.
Certainly. Well, and job consequences. And job consequences. Nobody's arresting this man. He's not under arrest.
Right. And all these people that are all in outrage because people are being terminated for being cruel and just outright horrible people, it's not freedom of speech. It's consequences for hateful speech.
Well, like Betty, you bring up a great point. There was some bonehead real estate agent lady in Cranberry that posted pretty much she was happy that Charlie Kirk got shot and killed. And then she posts on her Facebook page this thing. She thinks that Berkshire Hathaway or whatever is just going to scroll past it and go, hey, by the way, come to work tomorrow and go to that open house because nobody's going to say anything to you. They don't owe her anything because she violated, which was a code of conduct at work, Betty.
Right. And, I'm against any kind of extremism. I don't like the left. I don't like the right. And I don't think the majority of Americans do. I think probably 80% of us are moderates, and we would love to have the opportunity to vote for someone that was moderate, bipartisan, regardless of party. But that doesn't look like it's going to happen. And in the temperature today, with how sad and tragic it is today, you got to be sensitive. People are hurting. I mean, people are really sad. And when you get sad, you have a tendency to get angry. And it's just exasperating. It doesn't seem like it's ever going to stop. And now we have 3 policemen that were murdered. And I don't know that our flags are ever going to go to full mast again. It just seems like it's all falling apart.
Sheesh. It's a sad state of affairs. You know what? I thought about this, and I think she hits it on the head. When's the last time we talked into this microphone and had a moment that pulled us all together in positive form as a country? Had something we said, this is a springboard from a positive event, an Olympic gold medal, or somebody did something heroic or whatever, that pulled us together as a nation. It seems like if we've had 10 of them, the last 10 have been negative things or tragic things that we're trying to lift ourselves out of. And that's tough. Matt's in Collier. Hi, Matt.
Hey, Colin, you're 1,000% right. I mean, the chairman of the FCC made some comments, but ABC could have came out and supported Kimmel. They still could have produced the show. They still could have made the show. There's enough affiliates in New York and other markets where if they wanted to, they really could have pushed it. And all these people screaming First Amendment, like, I'm sorry. people in government positions say things all the time. Like the predecessor at the head of the EPA said her main objective was to put fossil fuel companies out of business. You had Pete Buttigieg as the transportation secretary coming out rallying against the Spirit Airlines JetBlue merger. People say things all the time, but it's whether or not you're going to stick up for them. Like, I'm not a Kimmel fan. I really don't like him. It is what it is. But this whole notion that, he has the freedom to say whatever, I'm sorry, it just doesn't work that way. But you hit the nail on the head. If he was really that good or had the support, his bosses at ABC would have came out and protected him.
Right. Exactly. If they wanted to fight a fight and weren't hungry for money, they'd have his back. They just want this deal to happen. So he was an expendable, disposable piece. That's where we are. Lisa Lauro in just a couple minutes. Top of the hour, don't forget, we'll go live to the middle of the state. News conference about this terrible shooting in York County yesterday. News, bottom of the hour, KDK.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Sick of walking into a garage you hate that looks disgusting? Stains, cracks, bad epoxy? Let Comer & Cross fix you up with a gleaming new garage floor today. All it takes is one quick call to 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross concrete floor is going to transform your entire garage. It's going to be like pulling into a car showroom every night. It's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lip like epoxy or paint does, and they make it oh so easy. In and out in one day. That's all it takes. They're going to fix all the cracks and pits perfectly. The people from Comer & Cross, they do the job. No subcontractors. And if you've got a lot of crap in your garage, guess what? They're going to take it out for you. Call Comer & Cross and get the best price of the year, starting with $750 off during their end-of-year garage sale. So here's the number. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Shorkey Kia is knocking down payments on all the fan favorites. 25 Kia Sportage Hybrid LX all-wheel drive, only $198 a month for 24 months with $27.93 due at signing, or finance at low 1.9% APR for 60 months. These and more, all with low lease rates, that incredible warranty, and $500 more for your trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Visit us in North Huntington and Wexford or at shorkeykia.com. Call 1-855-410-4037 for complete details on all offers and terms.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 83 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 2:30. I'm Paul Alexander. We're learning more about Wednesday's shooting in York County that killed 3 police officers and critically injured 2 others. The deadly incident happened at a farm on North Caduras Township, where a woman reported Tuesday her ex-boyfriend was stalking her house. Police got an arrest warrant and restraining order, but were ambushed trying to serve them. The shooter, dressed in camouflage, hiding in a cornfield, opened fire, killing 3 officers. As he moved towards the farmhouse, 2 other officers were wounded. The shooter died in the exchange of gunfire. The names of the dead and the injured have not yet been released. Former Pittsburgh Police Chief Dom Costa says officers can never be fully prepared when serving warrants.
You try to know as much as you can about the suspect and what the reasoning is that you're going there. But unfortunately, some people look at stuff and they take it differently. They think that they're painted into a corner and the only way out is to retaliate against the people serving the warrant.
Costa was Rob Pratt's guest on KDK Radio. Several Strip District business owners spoke in opposition to a plan to add a bike lane on Penn Avenue at a city council meeting. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has that story.
Tim Gaber, who owns the original Pittsburgh winery and lives in a Strip district, called on the city to stop its plans for Penn Avenue.
This won't work. The bike lane won't work. It's not because of the bike lane, it's because of the single lane of traffic. If anyone stops, everyone stops. It's one lane. Think about it. Who needs to stop? Buses, tractor trailers, Ubers, UPS, FedEx, Amazon, not to mention EMS, fire rescue, ambulances for the Midway Center, residents, tour buses, and the list goes on.
Gaber, a frequent cyclist in the neighborhood, questions the necessity of a dedicated bike lane, particularly if it means eliminating a lane for cars. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Pittsburgh's International Jazz Festival kicks off today. Visit Pittsburgh President and CEO Jared Bacher says the event is being brought back to its original location.
They're going to bring this series of concerts back downtown again this year. There was a couple of years where they took it over to the Highmark Stadium, as you know, in Station Square. But now it's going to be back on Liberty Avenue, which is really, really exciting.
The festival runs through Sunday. Details can be found at pittsburghjazzfest.org. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 135 points, NASDAQ up 234, the S&P 500 up 36 points. KDK Radio News Time is 2:32. Our next update, 3:30. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, I'm Paul Alexander. News Radio, KDKA.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else. One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Pittsburgh, tired of using your summer's painting year after year? Then do what Deanna did. She called Rhino Shield.
I was noticing some cracks and the paint's faded. I was like, okay, I think I should get my house painted. So my neighbor had a Rhino Shield placard in the yard. And after they were finished, I was just, wow. With the warranty and everything, it just seemed silly not to go that route.
The ceramic coating of Rhino Shield is specifically formulated for our climate.
So the Rhino Shield crew came out. Nothing was damaged in the process. I was very happy. You couldn't even tell they were there. And the house looked so different. It just looked like a new home.
And right now you can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price. Plus, there's more great news. Rhino Shield has partnered with Green Sky Financing to offer affordable monthly payments with 0% interest loans to qualified customers.
I think it increases the curb appeal of your home. Definitely worth it.
Here's Rhino Shield Shane Smith.
Call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint. Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
The U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Environmental Management will hold a public meeting on Thursday, September 18th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the West Mifflin Administration Building. DOE staff will discuss removal action alternatives for legacy facilities at the Bettis Atomic Power Laboratory. The public is invited to learn about the history of the two Sea Area facilities and to participate in a question and answer session on the proposed removal action alternatives. More information can be found at www.energy.gov/Bettis-C-area. Paid for by RSI.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Plenty of sunshine for the rest of this afternoon, but that air quality will continue to be unhealthy for sensitive groups with a high of 85. Clear for tonight, low 57. Sun and clouds for tomorrow, high of 84. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Health.
All right, we do this every Thursday at about this time. Take about 5 minutes or so and talk to Lisa Lauro from Secure Money Health. We welcome her in right now. Hi, Lisa. How are you?
I'm doing well, Colin. How about yourself?
Wonderful. I'm great. Thank you so very much for asking. So, like I said, we'll take about 5 minutes or so, and let's get to it. So, the annual enrollment time frame is coming in. It's middle of October 15th through December 7th. That's happening. So when is the annual enrollment period for folks on Medicare Advantage plans or prescription drug plans? It's those dates. And talk about why it's so important to know that before it hits.
Yeah, so, this is a time for folks to really, it's their one shot throughout the year to make a change. And I was reading an article today, and I was really surprised to see that 70% of Medicare Advantage beneficiaries last year did not make a change. So, it's either they're not doing their due diligence or they were happy with their plan. But nevertheless, you should be checking to be sure that your plan is going to be good for you. There's an annual notice of change letter that will come from your plan administrator, whether it's whatever insurance company your plan is through. And that letter has to be mailed out to beneficiaries by September 30th. So you should really be on the lookout for that letter. It's going to lay out what changes are coming for your plan. And there will be some changes. There are a lot of changes that are happening, whether it's, a reduction in some of the benefits, or is it, a price increase, or, there's good changes too. Sometimes the plans are cheaper, you know what I mean? But nevertheless, you need to be aware of what is changing. So it's very important.
That's the proactivity that you should look out for, this annual notice of change?
Yes, you need to look out for it. And it could come to you by email. So if you selected for all of your summary of benefits and information from the carrier you use to be emailed to you, then you need to check your email because it won't come as a paper copy.
Okay, so is your coverage the same, and your prescription will be covered the same way if you just roll it over? Do you have to sign things?
So it may not be the same because it just depends on how your plan is changing. However, it will roll over if you do nothing.
Is that something? But nonetheless, okay, it'll roll over if you do nothing. Do you still tell people that it's wise to consult with someone so as they're not confused as to that?
Yes. And here's the thing. There are going to be plans some plans are terminated completely. And that letter will outline if their plan is terminated, and then they're not going to have a plan. So that's why the letter is so important. You can't just assume that from year to year things are going to be the same, that they're going to be covered the same, or that the plan is even going to be available to you. And that's where we come in, to help people pick a plan, decide whether the plan they're currently on is still good for them based on medications and doctors and things of that nature. So all of this comes into play. It's so important to do your due diligence and check to make sure your plan is still going to work for you next year.
All righty. And how can people get in touch with you, Lisa?
They can call us at the office. The number to the office is 724-242-6828. Don't wait. Call now. Get an appointment for sometime after October 15th. Also, you can get a copy of the Ultimate Medicare book. I just wrote that book this past year. You can go to MedicareBookOffer.com. And then we have an upcoming seminar for those folks that are turning 65 in the next, 7 months or so. And that's at Cranberry Township Library on September 29th and 30th. We'd love to have you. Give us a call. Once again, 724-242-6828.
Awesome. Thanks so much. We'll talk again soon.
Sounds good. Take care.
You too. Lisa Lauro, Secure Money Health. Be sure to check out all of that she just went over. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Moving forward, remember, top of the hour, we will throw it to a live news conference in the middle of the state involving just that awful police shooting yesterday. It'll be the District Attorney Tim Barker out there, as well as Pennsylvania State Police, and that'll be right at around 3 o'clock or so. Let's talk to Tom in Bethel Park. Hi, Tom.
Hi, Colin. How are you? It's a pleasure to talk to you. Your question earlier when you were talking to the lady from Jefferson Hills, which I thought was a wonderful call, and I agree with everything she said. But I think the opportunity just passed by Donald Trump to bring the country together with this horrific killing of Charlie Kirk. He had the opportunity to bring the country together and say that this gun violence and the right or the left, we need to stop and we need to bring the country together. And but he chose not to do that. Once again, he chose to blame the radical left and say that, and then make thing about going after, saying that Antifa is a terroristic group.
Well, it is.
But again, yeah, and I'm not saying it's not, but so is
You know,
white
I think
supremacy.
we're stuck in a tug-of-war. Do you want to know what the tug-of-war is? And it's one side won't budge until the other side does. Donald Trump continues on this road, Tom, and this is a really good conversation. I think Donald Trump continues on this road where he only points the finger at one side because he will not budge until high-powered Democrats call out their own team. And it's like this game of chicken that if that were to happen, then I think there could be some unity. I think, and I agree with you to a point, I think Donald Trump should have said, listen, I'm the president. You, Mr. High-Powered Democrat, you, Mr. High-Powered Republican, get your ass to the White House. We're all meeting and we're figuring this out. That's what should have happened.
All right. Exactly. Just one more point, Colin,
but wait, let me finish this.
Yes.
I think that what he is so stubborn, and some people will say wrong, that he's waiting for and won't budge until they handle their own team, so to speak.
Right. I agree. I agree with you there. I agree with the lady, previous caller, about, I think most Americans would like to be moderate. But besides that, I just came back from Ireland last week, which was a wonderful trip. And I was in Galway and Dublin, and several Uber drivers. And in both Galway and Dublin, when they told us, and I knew this, but they talked about it. Obviously, they can't stand Donald Trump at all. But they both said that the police departments in both cities, especially Dublin, which is very large, that they don't carry weapons.
Do you know what else they don't deal with right now in Dublin and Galway?
What's that?
Illegal immigrants very well.
No, you're right. I did have somebody in the castle that I was staying in that was absolutely beautiful, but that's beside the point. One of the ladies that waited on us was a lovely lady, and she was from Dublin, and she talked exactly what you just said. She was a Dubliner, and she said that, the whole city is kind of being taken over by immigrants. But these immigrants that I met, out of the 12 times I was in an Uber, only 3 were from Dublin. The rest were from Nigeria or in other countries in Africa, Poland, Romania. But they were the most pleasant and cooperative people that left where they were living to come for either a job or maybe even a vacation, and they liked it there so much that they stayed. So, the thing about the violence and the guns and, how did this guy get so many guns and that horrific thing that happened in the central part of the state that you're going to talk about in 15 minutes, I think that, again, it all goes back to that.
You could be right. You're right. We are now caught in a game of Donald Trump won't budge. He won't. He's stubborn. Some people love that he's stubborn. Some people think that he's too stubborn for his own good. But he is going to blame the other side until the other side, he thinks, looks in the mirror and blames itself, and then he might talk. I mean, that's just where we are. That seems the inevitability of it. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Tom talked about that. We will throw it to a news conference just past 3 o'clock. It'll be Tim Barker, who's the DA out in the middle part of the state there, as well as some representatives from the Pennsylvania State Police. We'll do that in just a little bit right here, KDK.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
You're at the pharmacy counter. You plan to head for vacation, but insurance says it's too soon to refill. The copay's higher than last time, again. And now they need a prior authorization, so you wait and wait for something you needed today. At Blueberry Pharmacy, we cut all that out. No insurance games, no delays, just upfront pricing, fast delivery to Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, and Florida, and real people who actually help, like me. Call or text 412-612-2279 or visit blueberrypharmacy.com and breathe easy again.
One of the most iconic albums in history, Pet Sound, recreated like never before. Don't miss the ultimate tribute to Beach Boys, featuring the band Pet Sounds live at Jurgles on September 26th. Hear hits like Wouldn't It Be Nice, God Only Knows, and more. Pet Sounds live, September 26th at Jurgles. Get advance tickets now at jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The KDKA Radio High School Football Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, is back. This week, Montour hosts Mars in Week 4.
Presented by Invisalign, Allegheny Health Sports Medicine, official sports medicine provider for high school football. Giant Eagle, Keystone Custom Apparel, and brought to you by the U.S. Navy. Forged by the Sea, Remarkable Auto Works, collision repair and service make your car remarkable. Red Ribbon Soda, Pittsburgh's Pop, First National Bank, and by Noble Environmental.
High school football lives on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with Mnexspike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get Mnexspike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. Mnexspike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. Mnexspike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
We're talking with Joe Sabulis from Highwood Cemetery about cemetery care. Joe, can you please explain your perpetual care fund to us?
Sure. A perpetual care fund is a trust established by cemeteries to ensure ongoing maintenance of burial grounds and mausoleums forever. We set aside 15% of the sale price of burial lots and other cemetery items. Income generated from this fund is used to cover costs like mowing lawns, road repair, and other essential upkeep after all the remaining burial plots have been sold.
So people with lots at Highwood Cemetery can be assured that there are sufficient funds to maintain the cemetery in the future.
Yes, at Highwood Cemetery, our perpetual care fund is in excess of $1 million. A third-party trustee, a fiduciary, is responsible for managing the fund. Everything your family has at Highwood Cemetery will be protected by our perpetual care fund.
You can learn more about Highwood Cemetery by calling 412-766-6600.
If you are new to Medicare and have questions, Aetna can help. Aetna has a Medicare Advantage plan that includes prescription drug coverage with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plan includes benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. Call Aetna today at 1-833-771-3415 to learn more. A licensed agent will answer your call.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our DSMPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Microsoft is spending $4 billion to expand its data center footprint in Wisconsin with a second data center. Microsoft plans to match the amount of energy it consumes from fossil fuel sources. With carbon-free energy, it will contribute to the grid. Hyundai Motor is recalling more than 568,000 Palisade vehicles in the U.S. over an issue with the seat belt buckles, which may not properly secure passengers in a crash. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says the recall affects certain 2020 through 2025 model year Palisade vehicles. Mars, the maker of M&M's and Skittles, said today it will invest nearly $1.2 billion in its European Union operations by the end of 2026. Mars operates 24 factories across 10 EU countries, employing 25,000 people. I'm Chad Robinson on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Here we are, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Top of the hour. We'll throw it to a news conference for that horrific situation yesterday in York County. 3 officers have died, and there will be a news conference with the district attorney and Pennsylvania State Police. As always, you can listen to us 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDK or on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. You can also watch us online, KDK's video stream. That's presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com, click on KDK Radio's live stream. Now you can check out our YouTube page. I like that. And be sure to subscribe. So I get a text every day. Do you want to watch the live stream? And that's good. So essentially it finds you. You don't have to find it. Margot's got it all queued up. She's listening. She'll let you know whenever they go live. Margot's going to give me the big thumbs up, right, Margot? Yep, she's got the feed live from York, which is incidentally Margot's hometown, so it hit very close to home for her yesterday. She was flying around the newsroom trying to figure out where it was and if she knew the roads and everything, and it was kind of a scary situation for just a little bit for her. But we'll dive into that top of the hour. Dave's in Rankin right now. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Colin, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm crushed. I was going to go to the Jimmy Kimmel rally at Emiliano's in the South Side, and they closed.
Yeah, no go, not happening. I'm sure.
Crushed.
Yeah, tough scene. It's closed down there. Maybe Emiliano's could have a car wash to raise some funds this time.
That would be awesome.
Mm-hmm. So what's up?
Well, my thoughts are similar to yours. It isn't freedom of speech. It's, you're free to say what you want, but then there's the consequences. But my point is, or my thoughts are, I think it was when Donald Trump became president the first time. That's when late night talk show comedians, so to speak, became like a spokesperson for the machine, the propaganda machine, which is mostly sided against people like Donald Trump. And I don't know if with this and Colbert, he's canceled long term. I don't know if this will signal maybe an end to that era. I sure hope it does.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
I don't care because I don't watch stuff that I don't enjoy. And so, if you're influenced by that, or if you think it's that big of a deal, and I'm not saying you in totality, or you in specific, I mean. I just don't know. He's not a news disseminator. He is an entertainer. It's like Saturday Night Live to me. The guy stands up there, he makes jokes. I know why he's not on anymore. It's because they want this deal to go through. And you take the right. If the right went up there and had somebody making jokes about Joe Biden the whole time, or making jokes about people on the left, or real Charlie Kirk pro and wearing pro Charlie Kirk shirts, nobody breathed a word of it. So it's a lot. Like, you got to take the good with the bad. I don't think that he sent the American public into a tizzy and misled them, because I don't look to Jimmy Kimmel to lead me with fact. I know he's an entertainer. He got fired because, well, there's a deal coming down, and they didn't want to ruffle any feathers, and they want to stay on the nice side of the FCC. That's it. You know? And he was wrong. The guy was not aligned with MAGA and never was going to be aligned with MAGA. But I don't take anything those guys say, good, bad, indifferent, right, left, in the middle. I don't take anything they say as fact. I just don't. 866-391-1020. We hit news the top of the, or actually we will not hit news at the top of the hour. What we'll do is we'll take it out to that press conference in York, right here, KDK.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for mom.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do you know what an ADU is? An accessory dwelling unit? I'm Lynn Hayes Freeland, and if you're anything like me, you have no clue what that means. That's why AARP is putting together a special workshop called Small Spaces, Big Impact, How ADUs Can Benefit Pittsburgh. Now, an ADU is something like an in-law suite or a cottage in the back of the house, a way to create living space that families can live together. Learn more at the workshop September 25th at 9:45 a.m. and you can register at aarp.org/local.
Hey folks, it's Marty Griffin. You're going to get help here. What's stopping people from filing bankruptcy? My friend,
Harold Shepley has the answer.
So many times people, they want to pick up the phone. They know they need help, but they're afraid of losing their car, afraid of losing their house. They're worried about their credit, or they're just simply embarrassed. And bankruptcy helps you keep those things. We can get your credit back in just a few short months. And believe it or not, about half of your friends have already filed bankruptcy.
Check them out at ShepleyLaw.com. When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
We're all human with the same insecurities, doubting ourselves, thinking we're not worthy or good enough, believing those negative thoughts we think. Stop! Every last one of us is good enough to be the best version of ourselves. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Come to me, and together we'll change that way of thinking. Excess pounds will come off, you'll feel and look better, and thoughts will become positive. If you want to change, just call me at 1-800-900-THIN.
Celebrate September with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings. Zero Res.
All right, here we go. Let me set the scene for you. Margot will yell in my ear and uproot me probably in midstream. So District Attorney Tim Barker and Pennsylvania State Police, they are due to provide an update and initial finding of fact regarding the investigation from that terrible shooting yesterday that killed 3 policemen in York County. That officer involved shooting the incident in North Codorus Township. So that is due to come down the line, and there is a live broadcast happening in video form that Dave Sunday, State Attorney General Dave Sunday, linked to that I'm watching now, and they have not gone to the live video yet, which means they're still kind of setting up, getting it all ready, and it should come down the line in just a moment or so. So what we're going to do, we're going to stay right here at 866-391-1020 and be prepared for a brisk detour. Margot's in charge right now, and she is going to uproot it and throw it to it whenever we go to it. So she will yell, she will scream, and we will go right to it. Again, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I do want to talk a little more, and I will be interrupted at some point, about Jimmy Kimmel, because it's crazy.
A rerun of Family Feud aired in place of Jimmy Kimmel Live last night. The move to indefinitely suspend his show is now raising new questions over the ways the Trump administration is pressuring private companies.
That's just the whole point. The way the Trump administration is pressuring private companies. Okay, everybody's whining about this, seems like. If I see all these sort of big banners about the First Amendment and freedom of speech and whatever, okay, who are you crying to then? Why aren't the CEOs and why aren't the bosses and why aren't the people in charge of these big companies and the ones that employ Jimmy Kimmel, why aren't they resisting? Where are they in all of this? Right? Why aren't they standing up? Because their pocketbook's about to get real fat. That's exactly why. So it's funny that the people out on the street, the foot soldiers, you are mad and you don't know who to be mad at. You want to take a side, and the thing that's crazy is your side isn't even taken up for itself. They're willing to hang one guy out there to dry and say, oh, yeah, Jimmy Kimmel, you probably shouldn't have talked about that. See ya, hit the road. But, hey, we got a big deal to consummate. We just do. Don't F up this Nexstar and Tegna deal. And you run the risk of doing that, so here's the door. Well, are you going to have my back? Are you going to say anything to people? Well, you know, I would, but we got this thing. That's where we are. So you have people, especially on the left, and I'm not knocking you here, but you have people on the left yelling about free speech. Number one, it's not. You have people yelling about the First Amendment. Number two, it's not that either. What it is nobody has a backbone in a position of power who wants to stand up and say, wait, let's call it what it is. The FCC is standing here. This deal is about to go through. We're all about to get rich. And whether you think Jimmy Kimmel said something above board or not above board, he's out on an island because the bosses are toothless. So get mad at them instead of getting mad at some big machine that you want to get mad at. That's the way I look at it. Free speech this, First Amendment that. Save it in this case. You know what the real story is? Not one of his bosses is coming to his defense. Wasn't anybody talking about that? It's just about business. And it's the business of Jimmy Kimmel saying something, which I'll say this. If you look to late night talk show hosts as people who could potentially mislead the American public about facts, you're not real bright to begin with. They're entertainers. They are people who make you laugh or make you mad. They're people you love or you hate. And it's that simple. They're not coming in and telling you that President Kennedy got shot. They're late night hosts. I just think we've gotten so askew in wanting everybody's words when it's convenient to think they're matters of fact when they're largely matters of opinion. Ed's in Beaver County. Hi, Ed.
Yeah, I watched that Jimmy Kimmel, and I'm not sure what he said was that bad or that offensive. What did he say that everybody's so excited about?
Yeah, I look at him as an entertainer, not a news disseminator, so it didn't even register with me. And plus, I'm in bed like 4 hours at that time.
Well, no, I watched it the next day when everybody started talking about it, and I watched it 3 times, and I don't see what was that out of line that he said.
No, I kind of don't. But here's why. He could have made any joke that he wanted, and I don't view him as somebody who's down the middle, nor do I view him as a news disseminator, so it was never going to offend me.
Well, no, I mean, it would be, he should be kicked off there if he said Trump is probably behind this, or something like that. But he didn't say anything that was that off the beaten path that they don't say all the time.
Pretty much, right. He aligned with one side. This is what he said.
With the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Well, he said MAGA was trying to stand at arm's length from the man who is the accused shooter. And, well, listen, the kid ended up being anything but MAGA. I mean, he's writing things about furries on bullets. He has it sure threw a wrench into everything when it came out that he has a transgendered boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever's happening. And so, yeah, is it inaccurate and incorrect? Sure. Does it rise to the level of national security or misleading the American public about facts? Yeah, maybe. But if you're going to Jimmy Kimmel for facts, that's your problem to begin with. Is it a witch hunt? Yeah, probably. Sure is. But people want to control the media on all sides. They do. And here's the point that I'm getting to. For big money, big bucks, and a lot of dollars, Jimmy Kimmel's bosses are allowing themselves to be controlled. So why are you mad at Donald Trump? Why are you mad at the FCC? Why are you mad at anybody else involved in any of this? If you want to shake your fist at somebody, you want to have a march, you want to get mad, you want to send out mean tweets or whatever, send them to Jimmy Kimmel's bosses and ask a very simple question. Why don't you have his back? Why aren't you standing up for him? Get mad that those people are on the take more than anything. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Listen for that drive at 5. The stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. Oh, I don't know a whole lot, shifting gears. But one thing I do know, and I will talk about this a little later as well. One story that keeps making the news cycle is this strip district situation. And potentially reconfiguring the strip district and making more bike lanes, fewer car traffic lanes, essentially narrowing it down. I don't know a whole lot. I tell you that all the time. I'm just a guy who talks into a microphone. I do know this. I stop in the strip district, at least 2, maybe 3 times a week for coffee on my way to work every week. What I do know is this. There are very few things, because of our topography, that we have right in terms of traffic flow. We've got 3 rivers. We got, what's the latest count? 7,316 bridges. We have all kinds of hills and sort of pseudo little mountain things happening. It's impossible to build a grid system where we are. It just is. You go over Salt Lake, or you go over Los Angeles, you go over Indianapolis, fly over one of those cities. Look at those perfect postage stamp sort of squared lights shining down from the street lights. Perfect squares. We can't do that here. So it's tough. It's tough to have infrastructure. It's tough to have a city. It's tough to build it. Tough to route traffic. All of that. If there's one thing within the city limits that we have correct, it's a strip district. It is. You got the fast cars going out on Liberty, right? Go ahead and bypass everything. There's 2 lanes in, 2 lanes out till you get to the strip club. Then it sort of narrows. 31st Street Bridge, all that kind of stuff. You get to the statue. You want to wiggle down around that little store, you can get down to Lawrenceville. You want to keep straight up by the old Iron City deal, you go up towards Bloomfield. Bang, that's what you got. Coming into town, rip it all the way to the Greyhound station. Then some bum will try to get money off you right at that light right there, and you narrow it down. It turns into Grant Street. Okay, that's what Liberty Avenue is. Perfect. Penn, all the way in, 2 lanes till it hits, I don't know, whatever the hell street that is. Then it's 1 lane, and it's good. It's 2 lane, or it's 1 way, 2 lanes going the same way into town. If you take that away, going past like Yinzer's, going past Sinceri's, going past all those places, if you take that away and bottleneck that and jam it up, on a Saturday at about 11 a.m., that traffic will be halfway to Katanning. If there's one thing you're going to screw up, it would be that. All right, Margot giving me the big, the big let's get to it. So, Margot, we ready to throw? Don't, in just a couple minutes. Right now. We'll go to York right now for the press conference. Let's do it.
And we're here today to go ahead and speak to you about the horrific events that occurred yesterday. I don't lie to my constituents. I never will. And so I'm going to say up front, this is extremely difficult. One of the most difficult things that any of us have ever had to go ahead and be a part of and to go ahead and do. But we're here today to go ahead and give you an initial finding of fact. And again, it's an initial finding of fact as to what happened yesterday. And we can go ahead and do so because the investigation has been extremely thorough. I had requested that the Pennsylvania State Police take over the lead on this investigation, and they are doing so in conjunction with the county detectives from our office in a full and complete collaborative effort. Based upon the information we gathered that was provided from my review, which included being out at the crime scene itself for hours yesterday, being walked through various aspects at the scene, which included also a review of body-worn camera footage, a review of dash cam footage, personally having a chance to see where there were various items of ballistics, physical evidence, and unfortunately, the location of our fallen officers. Based upon this review of information, I will go ahead and deliver an initial finding of fact. This is an initial one. There are many steps that need to be completed as part of this investigation, and there are many questions that I will not answer for you at this time because the investigation is ongoing. And there will be a second briefing once all of that information comes back and is complete. Those of you who know how we operate know that is what we do. We speak with what we can when we can, but we will not go ahead and state or confirm anything that would be remotely incomplete and not decisive. So, what do we have here? Well, first off, Matthew J. Ruth, he is the actor. And this is the only time I will mention his name. After this, he will only be referred to as actor. What occurred begins actually on September 16th at approximately 11:23 p.m., and we must start there, because this began as an incident of domestic violence. There was a call that came in from the mother of his ex-girlfriend that the actor was spotted on her property with binoculars looking through the residence, looking through a window. The mother of the ex-girlfriend advised that it was a white male wearing camouflage, and she could see him through a trail camera that was standing in her driveway. And while en route to the location, the mother of the ex-girlfriend advised that the male possibly came there in a black truck that was parked on Emig Road around the corner from the residence at 1879 Hare Road. Officers responded, and upon initial arrival to the property, they did not locate the male. They went to Emig Road and did observe the black 2000 Ford Ranger pickup truck parked along the road in the woods line. It was unoccupied, and then officers went back to the residence and spoke with both the ex-girlfriend of the actor and the mother of the actor. And the ex-girlfriend of the actor had advised that on 8/20 of 2025, an unknown person set her pickup truck on fire while it sat in her driveway. She advised that at the time she suspected that it was her ex-boyfriend who was the culprit, but she wasn't sure, so she requested that the matter not be investigated further. The ex-girlfriend then showed a still photo from the trail camera, and what it showed was a white male wearing all camouflage outfit standing behind the ex-girlfriend's truck in the driveway, and the male is looking through a scope device with it pointed towards the residence. The ex-girlfriend identified the male in the photo as the actor, and she advised that they put the trail camera up after the incident on August 20th of 2025. The ex-girlfriend confirmed that the actor was, in fact, her ex-boyfriend, and she suspected again that he was involved in the incident of setting her vehicle on fire. She stated that they dated for only a short period of time and that the actor had never been to her house nor had ever been invited there. The ex-girlfriend also advised that the actor owned and often drove a 2000 black Ford Ranger pickup truck. And when they were reviewing the photo, the officers noticed that the actor had an AR-15 style rifle slung across his chest while looking into the residence. The officers then proceeded over the next several hours, which included assistance as well from the York County Sheriff's Department through the use of their drone, to attempt to locate the actor. They could not find him, despite searching over the next several hours. A warrant was sworn out for the actor's arrest, and the charges in that matter included stalking and loitering and prowling at night. The next morning, detectives from the Northern York County Regional Police Department attempted to go ahead and locate and execute a search warrant on the known residence of the actor. Included in executing that search were 3 detectives: Detective Sergeant Cody Becker, Detective Mark Baker, and Detective Isaiah Emenheiser. 2 other detectives also participated in this search. They arrived at the actor's residence and communicated with his family at 12:11 p.m. They left the residence, having interviewed family and having conducted search at 1:23 p.m. At 2:02 p.m., Detective Sergeant Becker, Detective Baker, Detective Emenheiser, and 2 other Northern Regional detectives arrived on scene at 1879 Hare Road, the location of the incident the previous evening. They arrived and they were searching for the actor. Also accompanying them to assist was a deputy sheriff from the York County Sheriff's Department to again assist with drone action and finding individuals through the usage of a drone. The search went on for the actor, which included various outbuildings, and the drone was being employed to also check neighboring fields. During the course of this search, detectives went to the front door of the residence. They arrived at the door at 2:08 p.m. The initial officer who went to the door was Detective Emenheiser. Right behind him was Detective Baker. Following as well was Detective Sergeant Becker and another Northern York County Regional detective. Final detective remained behind as more of a perimeter view in looking out for the actor and securing the perimeter. Detective Emenheiser discovered that the door was unlocked. Having remembered that the door was left locked by the ex-girlfriend and mother who were not at the residence because they went somewhere else for their safety, they decided that they were going to go in. The door was opened, and upon immediately opening the door, the actor repeatedly fired at the officers with multiple rounds from an AR-15 styled rifle with a suppressor, immediately striking Detective Baker, striking Detective Sergeant Becker, striking at Detective Emenheiser, who he and the other Northern York County Regional detective who were there closest to the house, as they tried to go back for cover position, he repeatedly fired upon them. All 4 detectives went down. The actor then proceeded to turn his attention to the deputy sheriff. The deputy sheriff and the other Northern York County Regional Detective began to position themselves to return fire. The Northern York County Regional Detective repeatedly fired at the actor. The actor did strike the deputy sheriff and also struck the vehicle. The deputy sheriff did himself remove his 9mm. The Northern York County Regional Detective was firing at the actor with his AR-15 style rifle. The actor repeatedly was firing his rifle at the deputy sheriff, striking him. The deputy sheriff went down and went to try to retrieve his rifle and go for safety as well to take cover to return fire. The actor went up towards the roadway where the vehicles were to engage in fire with the deputy sheriff, continuing to fire at him. The deputy sheriff returned fire with his 9mm handgun. The Northern York County Regional Detective also was returning fire with his rifle. While up at the roadway when the actor was there was a final exchange of gunfire. After that exchange, the actor went down. The actor became deceased. Following this, the Northern York County Regional Detective immediately went to see about rendering aid. He immediately went down first to his fallen officers from Northern York County Regional Police Department by the house and discovered detectives that were non-responsive. Detective Sergeant Cody Becker, Detective Mark Baker, and Detective Isaiah Emenheiser were all killed following the brutal ambush that was committed upon them by the actor. The final Northern York County Regional Detective was critically wounded. The other Northern York County Regional Detective immediately began to render aid as he also called out to have responses from other law enforcement and other emergency responders. After rendering aid there, he realized that the deputy sheriff was also critically injured. The detective for the Northern York County Regional Police Department responded to the deputy sheriff and immediately began rendering aid to him as well. From the time period when the detectives arrived at the front door preparing to enter to when the shooting stopped, they arrived at the front door at 2:08 p.m. All shooting had stopped by 2:10 p.m. and 16 seconds. At 2:14 p.m., the first additional officer arrives, another member of the Northern York County Regional Police Department. The detective rendering aid to the deputy sheriff requests that the other Northern York County Regional officer go over and place handcuffs upon the actor, not knowing his full status at that point. That was done so. And then numerous other law enforcement agencies and emergency personnel came to the scene to assist and render aid. The Pennsylvania State Police, as mentioned previously, took over lead in the investigation assisted by our county detectives. Numerous law enforcement agencies came to help to secure the scene, help with any rescue efforts. And when I say numerous, I can't tell you how proud I am of every single law enforcement officer in this whole county. They all came from everywhere to be there to help in any way they could. A search of the scene revealed numerous locations of various ballistics evidence that in a future briefing we will be able to catalog to go ahead and explain what it is following ballistics testing and following other information. Needless to say, at this point in time, from what I was able to observe on scene as shown and explained to me by the investigators, it corroborates fully what we have just stated and also shown through visual and also through other interviews. Inside the house, besides discovering the initial casings from where the actor began his barrage of murderous activity, they also discovered in the basement that he had killed the black Labrador that was owned by his ex-girlfriend's mother, shot one time. We are currently investigating further aspects of motive. So we will not speculate on the full profile of the actor. Numerous other search warrants have been executed. Other things are being analyzed. There is one motive, though, that is clear for everything, and that is the hateful scourge of domestic violence. That is what brought us here. That is what brought law enforcement here. That is what started all the activity. The whole sequelae is there. And yes, thanks to the actions of the Northern York County Regional Police Department, supported by the York County Sheriff's Department, we have 2 lives of the residents there that are saved today.
All right, there we go. Tim Barker, District Attorney out there. The Pennsylvania State Police will speak in a little bit. We will pick up some clips from that. One thing, if you heard all that, he described in great detail, quite simply, an ambush where these detectives went. They went to check out what was going on. The ex-boyfriend was essentially in the house and had taken it over, even though the ex-girlfriend and the ex-girlfriend's mother were no longer there. And they opened the door and were just met with gunfire and couldn't defend themselves. One thing I keep thinking about, though, is after the gunfire stopped and there was one officer wounded pretty bad, but still alive, 3 dead, and another one wounded, and he didn't say how badly. He went over the timeline, and it still took 4 more minutes for other officers to get there because it's out in the middle of nowhere. To think what the one officer who was rendering aid that was wounded and the other officer who put handcuffs on what ended up being a decedent, the actor, went through in those 4 minutes, which had to feel like, I don't know, 10 hours maybe? Or maybe it only seemed like 2 seconds, who knows? In that time, waiting on that backup, as 3 of their brethren were dead right there, just, I keep thinking about that moment as those moments, those 4 minutes, as he outlined that time span, and it's all striking, but that especially. All right, we'll hit traffic. We'll get back into it. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Hey, Margo.
Hey, Colin. Seeing congestion on the Parkway West inbound starting from the middle of Green Tree Hill, heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, and heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West outbound, it is brake lights from Technology Drive. Heavy congestion is backing up the Parkway East outbound as you make your way into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Looking for a ride that's ready for anything Pittsburgh throws your way? Then it's time to meet the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester at Bowser Subaru. The 2025 Subaru Forester Premium and its symmetrical all-wheel drive provides the confidence to explore from muddy trails to long stretches of highway. And with 2.9% APR for 48 months, you don't want to miss it. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Take a test drive today at Bowser Subaru.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Life changes, and each year, so does Medicare. It's time to review and change your 2026 plans with annual enrollment coming next month. Once it passes, your options are limited. Do you need Part C? Act now. Free personalized Medicare plan comparisons. Pittsburgh-based Need Part C. NeedPartC.com. Colin Dunlap here to tell you, if you're injured, you make one call. Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is 25%, not 40%. Like so many other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced, and they've got a 99.7% success rate. They win 25% on everything. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, all of it. 1-888-98-TWINS. That's 1-888-98-TWINS. Shenderovich and Fishman, they got your back, not your wallet.
Larry Richard with Andy Amroyd from EV True Value to talk about Sniper.
Sniper, that's your hospital-grade disinfectant, Larry. And yes, it's germ season. You need that bottle of Sniper, whether you want the travel size bottle that's TSA approved. You could put it in your purse, put it in your travel bag, take it with you. Or we got the quarts or the gallons for that big job on it. It's your true hospital-grade disinfectant, kills all germs.
Safe around kids and pets. Go to disinfectwithsniper.com or available at participating True Value hardware stores.
Be part of the growing family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a member, and so are nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is up to 7 convenient locations in our region. Remember, if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties, you're eligible to join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union for just $5, and you'll enjoy the many perks of a credit union. So learn more at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Sick of walking into a garage you hate that looks disgusting? Stains, cracks, bad epoxy? Let Comer & Cross fix you up with a gleaming new garage floor today. All it takes is one quick call to 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross concrete floor is going to transform your entire garage. It's going to be like pulling into a car showroom every night. It's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lip like epoxy or paint does, and they make it oh so easy. In and out in one day. That's all it takes. They're going to fix all the cracks and pits perfectly. The people from Comer & Cross, they do the job. No subcontractors. And if you've got a lot of crap in your garage, guess what? They're going to take it out for you. Call Comer & Cross and get the best price of the year, starting with $750 off during their end-of-year garage sale. So here's the number. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. This is the show where your money is not scary. It's a show that's all about you. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Listen and follow Jill on Money on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Join the National Kidney Foundation at Highmark Stadium in Station Square on Sunday, September 28th from 8 a.m. to noon for the annual Kidney Walk.
Why walk? Kidney disease is the 8th leading cause of death in the United States. 12 people die every day while on a waiting list for a kidney transplant. 1 in 3 people are at risk for kidney disease.
Every step you take helps fight kidney disease. Register your team today at kidneywalk.org/Pittsburgh.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
All right, Margo, here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. What's traffic look like?
All right, Colin. Looking like some slow-moving traffic going through Robinson Town Center on the Parkway West inbound. And that traffic on the Parkway West inbound restarts from the middle of Green Tree Hill, heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West outbound, it is bumper to bumper from Technology Drive, meeting traffic from the Parkway East outbound heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you are new to Medicare and have questions, Aetna can help. Aetna has a Medicare Advantage plan that includes prescription drug coverage with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plan includes benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. Call Aetna today at 1-833-771-3415 to learn more. A licensed agent will answer your call.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our DSMPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a ride that's ready for anything Pittsburgh throws your way? Then it's time to meet the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester at Bowser Subaru. The 2025 Subaru Forester Premium and its symmetrical all-wheel drive provides the confidence to explore from muddy trails to long stretches of highway. And with 2.9% APR for 48 months, you don't want to miss it. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Take a test drive today at Bowser Subaru.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Long live the king.
Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival is back. 6 magical weekends through September 28th.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. Eat, drink, and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at PittsburghRenFest.com.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back to it. We've now reset. We went very long with that news conference. We had to make up some spots. Now we are all recalibrated, back in order, and going to rip through it. Got about 2 hours left. Congressman Chris DeLuzio, 5 o'clock, Drive at 5. That's the news. The story's driving the news every single day. It's brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand that yellow van. We'll talk to Congressman DeLuzio coming up at 5 about a bill that he's pushing and an initiative that he wants to go through. And I think, and it's sad, but it's sort of apropos in light of the situation that happened in New York. I'll explain coming up in a couple hours. Oh, I want to get, top of the hour, I want to get to these goofy people who work at Starbucks. I don't go to Starbucks, so I don't care if anybody's offended there. I don't like their coffee. I think it's acidic, and I think that, I'll be honest with you, the last couple times I was there, which is like years in between, the people who work there turned me off. They just do. And now Starbucks is kind of taking steps for that not to happen, but they're resisting. I'll explain coming up at the top of the hour. Anyway, 866-391-1020. So yesterday, the list came out, and my wife put this on Instagram, and I know this. My wife is a very big quality over quantity Instagrammer and social media person. That is to say, she rarely posts anything. So when when she posts something, I know she's serious business about it. You know what she posted? Because it starts a month from yesterday. So yesterday she posted it, which means the 1 month warning is out there. The all-new holiday movies and series on the Hallmark Channel. They begin October 17th, which is, 1 month from yesterday. She posted, and I'm not kidding, there is not just a list of them. It's listed by day, but next to each title, there is a little box that you could essentially check. I am not kidding. She will go, I go to bed first, but she will stay downstairs. She will stay up an extra hour or so. And every night after I go to bed, she will watch one of these things. She will complete at least 90 to 95, maybe more, of the viewing of these Hallmark shows. I will go over a few of these. And they start October 17th. And I'm going to try to guess what they're about. First of all, there's a series, Mistletoe Murders. I mean, come on. Is that going to be the most cliched thing ever on the Hallmark Channel? Mistletoe Murders. Got to be about this murder mystery in and around the holidays. A Royal Montana Christmas. That's one of these Hallmark holiday movies. You can't guess the plot of that. And that's Saturday, 10/18 is when that comes on the first time. That's a guy, he moved to outside of Missoula somewhere, looking for love. Some lady is a horse trainer, something like that. They meet up in the local saloon, and then there it is. Christmas comes, Christmas cheer, they get together, yada, yada, yada. How about this? Finding Mr. Christmas. Tale as old as time with these Hallmark movies. Lady, either a widow or down on her luck with love, looking around. All her friends are married. She's the one that's not married. She can't find Mr. Christmas. Then all of a sudden, at the Christmas parade in some town named after a president, because they all are on those shows, like Jefferson or Washington or Clinton, or all the towns are the same. She'll find a guy at the Christmas parade and live happily ever after. Another series, Baked with Love, Holiday. I'm guessing that's a cooking one on the Hallmark Channel. Here's one. How about this one? To tug at your heartstrings. As the list is out that my wife put on Instagram for the holiday movies and series on Hallmark coming up starting in mid-October. November 1st, though. They kick off November on the 1st with Christmas on Duty. This is the most predictable one there is. So guys deployed, right? Iraq, Afghanistan, Kabul, wherever, it doesn't matter. Hell, he could be in France at a base. He's going to be, there's these love letters get written back and forth. She's really missing her beau. He's in the service, all that kind of stuff. Right before they go to open the presents, they turn around. He's there in the eve of the door where he didn't tell anybody that he got leave. He walks in the door. That's the Christmas present. Christmas on duty, or so you think it is. But he actually makes it back to the States just before Santa Claus comes down the chimney. Another one, Three Wisest Men. This could either be about polygamy or about same-sex relationships. I actually might watch this one to see if Hallmark is broadening its horizons. Three Wisest Men. Margo, you think I'm on to something here? Three Wisest Men. Could they cross the bridge here and maybe make this about a same-sex relationship?
Like polyamory?
Polyamorous.
And
no, you missed it.
I don't know what you're talking about. That would be 2 wisest men.
Why is it just got to be 2?
I guess if they want to make a statement, I don't know.
All right, a little bit more. As these Hallmark movies, the list has come out. Holiday Touchdown, a Bills love story. What? All the teams they could pick. The Buffalo Bills. So there's that. Here's one that's going to be December 7th. Single on the 25th. Got to be a real tearjerker. Absolutely a real tearjerker. Lady can't find love. These are all like that. They start with a lady who can't find love. Lady can't find love. There it is. She's single on the 25th. Or so she thinks. Christmas Eve dinner. Some guy's cousin gets snowbound. He can't make his flight. He can't get out. He comes over for Christmas Eve dinner. Bang. There it is. They spark some relationship. And the last one that I can't figure out, Oi to the World on Sunday, December 14th. Oi to the World. No idea what that one's going to be about. But so, anyway, for all of you out there, you can go to the the Hallmark Channel website, and they're all listed. Good luck. My wife's itinerary is now booked until, what's the last day they have these? Booked until Monday, December 22nd, and it starts Friday, October 17th. I will see none of her between those dates after about 7:30 at night. So there's that. News, top of the hour, KDK.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
It used to be the sole function for a kitchen was food preparation. We cooked in the kitchen and we dined in the dining room. But times have changed. And although today the kitchen is still where we cook, it's also where we share meals, have an important family conversation, and even help the kids with their homework.
That's right. Today's kitchens are multi-use areas and should be designed accordingly. And that's where we come in. Petite Kitchen and Bath will make your new kitchen a warm and inviting place for family and guests alike. We'll make it supremely functional and beautiful.
You know, they say the heart of any home is the family kitchen. Make your kitchen great. Discover why generations of satisfied customers have chosen Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
Visit our showroom on Route 50 or call us at 412-279-2222. Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 85 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. A news conference is wrapping up in York County where District Attorney Tim Barker is providing more information about the fatal shooting of 3 officers yesterday.
I don't lie to my constituents. I never will. And so I'm going to say up front, this is extremely difficult.
Barker detailing the events leading up to the fatal ambush and shootout with the gunman, 24-year-old Matthew Ruth. The mother of Officer Michael Crawshaw unveiled some disturbing news that happened at the gravesite of her late son. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
In a recent social media post, Linda Crawshaw expressed heartbreak over a theft at her son's gravesite. I try every day to keep faith in the goodness of humanity, but some days are very difficult, she wrote. Crawshaw says someone stole 2 blue police lights placed beside Michael's headstone, along with a law enforcement memorial medal. Greg Dickey, sales manager at Northside Catholic Cemetery, confirmed he was made aware of the incident on Wednesday and called it a despicable act.
It's disgraceful. It's disgusting. It's the lowest form of life to me that there is. How somebody can do that to someone else's grave.
Dickey says he has not yet spoken with the Crawshaws, but is ready to help in any way he can. Officer Crawshaw was shot and killed in the line of duty in 2009. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A Hempfield man died Wednesday in a kayaking incident in Westmoreland County. The coroner says 67-year-old David Dorado fell out of his kayak into Acme Lake around 1 p.m. He was not wearing a life vest. Water rescue and dive teams discovered Dorado's body about 3 hours later. With flu season just around the corner, many families are asking the question, exactly when should you get your flu shot? Family physician Dr. Kevin Wong recommends his patients to get the shot 3 weeks prior to Thanksgiving.
Because that's when you're going to need the first peak, whether you're traveling out of the area or not. People are traveling into this area, and they bring all their fun germs from outside the area to here. So therefore, it takes 3 weeks for a flu shot to be effective. So flu shot 3 weeks before your anticipated need is the best. And that way, hopefully it'll last into the springtime.
He tells the Big K Morning Show that the flu shot is the only effective for about 6 months from the time you receive it. Several Strip District business owners and residents urged the city to halt plans for a Penn Avenue bike lane at a city council meeting Wednesday. Tim Gaber, a Strip District resident and owner of the original Pittsburgh Winery, said the lane restriction will be a recipe for disaster.
Gridlock, chaos, and road rage. It will be less safe. And then what happens when the NFL draft rolls into town? The gridlock will be an absolute embarrassment to all of us. It will be shameful.
The city wants to convert Penn Avenue's 2 inbound lanes from 22nd to 31st Streets into single lanes of traffic while adding a bike lane. A special lunch today for some volunteer firefighters in Monroeville as star pirate pitcher Paul Skeens joined philanthropists Dan and Carol Kamen and others in serving them lunch at the Monroeville Public Safety Center. Prior to donning his apron, Skeens talked about his partnership with the Gary Sinise Foundation to raise more than $150,000 for the charity. Skeens says it's important to give back since he has the opportunity to do good.
I think every Major League Baseball player does. I think every athlete does. And I think it's a huge goal of mine and a huge goal of the Pirates to do good with the platform that we have.
Funds from Skeens' campaign helped the fire department acquire 8 state-of-the-art infrared sensors to help firefighters locate people inside a burning building. On Wall Street, the Dow is closed down at up 123 points. The NASDAQ closed up 209. The S&P 500 closed up 31 points. KDK Sports Pirates are off today. They will open their final home series of the season. They will host the Oakland Athletics tomorrow night at PNC Park. First pitch at 6:40. KDK Radio News Time is 4:03. Time to call Carlos at Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you're concerned about your trees, call 412-884-TREE. Right now, it's sunny and 85 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. You want a new physical therapy experience? You want a treatment plan centered on you? Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, is spelled different, because they are different. Monroeville Physical has new technology and an expert staff to give you a personalized experience to get you back to loving your life. Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200. They help me dramatically love physical. Check it out.
Please join Zachariah Brown on September 26th for our free 4th annual Learn Care Share, a caregiver symposium at the Loft Conference Center in South Point. We have an amazing lineup of speakers and vendors to offer guidance on the emotional, physical, and financial struggles facing those caring for an aging parent or loved one. There will be light bites, relaxation opportunities, and goodies for self-care. To register, visit zachbrownlaw.com. That's ZACBrownlaw.com.
Margot, how's your day? Well?
Good.
Good? Good to hear. All right, PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. How's traffic looking?
All right, Colin, seeing some gridlock on the Parkway West outbound starting from Technology Drive heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. And after the Fort Pitt Tunnel, there's congestion up until the 79 interchange. Seeing congestion through Robinson Town Center on the Parkway West inbound, and that traffic restarts from the middle of Green Tree Hill heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the Parkway East outbound, it is brake lights from Technology Drive. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Air quality expected to be unhealthy for sensitive groups through this afternoon. Very warm with a good deal of sunshine. High today up to 85. Clear for tonight, low of 57. Sun and clouds tomorrow, high of 84. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com. This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with Mnexspike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. Mnexspike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get Mnexspike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. Mnexspike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. Mnexspike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Boom, here we go. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. So much happening, and I'm excited. Well, I do want to get into these goofy Starbucks workers in just a little bit. But Kathy and Ross says hello. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Colin. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Oh, okay. You weren't making fun of your wife with the Hallmark movies, were you?
No. She absolutely loves them. I just think I'm not making fun of her at all because it's her oasis there. But
yes,
I have halfway paid attention to a couple of these, and they generally all have the same plot, which is lonely cat lady minding her business in some town named after a president. Again, Jefferson, Washington, something like that, mainly in Illinois or Missouri or sometimes out in the far west. Then some new guy comes into town. They meet at some coffee shop or card shop, or she has ailing parents and she's running the small business they used to run. Some guy who's way too good looking to be in that stupid little town comes walking in. They meet up, and then it's around the holidays. They strike up a romance and live happily ever after.
You could write these movies.
I just told you exactly what 85% of them, that's the plot.
That's what it is. And see, I live in my Hallmark bubble because it's nice in there. And my husband will walk through the room and he gags himself when I'm watching the movies. So I'm with your wife. I can't wait until they start. And they actually end on January 1st. And I'm sure your wife knows that every Friday, I have 4 Hallmark channels. And every Friday, they have a Christmas movie throughout the year. So it's Christmas year-round on the Hallmark Channel, actually. Yes.
You ever know what's crazy to me though, Kathy, is they'll be like in a Lincoln, Minnesota, which is like some made-up town, right? Population 803, and a guy who looks like 200 times better looking than Brad Pitt just happens to plop into town, and some woman who is one of the top 5 best looking women on the earth happens to live in Lincoln, Minnesota, working at a coffee shop. How are we to believe that?
It's a Hallmark movie, Colin.
Okay.
And I will tell you, you mentioned Three Wiser Men.
Yeah, what's that about?
Well, you weren't close, but it's the third installment of the original movie, Three Wise Men and a Baby. Then it's Three Wise Men and a Boy, and it's a really good movie, and I suggest you watch it because it's very heartwarming.
Wait a minute. So Three Wisest Men, which is on Saturday, November 15th at 8 o'clock, 7 Central for those in the other time zone. The Three Wisest Men is not like 3 guys living together?
No, it's 3 brothers, okay? And one's a fireman who's kind of like the main character, Andrew Walker. I'm sure your wife knows him personally.
Certainly.
And, yes. And the original movie was this woman dropped her baby off at the fire station.
Oh.
And she left a note for Andrew Walker to take care of him until she comes back. So it's Christmas time. The brothers don't get along. The mother just wants a regular Christmas like they've always had before Dad left. So they take care of this baby. They think his baby, but it's really not.
Whoa, whose baby is it? Wait a minute. So it got dropped off at the fire station, and essentially he becomes the adoptive father.
Yeah, all 3 brothers do it. Brings the 3 brothers together.
Okay.
And they get a picture with Santa Claus, Thomas's first Christmas. And so then the second installment is the little boy is, the main character, Andrew Walker, his name in the movie escapes me.
That's okay. We'll call him Jim.
Okay, let's call him Jim.
Yeah.
Jim ends up with the mother of the baby. They get married, and so now the 3 brothers are in charge of the Christmas play at Thomas's school. And it's crazy.
Well, let me back up a minute.
So
if he ends up with the mother of the baby, was she a junkie or something? Why'd she drop it off at the fire station?
No. I don't know. Well, it's Hallmark. So it's not going to be a junkie because it's a Hallmark movie, Colin. Come on. And she dropped him off because she needed to find a job, and so she could take care of her son. And so they just take care of the baby till she comes back.
So the third one, the kid grows up and becomes a fireman? That's my guess.
You know what? You might be right.
Damn right, Kathy. I might be right.
You'll have to watch it.
No, I won't. No, I will not.
You need to sit down with your wife. Seriously. You need to sit down with your wife and watch that third installment of Three Wiser Men.
Last thing before I let you go. Can I let you in on something?
Yes.
Yes. She absolutely doesn't want me to sit down and watch it with her.
I don't want my husband to sit and watch with me either.
1, she says I talk too much. 2, she says I interrupted. And 3, she says that's her me time.
Correct.
There we go. So I bet, though, Kathy, please call me back when that airs. I think it's November 15th. Tell me if the kid becomes a fireman like his dad, but not his real dad, because his real dad was a junkie, and that's why he got dropped off at the fire station. Absolutely. Deadbeat dad. But he takes the new guy to be his dad, so he follows after his dad's footsteps, and then at the end of the movie, he's like, I just wanted to be like you, Dad, and he's a fireman. I guarantee that's what happens. You know what, Kathy? We might have to have you on weekly to describe the Hallmark movies from the week. Call back after they start, and maybe we'll figure out a regular time, and you can give me the rundown on all the Hallmark movies. We might be on to something. Whew. I want to get into these Starbucks workers in just a little bit, and Congressman Chris DeLuzio at the top of the hour. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA-AA Traffic, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Hey, Margot.
Hey, Colin. Seeing heavy congestion on the Parkway West outbound starting from Technology Drive heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West inbound, it is brake lights from the middle of Green Tree Hill. And going into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the Parkway East outbound, it is bumper to bumper from Technology Drive as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in. Cool as can be. Tap Good RX. Saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Hey, folks, NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader, continues to exceed customer expectations. Carol from Pittsburgh praised NASCO Roofing for their quality workmanship and the timely manner NASCO completed her new roof. She loved how friendly and easy NASCO Roofing was to work with. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Carol. Get NASCO on your roof next. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
The U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Environmental Management will hold a public meeting on Thursday, September 18th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the West Mifflin Administration Building. DOE staff will discuss removal action alternatives for legacy facilities at the Bettis Atomic Power Laboratory. The public is invited to learn about the history of the two Sea Area facilities and to participate in a question and answer session on the proposed removal action alternatives. More information can be found at www.energy.gov/Bettis-C-area. Paid for by RSI.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Shorkey Kia is knocking down payments on all the fan favorites. 25 Kia Sportage Hybrid LX all-wheel drive, only $198 a month for 24 months with $27.93 due at signing, or finance at low 1.9% APR for 60 months. These and more, all with low lease rates, that incredible warranty, and $500 more for your trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Visit us in North Huntington and Wexford or at ShorkeyKia.com. Call 1-855-410-4037 for complete details on all offers and terms.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The Federal Trade Commission in 7 states are suing Ticketmaster, the nation's biggest concert ticket seller, and its parent company Live Nation, alleging they ran an illegal ticket resale operation. They're accused of looking the other way as bots bought up popular tickets, then coordinated with brokers who resold those tickets at much higher prices, allowing Ticketmaster to reap sky-high fees, all the while forcing fans to spend billions more than they needed to. Fresh record highs across the board on Wall Street today after yesterday's Federal Reserve rate cut, the possibility of more cuts before the year ends, and NVIDIA's financial lifeline to rival chipmaker Intel, which sparked a rally in the tech sector. At the close, the Dow up 124, the tech-heavy NASDAQ up 209, a nearly 1% jump led by a nearly 23% jump in shares of Intel. The S&P up 32. And Hollywood's Lionsgate studio, fresh off its separation from the Starz network, just laid off 5% of its workers. That's about 50 people. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I promise you, in just a couple moments, I will get into these Starbucks workers. Top of the hour, Congressman Chris DeLuzio. He has an initiative that's very important to him, and man, is it timely. In a sad way, in a way, it's timely, but we must talk about it. I'll give you a reminder to check your kids' phones in just a moment, but that's after I check in with Margot. Margot, you went somewhere special last night. Where did you go last night? You were on your way out of here. We had Pirates baseball, then we had our show, but you, Trevin, took care of the show because you had to run out of here. What was going on?
Well, I just went to that City Paper Best of PGH party that celebrated the people that won the Best of PGH awards.
Did you win Best Producer?
No.
You would have if you were up for it. Like if they knew all about you? Yes.
No.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. What, did you have fun?
Yeah, it was fun.
Okay. Did you see anybody who you really wanted to see and talk to?
No.
No, okay, good. I know. You're the best. You're like Gatsby at parties.
No.
So you had a good time, though?
Yeah, it was fun.
I like it how no matter what room you're in, you're the biggest dog in there. You're just like, I'm the big dog. People are here to see me.
No.
Your attitude is the best, Margot. You're never starstruck. I'll give you that. Like,
I would be starstruck if Taylor Swift walked
I
in.
knew you were going to say that one. Like, if Taylor Swift walked in this office, you'd be starstruck?
I would throw up.
That's the only one, though. You don't get starstruck.
No, that would not be the only one.
Who else?
Well, okay, so my dream, I don't want to meet a really A-list actor. I want to meet some Z-list actor that only a few people know of.
Like,
so then,
who?
Like a Hallmark star, say.
Okay.
And I don't know, I just want to post that weird Z-list actor and then have a few people say, oh my gosh, you know them too.
You got to meet them? Okay.
Yeah, because then they're not going to be a diva and they'll actually give you a chance to talk to them.
Very interesting way to look at things.
Yeah.
All right, I got to give a lesson here. I saw this on the wire a little earlier today. You know those scared straight sort of stories? Well, here's one for parents. Look at your kids' phones, by the way.
Investigators say the male student at Fieldstone Middle School in Stony Point posed as a female and extorted his victims to send more pictures, videos, and gift cards. Reaction from parents with children at the school.
I'm shaking. That's just horrible. You have to really be paying attention to what they're posting and who they're conversing with.
Police say an investigation started back in February when students told their school resource officer and administrators they were being coerced online. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Yeah, might I remind you that's a middle school. A middle school kid was extorting girls in Rockland County, New York, for pictures and different things and posing as the opposite sex. Check your kids' phones. Really. I don't tell people what to do. I make it on-time experience every day. Give me your phone. I want to look through it. And you can only guard against so much, and hopefully that helps. But some of these brain-dead parents who let their kids do anything and then are surprised when their kids are up to no good, those ones get me. I will talk about the Starbucks workers in just a little bit. Chris DeLuzio, top of the hour. Service Master right now. Demand that yellow van when something's not right. Well, in this realm, what if it's mold? Musty smell in your basement, dark spots on your wall. Don't assume it's just old house smell. No, that could be mold. Mold never waits. It spreads. It damages. It threatens your health. ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh doesn't just paint over the problem. No, they find the source. They remove the mold. They then restore your home the right way. Don't settle for cover-ups. Demand that yellow van. 412-826-1010. 412-826-1010. That's the number. Got to get that mold out, so get ServiceMaster in. 412-826-1010. Demand the yellow van. What about some traffic now, Margo? Here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic. It's powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Colin, taking a look at the major roadways, seeing congestion on the Parkway West inbound through Robinson Town Center, and that congestion restarts from the middle of Green Tree Hill heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West outbound, it is brake lights from Technology Drive, meeting traffic from the Parkway East outbound, which is also slow moving from Technology Drive heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. 28 inbound is slow moving from the 31st Street Bridge, and on the outbound, that traffic also starts from the 31st Street Bridge heading up towards the Etna bypass. I'm also getting a report for an accident on State Route 908 and Freeport Road in Harrison Township. Also another report for an accident on the 200 block of Wall Avenue in Wallboro. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time to replace your roof. What's the wise move? Getting a free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection? That's smart. Finding transparent pricing and flexible financing? That's brilliant. Working with the most trusted and reliable roofing company? Now that's genius. Home Genius Exteriors. Call now to get 50% off materials plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors today at 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
If you are new to Medicare and have questions, Aetna can help. Aetna has a Medicare Advantage plan that includes prescription drug coverage with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plan includes benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. Call Aetna today at 1-833-771-3415 to learn more. A licensed agent will answer your call.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our DSMPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke at the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we look at love, marriage, and human dignity, called The Theology of the Body. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 and is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos and the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
Have you been to Piata Italian Street Food, Pittsburgh's new favorite fast casual restaurant? Come try a hand-rolled piata, fresh chopped salad, or tossed pasta like their carbonara. A comforting bowl of creamy Parmesan Alfredo, tomatoes, crisp pancetta, fresh spinach, and Parmesan. With 4 Pittsburgh locations in Oakland, Northway, South Hills, and North Fayette, there's a Piata near you. Piata Italian Street Food. Better food fast.
Cooler days, shorter nights. Oh my gosh, is summer really coming to an end? It's just started, didn't it? This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. This time is the best time to lose those excess pounds. Why? Because it's now. Give yourself this time to shed those pounds, feel and look better, fit into those clothes hidden in the closet and drawers, decrease or end those meds, move better, climb steps without being winded. Just call me at 1-800-900-THIN.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny at 85 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, where their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. A Hempfield man died Wednesday in a kayaking incident in Westmoreland County. The coroner says 67-year-old David Dorado fell out of his kayak into Acme Lake around 1 p.m. He was not wearing a life vest. Water rescue and dive teams discovered Dorado's body 3 hours later. Several Strip District business owners spoke in opposition to a plan to add a bike lane on Penn Avenue at a city council meeting. This is Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has that story.
Tim Gaber, who owns the original Pittsburgh winery and lives in a Strip District, called on the city to stop its plans for Penn Avenue.
This won't work. The bike lane won't work. It's not because of the bike lane, it's because of the single lane of traffic. If anyone stops, everyone stops. It's one lane. Think about it. Who needs to stop? Buses, tractor trailers, Ubers, UPS, FedEx, Amazon, not to mention EMS, fire rescue, ambulances for the Midway Center, residents, tour buses, and the list goes on.
Gaber, a frequent cyclist in the neighborhood, questions the necessity of a dedicated bike lane, particularly if it means eliminating a lane for cars. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The Department of Environmental Protection says this is a code orange air quality action day in southwestern Pennsylvania. A sunny day with high temperatures will allow ozone to form. Sensitive groups like children, older adults, and people with respiratory conditions are advised to avoid heavy outdoor activity. The International Jazz Festival is back again for its 15th year.
It's really exciting to see everything that the August Wilson Center and Janice Burley Wilson are putting together yet again for this weekend. It's going to be incredible.
That's Visit Pittsburgh President and CEO Jared Bacher. The festival kicks off today and runs through Sunday. Saturday and Sunday outdoor concerts are free and take place on Liberty Avenue. Tickets are required for all other events, including for Pittsburgh's own George Benson. Details can be found at pittsburghjazzfest.org. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 124 points, the Nasdaq up 209, the S&P 500 up 31 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Pirates have the day off before opening their final home series of the season. The A's and the Bucks tomorrow at 6:40. KDK Radio News Time is 4:32. Call Metropolitan Windows to save 30% off their full line of exclusive Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows. 412-655-8411. Our next update at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Somewhere in a jail cell.
Hey, what's the name of that security company that caught us again?
Guardian Protection. It's always Guardian Protection.
Hello, we're Guardian Protection, your trusted hometown security pros, proudly protecting local homes and businesses. With proactive video surveillance, AI detection, and smart security systems, Guardian helps stop crime before it happens. Call 1-800-PROTECT today or visit GuardianProtection.com for special new customer offers. Guardian Protection. Burglars know us. You should too.
Pittsburgh has many bests, and Pittsburgh's best deli is food for thought. It's fresh, authentic, and delicious. For the best fixings for any tailgate, it has to be food for thought. They make their own corned beef. It's by far the best in town. Have it today as a sandwich or order Food for Thought's mouth-watering corned beef Reuben, rated one of Pittsburgh's best. Visit Bob the Deli King, Food for Thought, North Craig Street. Hands down, Pittsburgh's best deli. It's worth the trip.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here we are, PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic is powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Hey, Margo.
Hey, Colin. Still getting a report for an accident on the 200 block of Wall Avenue in Wallboro. On the other major roadways, seeing congestion on the Parkway West inbound through Robinson Town Center, and that traffic restarts from Carnegie heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West outbound, it is bumper to bumper from Technology Drive, and as you make your way through the tunnel, you will see traffic on the outbound side heading up towards the 79 interchange. The Parkway East outbound is slow moving, also from Technology Drive going into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and 28 outbound is seeing some congestion starting from the city heading up towards the Etna Bypass. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, very warm with a good deal of sunshine. Air quality will be unhealthy for sensitive groups with a high of 85. Clear for tonight, low of 57. Warm again for tomorrow, sun and clouds with a high of 84 degrees. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Friday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll run down everything that's going on in and around Pittsburgh. Even though it's September, it's Oktoberfest. We'll explain.
Good work. Margo working in Wallboro to the traffic report. Population like 498 or something like that. Anyway, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Congressman Chris DeLuzio coming up at the top of the hour. He supports a bipartisan Bulletproof Vest partnership program, and it's very timely to talk about now. Sure is. And it offsets some of the costs for these things. And I actually talked and set this interview up before that tragedy yesterday. It just becomes all the more fitting now. Let's get into these Starbucks clowns. And they are. You know, I'm holding steadfast to this. There are certain jobs in which you need unions. Ones where you have a proprietary skill and or they're very dangerous. That's what I think. Otherwise, labor laws generally cover any gripe that you got, for the most part. You know who doesn't need a union? These goofy Starbucks workers. They don't. So now they're up in arms for like the 500th time. Because Starbucks workers, wouldn't you know it, are made to play by the rules.
Starbucks workers in Illinois, Colorado, and California have taken legal action against the company, saying it violated the law when it changed its dress code, but refused to reimburse employees who had to buy new clothes. Starbucks' new dress code went into effect May 12th. It prompted a strike by more than 1,000 workers at 75 U.S. Starbucks coffee shops.
All right. Thank you. That's Jim Crisula, CBS News. Hit the road, goofballs. There's no two ways for me to say it. I have no compassion for these knuckleheads. Now, their new dress code went into effect May 12th. It requires, are you ready for this? They act like they're making them wear a tuxedo or go find shoes that are 11 sizes too big and are pink. No. It requires all workers in North America to wear a solid black shirt with short or long sleeves under the green apron. Shirts may have or may not have collars, but they got to cover your midriff and armpits, which for many of the women who work at Starbucks have a lot of hair. Anyhow, the midriff and the armpits. Anyhow, I digress. So, employees must wear khaki, black, or blue denim bottoms without patterns or frayed hems, or solid black dresses that are not more than 4 inches above the knee. The dress code also requires workers to wear black, gray, dark blue, brown, tan, or white shoes made from a waterproof material. I don't think anybody's checking that. Socks and hosiery must be subdued. The dress code prohibits employees from having face tattoos or more than one facial piercing. tongue piercing and theatrical makeup are also prohibited. They don't want you coming to work looking like you're dressed up for Halloween. This isn't all that tough to understand. Now, as part of this change, okay, Starbucks gave out some uniforms, right? Follow me here. So, in looking at this, before the new dress code went into effect, Starbucks had a relatively lax policy. Then people kind of took advantage of it. You have this one clown quoted in the AP story named Brooke Allen. She's a full-time student. She works in Davis, California at a Starbucks. She said she was told by a manager in July that the Crocs she was wearing didn't meet the new standards and she'd have to wear different shoes. She went to 3 stores to find a compliant pair. I find that impossible, that you can't find a white pair of shoes at the first store you go to. Maybe don't go to the grocery store. Anyhow, she said she spent $60.09, and she had to spend an additional $86.95 on clothes. Her quote was this: "It looks sad now that everyone is wearing black." That's what she said. It looks sad now that everyone is wearing black. Well, the company said it simplified its dress code to deliver a more consistent experience to customers and give its employees clear guidance. And listen to this. As part of this change and to ensure that people were prepared, employees got 2 shirts at no cost. Black Starbucks t-shirts. These people are bozos. And you're not allowed to say that legally. They might strike and walk out or whatever. I tell them to keep walking. Starbucks needs to take that tact. If you don't want to work here, you don't want to wear what you're supposed to wear to work here, you don't want to take out the 95 nose rings you have in, go work somewhere else. I find it impossible that Starbucks can't find someone else to, hold on for a minute, pour coffee for other people. That they need to bend the knee for these goofballs that just got done marching in whatever cause of the week parade that they were in. Tell them to hit the road. You want to know why the American justice system, the American legal system, I should say, is all backed up and it takes 10 weeks to go down and fight a parking ticket? Because of idiots like this. Because this will be jammed up with courts, with a real honest-to-goodness judge, with real honest-to-goodness attorneys, with some idiot from the ACLU, and they'll go and they'll jam up court, and it'll take time, money, resources, everything else from things we should actually be figuring out. I just did, but I could handle this and fix this in 5 minutes. This is the dress code. This is what it takes. You want to work here, and they reimburse education. Like, Starbucks gives a lot here. You don't want to live by it? Then guess what? I'm sure they're hiring somewhere else down the street. Go work there. You look like you could walk in and be perfect in the circus right now. When are they coming to town? Call P.T. Barnum. See if he's got a help wanted sign. Michelle's in Plum. Hi, Michelle.
Hey, Colin, it's Michelle. I just wanted to let you know that my husband works for Service Master in Oakmont.
Demand the yellow van.
Yes, Yes, sir, he does. And I'll tell you what, he had to just go and buy himself a couple pairs of pants by himself out of Walmart. They do provide T-shirts.
Yep.
But he had to buy his bottoms.
Does he like working at Service Master?
Yeah, he works at Service Master.
That's what it takes, if that's the job he wants to have, right?
Exactly. And you know what? These people that complain about every damn thing, they're just nothing but snowflakes. They're spoiled, rotten kids by their parents. And they don't want to conform to any rules and regs, but they want that weekly paycheck. It's terrible.
Right, and when he walks into Service Master, Mr. Samek's going to go, hey, listen, here's the deal. You're an honest guy. You work honestly hard for me. You get it done. You're going to get a paycheck, and we're going to figure this out together. But I don't have any pants for you.
That's right. He gets the shirts, but he has to buy his bottoms, and he's fine with that.
Oh, I know. What are we doing here? We're going to court over this? They're pouring coffee for other people, and they had the audacity to form a union and think that they're standing next to somebody who's working at the Clairton Works or J&L, and that they're actually in the same union and that they're doing the same thing. Goofy. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. The audacity of some people. It gives me a headache. All right, traffic time, Margo. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic. It's powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Let's go.
All right, Colin. Seeing heavy congestion on the Parkway West outbound starting from Technology Drive and heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the Parkway East outbound, it is also slow moving from Technology Drive. The Parkway West inbound is congested through Robinson Town Center, and you also see some congestion starting from Carnegie as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. 28 outbound is slow moving starting from the city and heading up towards the 40th Street Bridge. With AAA traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Bumble, who spilled the dip dish? Oh, it's football season, tailgate season, and when you're having a little tailgate in your house and people will spill, you need to call Zero Res. Or kids coming in and out, back to school, they got you. Zero Res will clean up the pizza spills, puppy padiddles, and they can get all of that out of your carpets or any of your surfaces. And don't forget your air ducts. This is Larry Richard for Zero Res. Call today. Take advantage of the KDKA special. Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner is Zero Res. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning too. Zero Res. Make sure you mention KDKA when you call 412-701-1188. 412-701-1188. Score big with Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Get your football fix every Thursday evening at 6 with the Bowser Chevrolet Quest for the Best High School Football Show live from Dave & Buster's. Dan Zangrilli and the Dean of High School Sports, Mike White, break it all down. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Diulis Law, First National Bank, and by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Well, folks, fall is fast approaching, and the September Weiner Wellness Weekend is the 19th and 20th with workshops from 10 to 2 on Friday and Saturday featuring Dr. Tracy Stroop, Dr. Len Brantzwitz, and Dr. Dennis Courtney. A delicious, healthy lunch will be provided from 11 to 2, and, of course, lots of samples, healthy treats, all in honor of Jamie Dorley's birthday. The discounts on your favorite supplements start August 25th. All of this is the World of Wellness, 2419 Baldwick Road, Pittsburgh. That's 2419 Baldwick Road, Pittsburgh.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin, president of Botkin Family Wealth Management. It's been years since my dad Les, brother Lester, and I resigned from a Wall Street brokerage to open our family-owned investment firm. I felt energized about our new venture, but uncertain about our clients' reactions. Would they follow us or stay with a big Wall Street name? We were thrilled when the reaction was one of congratulation, and we've experienced tremendous growth since we opened our doors in 2015. People seek us out because they don't want to be lost in the shuffle of a huge company. Dad and I are certified financial planners, and Lester is a chartered financial analyst. We deliver big resources in a personalized environment where you're important to all of us. Firms turn over all the time. Advisors turn over. We don't. We're headquartered in the South Hills of Pittsburgh. We live here, and we work here in the building that we bought together. It's our family helping your family. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
All right, got a lot of news happening. KDK Radio News Desk. Look ahead, what's going on at the top of the hour. Paul Alexander. Hey, Paul.
Colin, new charges being filed against a woman doing unspeakable things to her own children. Details coming up top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Top of the hour, Congressman Chris DeLuzio. There's a lot going on there. He is really pushing for and has introduced the new bipartisan Bulletproof Vest Partnership Program Expansion Act. And sadly, it's very timely. That's crazy. And the bill came out of a meeting with a police chief around here. We will talk about all of that because there's skyrocketing price of bulletproof vests for the police force. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. There's so much to get into. Oh, in the 5 o'clock hour, I'll grab your calls in just a moment, especially about these Starbucks workers. I have what I think somebody told me today is an incredible conspiracy theory, but it hasn't been knocked down yet either. I could see where it could be true. I could see where it's much easier true than many conspiracy theories. And it involves a local football player. I'll get to that in the 5 o'clock hour. Ed is in Cecil. Hi, Ed.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm not feeling too much pain for the girl from Starbucks. My kid's in the Army, and she has to buy her own dress uniforms. She's an officer, and we're talking $600-700 a clip. And since she's been in there about 8 years, she's had to do this a couple times already.
Yeah, policemen have to do the same thing.
It's ridiculous. I wouldn't be complaining about shoes and a T-shirt.
Well, that's the thing, though. Have you seen the majority of the unionized Starbucks workers?
I can't say that I have. I don't go there very often.
No, neither do I, but I see them on social media. They are the exact makeup of professional complainers, that people owe them something in life. Their lot in life is, and here's their MO. They can't achieve or don't achieve to the level at which they should be. So rather than trying harder in achieving in life and trying to climb, they want to pull everybody else down to their level and be lazy people and dumb down everything. I mean, I hate to put it that way, but actually I don't, because that's what it is. So when you see stories like this, and I see stories like this, that these Starbucks, I mean, this lady in California actually said on the record, I think it's extremely tone deaf on the company's part to expect their employees to completely redesign their wardrobe without any compensation. A lot of us are already living paycheck to paycheck. And she said, it also just looks sad now that everyone is wearing black. Okay. Then I'm sure there's a job somewhere else. Maybe you can work from home where you can wear whatever you want. You might not even have to wear anything. You could be naked if you do it. But an employer asking you to not have face tattoos, more than one facial piercing, tongue piercing, theatrical makeup, or wear crazy stockings, hosiery, actually not have frayed hems or things like that, and already gave you a couple shirts, I don't think that's too out of line. I just don't. We have lost the ability to present ourselves in this world. You ever go to the grocery store? I'm not asking people to wear tuxedos. And look, I'm just as guilty as everybody else. If you went back 20, 30 years ago, nobody wore workout clothes to the places they wear them now. They went home, they showered, they changed, and then they had different stuff. And again, I'm just as guilty. But I don't come in here all sweaty. I don't come straight from the gym in here. But I will go to the grocery store, I'll go to the coffee shop. 20 years ago, I wouldn't have. I'd go home, I'd get changed, and now it's just the way of the world. But again, I'm not working. I'm not representing anything when I'm there getting coffee. Somebody behind the counter is. Top of the hour, Chris DeLuzio. Right now, listen here. Clayton Homes, they get it done for you. Get ready because the red tag sale is officially here, and it's the best time of the year to buy your dream home. For a limited time, they're slashing prices and offering you the chance to save thousands on select in-stock homes at Clayton Homes. More than move-in ready homes, tons of them, unbelievable markdowns, but only while supplies last. Do not wait. These homes are priced to move, and when they're gone, they are, you guessed it, gone for good. Designed with energy efficiency in mind, so you'll stay warm in the cozy winter and comfortable year-round. That is for sure. So go visit the team at Clayton Homes to see what deals they have going on right now. Priced to move. Terms and conditions for the Red Tag Sale event at theredtagsale.com. Available only at participating Clayton Homes, family of brands, retailers through 12/31. Amount of savings may be limited. Ask for details. May not be available with certain financing lender restrictions apply. The Red Tag Sale going on now. Clayton Homes locations and online at theredtagsale.com. Traffic. Let's go. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Margo.
All right, Colin, I'm getting a report for an accident on Washington Pike in South Fayette Township. Also getting a report for a vehicle fire on the 600 block of East Pittsburgh McKeesport Boulevard in North Versailles Township. On the other major roadways, still seeing congestion on the Parkway West inbound starting from Carnegie as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West outbound, it is congested from Technology Drive, and after the Fort Pitt Tunnel is seeing traffic starting from the middle of Green Tree Hill and heading up towards the 79 interchange. The Parkway East outbound is also slow moving from Technology Drive as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and 28 inbound is congested from the 40th Street Bridge going into the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This report brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Serve up your bacon rashers and white pudding as Larry Richard is headed across the pond next Friday for the Gridiron Battle at Croke Park in Ireland. It's the Big K Morning Show from Dublin, presented by AAA Travel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Sick of walking into a garage you hate that looks disgusting? Stains, cracks, bad epoxy? Let Comer & Cross fix you up with a gleaming new garage floor today. All it takes is one quick call to 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross concrete floor is going to transform your entire garage. It's going to be like pulling into a car showroom every night. It's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint does, and they make it oh so easy. In and out in one day. That's all it takes. They're going to fix all the cracks and pits perfectly. The people from Comer & Cross, they do the job. No subcontractors. And if you've got a lot of crap in your garage, guess what? They're going to take it out for you. Call Comer & Cross and get the best price of the year, starting with $750 off during their end-of-year garage sale. So here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 84 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. New charges against the Armstrong County woman accused of hiding the remains of 4 babies in her home. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado has more.
State police and Armstrong County officials announcing the new charges against 39-year-old Jessica Malthy. Malthy is now facing 1 count of criminal homicide, 1 of involuntary manslaughter, and 4 counts each of concealing the death of a child and abuse of a corpse. Malthy had recently been evicted from the Oak Avenue home she'd been renting in Cadogan Township. While in the vacant apartment, the landlord said he noticed an odor in a closet, finding the body of a baby. A subsequent search of the home led to the discovery of the bodies of 3 other infants, which Malthy allegedly delivered and then let die, hiding their bodies in tote bags. She remains in the Armstrong County Jail after being denied bond, due back in court on the 30th for a preliminary hearing on the new charges. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
The mother of Officer Michael Crawshaw unveiled some disturbing news that happened at the gravesite of her late son. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has the details.
In a recent social media post, Linda Crawshaw expressed heartbreak over a theft at her son's gravesite. I try every day to keep faith in the goodness of humanity, but some days are very difficult, she wrote. Crawshaw says someone stole 2 blue police lights placed beside Michael's headstone, along with a law enforcement memorial medal. Greg Dickey, sales manager at Northside Catholic Cemetery, confirmed he was made aware of the incident on Wednesday and called it a despicable act.
It's disgraceful. It's disgusting. It's the lowest form of life to me that there is. How somebody can do that to someone else's grave.
Dickey says he has not yet spoken with the Crawshaws, but is ready to help in any way he can. Officer Crawshaw was shot and killed in the line of duty in 2009. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
With flu season just around the corner, many families are asking the question, exactly when should you get your flu shot? Family physician Dr. Kevin Wong recommends his patients to get the shot 3 weeks prior to Thanksgiving.
Because that's when you're going to need the first peak, whether you're traveling out of the area or not. People are traveling into this area, and they bring all their fun germs from outside the area to here. So therefore, it takes 3 weeks for a flu shot to be effective. So flu shot 3 weeks before your anticipated need is the best, and that way, hopefully it'll last into the springtime.
Dr. Wong says it's only effective for about 6 months from the time you receive it. A special lunch today for some volunteer firefighters in Monroeville as star Pirate pitcher Paul Skeens joined philanthropist Dan and Carol Kamen and others in serving them lunch at the Monroeville Public Safety Center. Prior to donning his apron, Skeens talked about his partnership with the Gary Sinise Foundation to raise more than $150,000 for their charity. Skeens says it's important to give back.
I think every Major League Baseball player does. I think every athlete does. And I think it's a huge goal of mine and a huge goal of the Pirates to do good with the platform that we have.
Funds from Skeens' campaign helped the fire department acquire 8 state-of-the-art infrared sensors to help firefighters locate people inside a burning building. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 124 points, the Nasdaq up 209, the S&P 500 up 31. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO. NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates have the day off today and will open their final home series of the season tomorrow when they host the A's. First pitch at 6:40. The Bucs have lost 11 of their last 12. KDK Radio News Time is 5:03. Time to call One Health Benefits, 724-799-8873, to learn how the Inflation Reduction Act impacts your Medicare plan. Right now, sunny and 84 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Do you know what an ADU is, an accessory dwelling unit? I'm Lynn Hayes Freeland, and if you're anything like me, you have no clue what that means. That's why AARP is putting together a special workshop called Small Spaces, Big Impact, How ADUs Can Benefit Pittsburgh. Now, an ADU is something like an in-law suite or a cottage in the back of the house, a way to create living space that families can live together. Learn more at the workshop September 25th at 9:45 a.m., and you can register at aarp.org/local.
All right, Chris Deluzio next. Congressman Chris Deluzio next. First, traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic. It's powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Margo.
All right, Colin. Multiple crews are at the scene of a vehicle fire on the 600 block of East Pittsburgh McKeesport Boulevard in North Versailles Township. On the other major roadways, it is normal rush hour traffic, so pretty heavy congestion all throughout the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mainly clear for tonight, low of 57. Tomorrow, sunshine will mix in with some clouds at the high of 84. Sunshine, some clouds into Saturday and Sunday. Temperatures both days in the mid-80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Fire doesn't wait, and neither should you. When disaster strikes, call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Fire damage? Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van. Call Service Master.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. Man, I always appreciate talking to Congressman Chris DeLuzio joins this show right now. Good afternoon, Congressman. How are you?
Hey, Colin, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. We'll get into some serious things. But first, your mids are 3-0, and they're scoring 1 million points, by the way. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it, especially given where the Steelers are at the moment. I'm happy with Navy. Pitt, tough loss in the backyard brawl, but I'll take a win from the mids.
Absolutely. And again, scoring a gazillion with Mount Lebanon kids, too. So there's that. Right. All right, let's get down to brass tacks. This, what you're pushing forward right now, this initiative became sadly timely yesterday. Bipartisan Bulletproof Vests Partnership Program Expansion Act. The bill came out of a meeting with you and Mike Vogel, who's the police chief of the Allegheny County Housing Authority. Essentially, you want to make it where it's much more affordable for all entities to get cheaper bulletproof vests. Am I right about that?
That's basically, what Chief Vogel told me, and if you talk to the chiefs anywhere, they'll tell you the same. These things are expensive. They've been getting more expensive, and this federal program that helps local departments buy them, the cost share is too low, and the money that's in the program runs out. So it means chiefs who want to buy these things, they're stuck competing for a shrinking pool of money. So this fix here is pretty basic. We take the federal cost share up a little bit. We put a little more money in this program. That takes a burden off our local chiefs who've got to have this stuff, right? Like being a cop can be really dangerous. We got a horrible reminder of that in York County yesterday. 3 cops dead, 2 in the hospital. If we can get bulletproof vests in the hands of more cops, and that might save some lives. Come on. That's a no-brainer.
Maybe I'm naive, Congressman, but maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm part of a vast majority here. I always thought as a citizen of this country and as a tax-paying person, police, bulletproof vest, it comes out of my taxes. They go pick one out. They get what they want. It is what it is. It's standard issue. I'm wrong about that, I guess.
Well, look, they're expensive, and you talk to you pick the borough or township. They don't have unlimited money. They're dealing with a tough environment around property taxes and maybe asking their residents to take a tax increase. And I'm saying it is in the public interest across the country for local cops to have things like bulletproof vests. Let's have the federal government step in a little more here, support our local cops, get something that might save their lives. I think it's a no-brainer. And this thing's endorsed by a bunch of the police groups. We got me as a Democrat. I got a Republican co-sponsor and co-lead. Let's pass this thing.
Do you have to, when you look at something like this Bulletproof Vest Partnership Program Expansion Act, do you have to look at things item by item and say, okay, this is fat, we need to trim it, this is it. But then things that are requisite items that people need to do their job and live and to kind of function regularly and kind of put them in 2 canisters, and this one would seem to be a standard issue item.
Well, it's a drop in the bucket with the overall federal budget, which can be in the trillions. We're talking an extra $30 million that would go to this program for police departments across the country. So when we have fights in Washington about funding, this is one of those things that ought to just be able to fit in the budget. We ought to be able to make the room to make this kind of thing happen. I think about that way for a lot of stuff. Veterans health care, you hear me talk about. But this is one that should be a no-brainer. And look, local police chiefs, not just in Western Pennsylvania, I'm sure are going to be telling their members of Congress to support this, as they should. It's a good bill. It's one that won't cost the public much money. It'll save some lives.
Chris Deluzio joining Congressman Chris Deluzio to kind of stay in this same ballpark, but run a little bit adjacent to this. Municipality I live in, Hampton, okay? They have had, I think, great success, if you talk to some of the officers, on certain calls sending out social workers alongside. Do you advocate that, and do you push for that in like a program like that?
I've heard good stories there. I've heard that from other parts of my district, too. I'm all about whatever can both save lives, right? Free up police to do the more dangerous work they've got to do if someone like a social worker can handle a call. And we're talking about people who might be in mental health crisis, dealing with addiction. The answer might not be a cop with a badge and a gun, and it might free up a cop with a badge and a gun to do something that they've got to be focused on. So I think this stuff makes sense. I know Hampton and some others have really liked what they've seen out of having somebody on call to respond.
What do you say when people say, whether you're in Washington, whether you're here in Western Pennsylvania, wherever, what do you say when people say, okay, we need to tone down the rhetoric, we need to be nicer to each other, we need to talk in a different, more subdued manner and understand each other? Well, okay, how does that happen? Give me the practical reality of that, Congressman.
Well, look, we got to be able to debate fiercely, and that's okay. What's not okay is this political violence, right? We just saw this with Charlie Kirk. It's happened where they almost killed Donald Trump. They tried to kill Josh Shapiro, the legislators in Minnesota. I mean, this just has to end. I was just on the steps of the Capitol with a bunch of fellow members of the Four Country Caucus, Democrats and Republicans, who are all veterans. Some others joined us, just to have a basic show of unity to condemn this stuff. And I think that's what you got to see. We can go argue it out and have tough debates and have tough elections, and that's fine and that's healthy. You got to hear leaders in both parties say we are not okay with this violence. We're going to condemn it no matter where it comes from.
Do you think the numbers are actually more voluminous of people on both sides in the middle who are on board with all of this, and the people on the fringes just shout the loudest and get a lot of attention?
Well, you know what the media environment can be, especially on social media. And even I think people who you might say are on the further left or the further right, I still don't think the overwhelming majority of people in this country want to see political violence. I just don't. I don't think this is what we're going to accept. And I'll say this. I don't want to give a long speech to you or your listeners. This is about us governing ourselves. That's what our government is. If we are going to have self-government, if we're going to have sovereignty, we're going to have a democracy, then we can't have anybody intimidated because they're opening their mouth to make an argument. And so I think that's why the threat here is so real, and why I'm glad you're seeing so many leaders across the spectrum say enough is enough. We're not accepting this. We're not happy with this. We're condemning this stuff.
You deal with people of all ages. You're just in your early 40s. Do you think people younger than you and sort of this new crop of politicians, or even just regular citizens, kind of younger people, are they able to talk out problems like maybe our grandparents did?
You know, that's a great question, and I'm glad you kind of lumped me in as young, being 41, Colin. I'll take that. Look, I hope so. You know, I think part of that is what we learn about civil discourse in this country, which is why I think this moment is both dangerous and an opportunity to say we're shifting it back to rejecting this violence, being clear that we can iron out our differences, have those kinds of arguments. And it's not just on campuses, right? Maybe it's at a borough council meeting. Maybe it's in the halls of Congress. Maybe it's at a school board meeting. We got to be able to do this stuff. And especially people younger than me and you, they've lived through an America now that they're not expecting to be better off than their parents, and I think that's a failure of our government. And so they want more out of our government, as they should, and they're expecting politicians to argue, see who's got the best ideas, and do it, and be able to be alive at the end of the day after making those arguments. I think that's what they expect of this country, and that's what they should expect of their elected officials.
Congressman Chris Deluzio, I thank you so very much. Common sense rules the day every time that I talk to you. I appreciate it, and we'll talk again soon.
All right, Colin, thanks a lot.
Absolutely, and I mean that, you know. You listen to Chris Deluzio and you talk to him about common sense issues. Okay, we need more money. We got to get local cops bulletproof vests. But okay, who's going to argue with that? Okay, political violence in this rhetoric on both sides. We need to make sure we could talk to each other and figure out problems without knuckling up or shooting guns at each other. Okay, who really wants to have violence? The younger people need to live in a society where they expect to have more and need to figure out how to get along with each other, whether it's at a school board meeting, whether it's at the halls of the Capitol. Who's going to argue with that? Again, he's the kind of leader that I appreciate. He's somebody who is willing to roll up his sleeves and, like with this bulletproof vest situation, is willing to work bipartisan. The guy has my respect to the hilt. He just does. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Traffic time, Margo. North Versailles. Remember that one time you said, wait a minute. Remember that? Versailles? Versailles.
I want to forget it.
No, I'm kidding. There's some crotchety old man called and yelled. Is there any traffic in North Versailles? Versailles?
Well, yeah, they're cleaning up. Well, let me tell you about it after
PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Margo.
All right, Colin. Still getting reports for an accident on the 600 block of East Pittsburgh-McKeesport Boulevard in North Versailles Township. On the other major roadways, seeing congestion on the Parkway West outbound starting from Technology Drive and heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. After the Fort Pitt Tunnel, heavy congestion backs up through Robinson Town Center, starting from the 79 interchange. Also through Robinson Town Center, it is slow moving on the Parkway West inbound, and on the Parkway East outbound, it is slow moving from Technology Drive heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Environmental Management will hold a public meeting on Thursday, September 18th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the West Mifflin Administration Building. DOE staff will discuss removal action alternatives or legacy facilities at the Bettis Atomic Power Laboratory. The public is invited to learn about the history of the two Sea Area facilities and to participate in a question and answer session on the proposed removal action alternatives. More information can be found at www.energy.gov/Bettis-C-area. Paid for by RSI.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey folks, Marty here. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No interest for 3 years. Restrictions apply. Call 412-543-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
The original Yinzer Dogs are here for your next tailgate. Yinzer Dogs, Stanley P. Kachowski Kielbasi, Babushka Mama Pierogies, and Yinzer Halushki are all available at your favorite Giant Eagle and Market District. Plus, stay tuned for our grand opening of our new original Yinzer Dogs location in Cranberry. And pretty soon, down the Strip District. It's pure Pittsburgh. Join Dan Marino, Jimmy Crenn, and me, and our Yinzer team. Check us out at OriginalYinzerDogs.com.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNextBike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnextbike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
KDK Radio News Desk. Go look ahead what's happening 5:30. Paul Alexander. Hey, Paul.
Colin, pretty big controversy about a bike lane in the Strip. Details coming up. Bottom of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Parcel demand is up. Even though the full impact of the Trump tariffs is not yet known, FedEx says there was a rebound in package delivery demand last quarter. It reinstated its full-year profit outlook, and it's predicting 6% growth this year. Shares of FedEx higher in after-hours trading. Earlier on Wall Street, the major averages all closed at fresh record highs today thanks to that Federal Reserve rate cut, hopes for more cuts later this year, and NVIDIA's $5 billion investment into struggling chipmaker Intel. With shares of Intel shooting almost 23% higher, the Dow today rose 124, the NASDAQ up 209, a 1% jump, the S&P up 32. The U.S. Supreme Court setting a date of November 5th for oral arguments in the Trump tariff case, whether he had the authority to impose those levies. And after disappointing sales growth last quarter at Olive Garden, the chain's now rolling out smaller portions at lower prices at some locations, trying to make things more affordable to more people. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
You've heard the news. Now talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, be sure to go to all our social channels. Let me mention this, that whether it's Instagram, whether it's now we also have Instagram, we have Twitter, we have Facebook. We got everything. You know that KDKA has TikTok? I bet you didn't even know that. But I have to mention this. Andy Lindbergh comes in here early. He leaves late. He pushes out so much on our social channels that he doesn't get enough credit for what he does. So I'm giving that to him right now because he's fantastic. Make sure you check that during the show, before the show, after the show, because we put out great snippets that maybe you want to hear, maybe you want to see from the best moments during the show. So be sure to check all that out, KDK Radio, all of the different social channels, because we give you nice bite-sized sort of tidbit highlights. You know what I want to get in here? Somebody text me at 866-391-1020. This is where my life is now, working as a guy who talks into a microphone. Think of this. Think of how far we've come from Hansberger and Cigna. Somebody text or call and tell me, because I'll just buy it because I don't want to wait on the staff here. Tell me the best Instagram light to buy. I know my wife has one because she has to do she works from home. She has to do all these international calls. She's on a call with people all over the world all the time, every day. So she has a bright, it's like a circle that sits in front of her, and she has this Instagram light, right? The studio in here is good. And when I say good, that's where it ends. Good. It's not bad. It's not great. They have some new lights in here, but they're not good and Instagram-y. We need that bright light. So whether on the text line at 866-391-1020 or you can call, if it's a text, give me a link to that. And heck, I'll just bring it in for my show, plug it in, and then take it home with me, or just leave it up and the other shows could use it. I'm looking around, though. There better be a place to plug it in. It's just our video looks a little dim sometimes. If we're going to do these new kind of fangled videos, which are awesome, we got to have it look really bright and Instagram-y, which will be perfect. So I'm into that. We have come a long way. Think about walking up to Cigna or Hansberger and saying, hey, we need you to do a social media video. I mean, seriously, think about that for 1 second. Hey, Fred, when you're done with all this, or during your show, we're going to put you on video. And that's the way we're going to go about things. That would have lasted, I'm sure. Anyway, I'll talk to Michael Bartley before we get out of here, preview what's going on with him tonight. And coming up next, this was proposed to me very early this morning. I've carried it with me throughout the day. I ran it across just a few people. Is it the ultimate conspiracy theory in Pittsburgh quarterback history? Or could there be some truth to it? Immediately, I kind of dismissed it and was like, you're bonkers, to one of my friends. But the more I think about it, oh, man, I don't know. I don't want to buy into it, but I don't want to say no either. You'll find out what that is coming up next. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Margo.
All right, Colin, getting a report for an accident on the Parkway East outbound right before the exit towards Monroeville, and there is a lane restriction there. So it is backing up the route heavily towards Technology Drive as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Also on the Parkway West outbound, it is brake lights from Technology Drive as well, heading towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel, and after the Fort Pitt Tunnel is slow moving from the 79 interchange heading up towards Robinson Town Center. The Parkway West inbound is brake lights from Carnegie, making your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. With AAA traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
We're talking with Joe Sabulis from Highwood Cemetery. Joe, I read a story recently about a local cemetery that had run out of funds and was struggling to pay for its upkeep. How did this happen?
Some cemeteries eventually become full and can no longer sell grave sites to generate income. How will those cemeteries pay for their continued care? The cemetery may or may not have a fund for this purpose. In the story you mentioned, that cemetery is no longer selling property and its care fund is almost depleted. Now they're struggling to pay for upkeep.
How can families be assured that their grave sites are being cared for now and in the future?
Highwood Cemetery exists to serve the public rather than make a profit. Our $1 million perpetual care fund is managed by a fiduciary to ensure that the care of the cemetery will be as it is today for generations to come.
And you can learn more about Highwood Cemetery by calling 412-766-6600.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling. Because at AHN, we see you.
Medicare can be a maze, but it doesn't have to be. I'm Lisa Loro with Secure Money Health, and I wrote the Ultimate Medicare book to guide you through every step. I've helped many people understand their Medicare benefits, and I would love to help you too. Learn the strategies that make Medicare manageable and ensure you're making the best choices for your health and finances. Visit MedicareBookOffer.com and grab your complimentary copy today. That's MedicareBookOffer.com.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 82 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. New charges have been filed against the Armstrong County woman accused of giving birth to 4 babies and hiding their remains in the home she'd been renting in Cadogan Township. 39-year-old Jessica Mouthy was now charged with 1 count of criminal homicide, 1 count of involuntary manslaughter, and 4 counts each of concealing the death of a child and abuse of a corpse. State police say their investigation into the case continues. Her preliminary hearing on the new charges is scheduled for September 30th. Several Strip District business owners spoke in opposition to a plan to add a bike lane on Penn Avenue at a city council meeting. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has that story.
Tim Gaber, who owns the original Pittsburgh winery and lives in a Strip District, called on the city to stop its plans for Penn Avenue.
This won't work. The bike lane won't work. It's not because of the bike lane, it's because of the single lane of traffic. If anyone stops, everyone stops. It's 1 lane. Think about it. Who needs to stop? Buses, tractor trailers, Ubers, UPS, FedEx, Amazon, not to mention EMS, fire rescue, ambulances for the Midway Center, residents, tour buses, and the list goes on.
Gaber, a frequent cyclist in the neighborhood, questions the necessity of a dedicated bike lane, particularly if it means eliminating a lane for cars. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Pirate superstar Paul Skeen serves up lunch for volunteer firefighters in Monroeville.
And also sees the new infrared sensors his fundraising with the Gary Sinise Foundation and a grant from Granger help to provide Monroeville volunteer firefighters.
We're able to detect heat sources as well as be able to detect victims.
That's firefighter Taryn Dawson. Skeen says helping those who help others is important to him.
The sacrifices that you all make are something that the normal population will never understand. I will never understand it.
Skeen's goal this year is to raise $150,000 before the end of the current baseball season. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Pittsburgh's International Jazz Festival kicks off today. Visit Pittsburgh President and CEO Jared Blocker says the event is being brought back to its original location.
They're going to bring this series of concerts back downtown again this year. There was a couple of years where they took it over to the Highmark Stadium, as you know, in Station Square, but now it's going to be back on Liberty Avenue, which is really, really exciting.
The festival runs through Sunday. Details can be found at pittsburghjazzfest.org. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 124 points, the NASDAQ up 209, the S&P 500 up 31 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates with the day off today. They will open their final home series of the season tomorrow when they host the A's. First pitch, 6:40. The Bucks have lost 11 of their last 12. Penguins open training camp today. KDK Radio News Time 5:32. Our next update at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
At Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we love to exceed our customers' expectations. It's what we've been doing for over 50 years.
Our kitchens are a combination of quality materials and master craftsmanship. And through each step of custom creation to expert installation, it's all about taking care of the details.
With a focus on the details, we make sure that the design meets your needs and that the materials and construction ensure that your kitchen will stand the test of time.
All while managing the scheduling so that your life has as little disruption as possible and your kitchen is completed without surprises.
Exceeding expectations. We'll deliver more kitchen than you expected for less money than you expect to pay.
Visit our showroom or call us at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with Mnexspike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get Mnexspike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. Mnexspike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. Mnexspike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnextspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Be part of the growing family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a member, and so are nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is up to 7 convenient locations in our region. Remember, if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties, you're eligible to join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union for just $5, and you'll enjoy the many perks of a credit union. So learn more at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
There we go. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Hey, Margo.
Hey, Colin. Getting a report for an accident on Broadhead Road in Moon Township. On the other major roadways, heavy congestion is backing up all the major roadways, especially on the Parkway West outbound, starting from Technology Drive going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West inbound, it is bumper to bumper from Carnegie. And heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the Parkway East outbound, it is brake lights from Technology Drive. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mainly clear for tonight, low of 57. Then for tomorrow, sunshine will mix in with some clouds, a high of 84. Remaining quite warm through this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, sun and clouds with temperatures in the mid-80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
mNextSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnextspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Friday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll run down everything that's going on in and around Pittsburgh. Even though it's September, it's Oktoberfest. We'll explain.
That's right. I don't drink anymore. I tell you that all the time. Not as to brag or not to sway you. It's just what I do. But, I mean, used to get after it. Back in our day, I say that a lot. Alexander always looks over his glasses and is like, shakes his head, like when we were alive, back in our day. I'll say this, and he'll be able to give a thumbs up to this one. I heard Oktoberfest. The Penn Brewery Oktoberfest back in our day was one of the can't miss things on the calendar. Maybe even you go twice during the season. And they would have cars parked all the way up to North Catholic and all the way down to East Ohio Street. You talk about a time. And let me think about the time frame. Maybe rated about 2000 to about 2006. That Penn Brewery Oktoberfest. You'd get done watching the college football game. You'd head over there. Whew! What a time. And they'd have, those guys pounding that beer back. And you'd wait under that tent for a draft of whatever, Penn Oktoberfest. What? I could smell it right now. And I could hear the music and have the fun time. And see those cobblestone, like that cobblestone sort of walkway that they have all over, and the steps that you go up, and the porta-johns. Man, that Penn Brewery Oktoberfest. And the chill in the air a little bit, and you see the old Heinz plant across the way. That's when I was alive. Then you get married, have kids, stuff like that, and you end up playing Uno on a Saturday night. Anyhow, okay, conspiracy theory. Let me tell you, I have a friend that ran this one by me today, and I immediately wanted to shout him down and say, you're a nut job, which you should probably call my show. You'd fit right in. But then I kind of couldn't. So he said to me this: is there a 0% or greater than 0% chance that Aaron Rodgers' marriage is fictitious. And immediately I went, what are you talking about? And he said, all right, well, okay. Answer me this then. He said, I'm wide open on this. I don't have an opinion, is what the guy said. But he said, answer me this. So he's apparently married to some lady named Brittany. Okay? Now, he made that announcement. Now, I'm not, keep this in mind. I'm not coming down on either side. I'm presenting all these facts. He married this lady named Brittany, apparently, in the offseason. There was no run-up to it. There was no advance notice. There was nothing. He just mentioned it one day at Steelers training camp. He's only mentioned her name. No one has ever seen any photos of her. No one has been able to track down her true identity on social media. Okay? Keep this all in mind. No one has been able to see any past photos. No one knows where she is from. Keep that in mind, right? No one knows any biographical information on this Brittany. Now, no one knows her surname. Okay? No one knows, or very few people, I think I do know, somebody told me and I wonder if they're right, where Aaron Rodgers lives in Pittsburgh. All of that, though. The guy said to me, is there a 0% chance or greater than 0% chance that Aaron Rodgers' wife is a work of fiction? And maybe he just said it and he's really not married. I don't think he would lie to everybody. He's one of two things. It's a work of fiction, or he has been able to keep the greatest form of anonymity in, like, sports history. No one's seen her at a game. No one's seen him go home and have a sneak picture of her. No one's seen him on an off week go anywhere and be photographed with her. Not New York, not Paris, not Rome, not Pittsburgh, not, not Shadyside, not Miami. Nowhere. No one has an inkling of who this young lady is. All they know is he, off the cuff, one time mentioned her as Brittany. Then he said he didn't want to get into his personal life anymore. And the media obliged, and that's cool. And that's where we are with it. The other thing is this. Not that it's the most salacious and biggest story ever, whatever, but it's totally a TMZ kind of story. LeBron James could be 160 miles out in the middle of the ocean, off of Malta or wherever, on a boat, not even be on the outside of the boat, inside in the cabin sleeping. TMZ will have photos of him inside that boat off the coast of Malta or wherever, 180 miles in the middle of the ocean, taking a nap on some little boat somewhere. And you're like, using a helicopter with a big long lens. There have to be people, since the time when training camp started to right now, that have been inspired to try to get photos of Aaron Rodgers' wife. I'm not saying, I think the paparazzi's a bunch of idiots, but they're people that make their living like that. Or there have to be people that have tried to get her identity. We live in a society where we have lost our anonymity. Everybody knows who we are. Everybody knows where we live. Everybody knows what we do. Everybody has Big Brother on us all the time. I kind of really started thinking about this today. If it came out that Aaron Rodgers just threw off everybody's scent and kind of just wanted privacy and said he had a wife and he really doesn't, it wouldn't stun me. It just would not. If he was able to pull off the greatest hiding job in history, that wouldn't stun me either. But it is interesting that we're now months into this, and nobody has so much of a surname. They don't know where she's from. They don't know how old she is. They don't know anything. Normally, they find a high school yearbook or an old neighbor or something. We got 0.000 information on Aaron Rodgers' wife. I'm telling you. Guy hit me this morning with it, and I said, I think you're a lunatic, but maybe, just maybe, you're onto something. Speaking of lunatics, I'll talk to Michael Bartley in just a couple minutes. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Genesis of Monroeville. Margot, do you think he's married?
I don't know. You bring up some good points. It's crazy enough to maybe work.
TMZ finds everybody.
Yeah.
All right, what's traffic look like?
All right, I'm getting a report for an accident on Pierce Mill Road and Graham Road in Pine Township. On the other major roadways, still seeing congestion on the Parkway East outbound starting from Technology Drive heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel because of an accident that they are still clearing. Also looking like slow-moving traffic on the Parkway West outbound starting from Technology Drive heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. And also on the Parkway West outbound, it is slow-moving from the 79 interchange up towards Robinson Town Center. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, you're driving the kids all over the place, right? Maybe you need that Explorer, that Expedition for extra room. Get to Schultz Ford right now. School's back in, and you're driving them, like I said, all over the place. Colin Dunlap here for Schultz Ford. Get to one of the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. They're doing a great business down there, so get there. Always online at schultzford.com. Huge inventory. They got what you need. So go to the website right now, schultzford.com.
As an athlete, I'm all about performance and my overall health. I've wanted to improve my smile for a while, but I thought braces was the only option. A friend of mine mentioned she was improving her smile with Invisalign, so I checked out with my local orthodontist and found out that Invisalign could work for me as well. After a quick scan, my orthodontist created my Invisalign plan, and I couldn't be more excited to start. Check out Invisalign.com to find a doctor in your neighborhood. It's great that there are trained Invisalign doctors in our own community here. Invisalign.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. Openphone.com/TRY.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much angst and anger these days that, you know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at kdkradio.com.
Get Marty is presented by Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Levin Furniture, UPMC Health System, CNS Construction, John Keefe Restaurant Group of Oakmont, and by Robert Pierce and Associates.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival is back. 6 magical weekends through September 28th.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. Eat, drink, and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at pittsburghgrandfest.com.
Here we are, KDKA Radio News Desk. A look ahead what's happening. Top of the hour, Paul Alexander.
Colin, we all know how great Paul Skeens is on the field. How about off the field? Pretty good there as well. We'll explain. Top of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Michael Bartley's in. Michael, I got to say something serious before we start.
Yeah, I just got back from vacation.
Well, I know this. And listen seriously, though. I was reading last week, and I know you had spent some time at your alma mater. It's awful tragic about the lacrosse team at your alma mater.
People were still talking about it.
At Marquette.
I
read a story on this.
Oh, it was and they have a really, really good lacrosse team.
They do. And they had two young men killed.
2 young men killed. I was in Milwaukee for a reunion because I went to Marquette and I went to church. I went to mass at the campus, and those they were still talking about it. I talked to some of the kids. Oh, it was so horrible. Yeah, really bright, handsome kids, and the opposing driver was drunk.
And it was on a city
terrible.
street where there have been a lot of speeders and a lot of drunk drivers.
Not far from the campus.
Correct.
You know, Marquette's an urban campus. You know that.
It would essentially be like if it was on Fifth Avenue or
exactly,
somewhere.
Like exactly.
Like going through Shady Side.
Exactly. And so they were still talking about it.
I was going
to
reach out to you. I knew you were on vacation on it. I didn't want to bother you, but I had read the Journal-Sentinel.
The Journal-Sentinel.
And a couple different reports on it. And they were just kids out having fun on their way home.
They were, I know. And it was, and then it was a head-on deal. She was drunk, allegedly, and but one of the guys at dinner Saturday night recovered the story, and he said it was just awful.
Yeah,
just awful.
Well, I just wanted to let you know I was thinking about you in the community because I just still consume a bunch of papers a day, even though it's not in newspaper form. I just like to read a lot.
Do you like? I wish I still had the paper in my fingers.
I was just saying,
but I'm so used to the iPad stuff now. But I don't know.
You know when I really liked it? On Saturday mornings, you get all those high school football scores and see whose kids scored.
Colin, we have another thing in common. I'm addicted to newspapers.
So do I.
I can't help it. I am. I read I read the New York Times. I read the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, the Post-Gazette, and the Trib every day of my life.
I read a bunch online. I start with the standards, the Trib, the Post-Gazette, the New York Times, USA Today. I'll read the Dallas Morning News, the LA Times, and then kind of go from there if there's a story. Like, I've read a bunch of the Utah papers.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
In the past week.
Yeah,
wherever
me too.
there's kind of a story, I migrate to.
Yeah, me too. And I go, and if there's a story in like Salt Lake City, I went to their news stations. When you were on the air that day, when that story broke, all right? I was in there watching Salt Lake City and local coverage because those folks are on the ground the quickest and they have the best stuff. Well, like if something happened in Pittsburgh.
It still does scream a case for daily journalism.
Me too. I agree.
Get into stuff like
totally
that.
agree. Speaking of which.
What do you got tonight?
All right, now, so Quest for the Best is on from 6 to 8. I'll be up at 8 o'clock. I know everybody wants to talk about this Jimmy Kimmel stuff. At 9:30. Lauren Gailey, Professor Gailey, who's
from Duquesne.
Yeah, yes, you know her.
Yeah.
She's an expert on the First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of expression. She's at a freedom of speech, First Amendment conference with all the experts in North Carolina right now. She's going to step out. There's an event there tonight. Talk to me at 9:30, just to get her take. Everybody take a breath. Everybody calm down. Is this a pattern? Is it not? Are we overreacting? Do we need to be concerned? Just let's let this unravel. But right now on social media, you know as well as I do, it's too hot. It is way too hot. There's a lot of vitriol. People need to chill, in my view.
Well, if I didn't do this for my job, I wouldn't be on social media anywhere near as much as I am on it. I'd probably actually get rid of a couple of the social media channels.
Yeah. By the way, before you go, and I know time is tight, your interview last night I watched, it's kind of gone viral with that homophobe who called you from whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And he didn't understand.
Bill from Irwin?
Yeah, he just didn't. And was he drunk?
No, I don't think so. No.
All right, he was, yeah.
I didn't want to demean him, but I thought I handled it okay.
I got calls from out of town about your interview with him. It's gone viral, I'm telling you.
Wow.
And Colin, you did a hell of a job, and I congratulate you on that. You didn't let him go. And I can't believe in 2025 there's still people that have these thoughts and this non-reasoning about the way God made us. I don't get it.
I said people need to understand before they hate.
You did a good job on that.
Well, that's just the way that I look at it. I don't think you should hate anyway, except very few.
Of course not.
You better understand before you turn your ire to someone.
Absolutely, I'm with you.
All right, Michael, we'll catch him in a little bit. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Margo.
All right, Colin. Still looking like an accident on the Parkway East outbound right before the exit towards Monroeville, and there is a lane restriction. So it is backing up the route all the way to the bend at Bates heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound is brake lights from Technology Drive heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, and traffic on the Parkway West outbound restarts from the 79 interchange as you make your way through Robinson Town Center. With AAA traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom. Adventure awaits, and the 2025 Subaru Outback Onyx is ready at Bowser Subaru to take you wherever you want to go. Take home a 2025 Subaru Outback Onyx from Bowser Subaru and get 1.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru. Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Are you prepared to be transformed into a better version of yourself? Shaped into a force that others can't imagine? We are part of something bigger, a force that never quits. You can transform your life. Check us out at Navy.com. America's Navy, forged by the sea.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Sick of walking into a garage you hate that looks disgusting? Stains, cracks, bad epoxy? Let Comer & Cross fix you up with a gleaming new garage floor today. All it takes is one quick call to 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross concrete floor is going to transform your entire garage. It's going to be like pulling into a car showroom every night. It's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lip like epoxy or paint does, and they make it oh so easy. In and out in one day. That's all it takes. They're going to fix all the cracks and pits perfectly. The people from Comer & Cross, they do the job. No subcontractors. And if you've got a lot of crap in your garage, guess what? They're going to take it out for you. Call Comer & Cross and get the best price of the year, starting with $750 off during their end-of-year garage sale. So here's the number. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Hey, give me your attention right now. Do not, I repeat, do not let the chimney or masonry project wait until next year because summer is over in the blink of an eye. Call Precision Pointing and schedule your free estimate today. Longer that you wait, more it will potentially cost. More damage it can potentially do. So if you have a masonry project, Precision Pointing and Restoration is the place. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net. That's brickpointingpittsburgh.net. Stop procrastinating. Call Precision Pointing.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 81 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. Officials in York County, Pennsylvania say the man they accuse of shooting and killing 3 police officers Wednesday afternoon was lying in wait for them at his ex-girlfriend's house. The story from CBS News reporter Christopher Cruz.
District Attorney Tim Barker says 24-year-old Matthew Ruth shot at the 3 detectives with an AR-15 style rifle, which had a suppressor, killing them as they tried to serve an arrest warrant.
The actor was just inside the door. When the door opened is when he began to fire.
Barker says Ruth's ex-girlfriend and her mother left the home after a domestic incident the day before for their own safety. He says if they hadn't left, he's convinced Ruth would have killed them both as soon as he arrived at their home. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Barker says Ruth's ex-girlfriend's black Labrador was found dead in the basement. New charges against the Armstrong County woman accused of hiding the remains of 4 babies in her home. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has more.
State police and Armstrong County officials announcing the new charges against 39-year-old Jessica Malthy. Malthy is now facing 1 count of criminal homicide, 1 of involuntary manslaughter, and 4 counts each of concealing the death of a child and abuse of a corpse. Malthy had recently been evicted from the Oak Avenue home she'd been renting in Cadogan Township. While in the vacant apartment, the landlord said he noticed an odor in a closet, finding the body of a baby. A subsequent search of the home led to the discovery of the bodies of 3 other infants, which Malthy allegedly delivered and then let die, hiding their bodies in tote bags. She remains in the Armstrong County Jail after being denied bond, due back in court on the 30th for a preliminary hearing on the new charges. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
State police are looking for the man wanted for stealing a motorcycle at gunpoint in Indiana County. 39-year-old Jacob Penrose of North Apollo is accused of stealing the Harley-Davidson Fat Boy last night while he had been meeting with the victim who wanted $3,500 for it. State police found the gun. They say he may now be driving a 2006 silver Ford Escape, which was also reported stolen today. That vehicle was last seen along Route 22 in Westmoreland County. Anyone with information on either stolen vehicle or the whereabouts of Penrose is asked to call 911. A special lunch today for some volunteer firefighters in Monroeville as Star Pirates pitcher Paul Skeens joined philanthropists Dan and Carol Kamen and others in serving them lunch at the Monroeville Public Safety Center. Prior to donning his apron, Skeens talked about his partnership with Gary Sinise Foundation to raise more than $150,000 for the charity. Skeens says it's important to give back.
I think every Major League Baseball player does. I think every athlete does. And I think it's a huge goal of mine and a huge goal of the Pirates to do good with the platform that we have.
Funds from Skeens' campaign helped the firefighting department acquire 8 state-of-the-art infrared sensors to help firefighters locate people inside of a burning building. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 124 points, the NASDAQ up 209, the S&P 500 up 31 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates off today. They will open their final home series of the season. The Oakland Athletics in town tomorrow. First pitch at 6:40. The Penguins began training camp today in the North Hills. KDK Radio News Time 6:03. Time to call Botkin Family Wealth Management, a local veteran-owned independent financial planning and investment firm. Right now it's sunny and 81 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra, is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
The U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Environmental Management will hold a public meeting on Thursday, September 18th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the West Mifflin Administration Building. DOE staff will discuss removal action alternatives for legacy facilities at the Bettis Atomic Power Laboratory. The public is invited to learn about the history of the two Sea Area facilities and to participate in a question and answer session on the proposed removal action alternatives. More information can be found at www.energy.gov/Bettis-C-area. Paid for by RSI.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Here's Margot.
All right, thanks, Paul. Getting a report for an accident on the Parkway East outbound right before the exit towards Monroeville. All lanes are now open. However, it has caused traffic to back up to Technology Drive heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West outbound, it is slow moving from 2nd Avenue. And going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West inbound, it is slow moving from the middle of Green Tree Hill. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mainly clear for tonight, low of 57. Tomorrow, sunshine will mix in with some clouds with a high of 84. Sunshine, some clouds into Saturday and Sunday. Temperatures both days in the mid-80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
This report brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Hey, I'm jazzed about this. Time to stock that freezer with the freshest choice meats in the burg. Thanks to Salem's Market and Grill in the Strip. Amazing place. Lamb chops, steaks cut to order, prime rib, ground meat, wings, and so much more. I'm telling you, the meat is as fresh as you can get, and the prices do not blow your budget. Order online. Use their app to arrange pickup or delivery, or visit Salem's at 29th and Penn in the Strip and grab lunch. Open 7 days a week. Free parking right next door.
Well, folks, fall is fast approaching, and the September Weiner Wellness Weekend is the 19th and 20th with workshops from 10 to 2 on Friday and Saturday featuring Dr. Tracy Stroop, Dr. Len Branswitz, and Dr. Dennis Courtney. A delicious, healthy lunch will be provided from 11 to 2, and, of course, lots of samples, healthy treats, all in honor of Jamie Dorley's birthday. The discounts on your favorite supplements start August 25th. All of this is the World of Wellness, 2419 Baldwick Road, Pittsburgh. That's 2419 Baldwick Road, Pittsburgh.
Shorkey Kia is knocking down payments on all the fan favorites. 25 Kia Sportage Hybrid LX all-wheel drive, only $198 a month for 24 months with $27.93 due at signing, or finance at low 1.9% APR for 60 months. These and more, all with low lease rates, that incredible warranty, and $500 more for your trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Visit us in North Huntington and Wexford or at shorkeykia.com. Call 1-855-410-4037 for complete details on all offers and terms.
I'm talking with John Diagardi of Rome Monument about something he feels people should avoid. John, can you elaborate?
I sure can, Rob. When a loved one passes, their spouse and relatives are under stress. They feel pressure to get things taken care of quickly.
Is that not a good idea?
Not when it comes to the monument. Rob, when the funeral is over, when everyone goes home, the monument is the one thing that is permanent. 50, even 100 years from now, that monument will still be there. Families need to take time to make decisions about the best way to memorialize their loved one.
John, how can families avoid making a costly mistake?
People shouldn't make quick decisions under stress that they'll regret later. For over 80 years, Rome Monument has helped thousands of families create a lasting tribute to their loved ones. And when you're ready, Rome Monument will be there.
Great advice, John. Friends, visit one of Rome Monument's 9 showrooms or learn more at romemonuments.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Time now for the Bowser Chevrolet Quest for the Best High School Football Show.
Live from Dave & Buster's and brought to you by Diulis Law, First National Bank, and by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company.
Here's Dan Zangrilli, Carlos Avco, and the Dean of High School Sports, Mike White.
And good evening. We welcome you to Dave & Buster's here at the waterfront for another round of sound of high school football talk on the eve of what is going to be another exciting week. And we're here along with Mike White of the Post-Gazette, Carlos Zofko, the WPIAL Insider. Dan Zang, really glad to be here, and we're talking all things football here. Week 4 is ready to roll before
and West Mifflin.
And West Mifflin is here. The Titans.
There's a lot of them.
There are a lot of Titans, and they made the trip.
I remember them
down the road. Do you?
Yeah.
Well, it's a miracle that you're remembering anything these days here, as high school sports editor emeritus Mike White. You're headed to Hopewell tomorrow to see one of the new phenoms of the WPIAL, which
Avonworth.
to see Hopewell at Avonworth. And then, we're headed to Carlo Montour to see a really good one between Mars and the Montour Spartans.
Mike's going to see a great lefty quarterback, Boo Boo Armstrong. I'm going to see a great lefty quarterback, Brandon Bennett, at Montour. He's excellent as well.
Yeah, so that's going to be a really good game. It is our KDKA radio game of the week. So we have all of the big games that we'll tell you about, and we have all the burning topics to discuss here over the next 2 hours before, our distinguished guests, the West Mifflin Titans, join us. We had a chance to see West Mifflin in their Week 0 showdown, which was a pretty good one against Westinghouse. That was a nice battle for the Titans. So to see how much the Titans have improved in about a month's time or so. Looking forward to that. They're under the direction of a new head coach that we'll learn about here over the next couple of hours. But we begin, Mike, with, I guess, a few of the burning topics, right, around the WPIL. We're never usually lacking talking points or things to discuss, all the happenings around Western Pennsylvania. And I guess the biggest one, since we last convened on Thursday, is it's an eligibility thing. We're talking about that quite a bit, but the Pine Richland Rams, they were able to get a transfer from Seton LaSalle and Khalil Taylor. He is a Penn State commit. In fact, James Franklin, in the last week, he brought the chopper to the Pine Richland Rams High School. We wanted to try to flip Jay Timmons, who has a commitment to Florida State, one of their talented wide receiver defensive backs. But Khalil Taylor is another guy already in tow for James Franklin. But what is significant here is Taylor transferring fairly last minute, late in the summer, from Seton LaSalle to Pine Richland. A lot of folks were turning their head to the side, raising their eyebrows. Initially, Taylor, and it wasn't really until after Week 0 officially that he was ruled, I think, eligible, if I'm not mistaken, the timeline on it. But usually we'll see eligibility granted with exclusion from the postseason. Okay, so 2 layers to that. Well, he was able to be eligible, Taylor was, fairly late in the summer for the regular season. Postseason was excluded. Well, we have an update on that. This past week it was revealed, Mike, that Taylor was indeed granted postseason eligibility. So a couple of different things. Wonder how and why that happened. Secondly, what does that do for Pine Richland here, the dynamic in taking them to the next level as they compete for a championship in the 5A field, not only at the district level, but you're thinking, okay, they could be also maybe a favorite to win the state crown in Pennsylvania with Taylor eligible now.
Well, Dan, I think, first off, need to explain the rule from the PIAA that they put in probably 6-7 years ago. And the rule is if you transfer after your sophomore season, you are ineligible for the playoffs at your new school if you transfer after your sophomore season, unless you meet a list of exceptions, like a bona fide residence move, your family moves from somewhere. And I wanted to ask you guys, though, this rule, you see, there's a lot of kids who are made ineligible for the playoffs, which people don't know. And there are still some, and you only usually hear about the big names, who get made ineligible, but sometimes are made eligible. And Taylor is one of the bigger names of this. And I don't know. I just would like to know your guys' feelings on the rule and just say this. And a lot of people will say, why is some kids eligible and some kids aren't? Well, because of the list of exceptions that you can be eligible for the postseason after you transfer after your sophomore season.
And what are a few more of them outside of those?
And I'm going to use Taylor as an example. One of them is a transfer resulting from bullying, harassment, and other misconduct directed at the student. You have to have proof of these. And another one is a transfer because of violence or a threat of violence directed against a student. Now, Khalil Taylor, when he transferred, I talked to him the night he transferred, and he said he lived in the Hill District. He wanted to get out of the Hill District. He lived with his mom, his dad. I'd already moved to Pine Richland, coincidentally.
Just 7 days prior.
Yes. Or a couple months before, he said. Anyway, and he said, and it's true, his cousin just got shot and killed in July.
Yeah.
And he was afraid of other repercussions that he was around, and he wanted to get out. And I'm sure he used that, and that falls, if you look at the rules, under one of the exceptions, the violence and the threat of violence. So a lot of people say, well, I don't understand the inconsistencies. Well, they are inconsistent, but you don't know the reasons that the kids use.
Yeah, and a lot of them are under lock and key and are protected and basically sealed when they make these arguments.
Well,
and
usually they have
for
a hearing.
eligibility. Right. And a lot of times they're closed, correct? They're not necessarily open hearings.
Here's the way it is. No, if you have a hearing with the WPIO or the PIAA, it is up. They read the, I hate this because I think that the WPIO puts it in the person's mind. You should close this. They read a statement saying, due to the fact that there may be personal matters disclosed of a student or family, it is up to you whether you have this hearing open or closed to the media.
And they also
90% of them say closed.
Yeah. So almost citing HIPAA law. I mean, almost along the lines of not directly. In that same.
But then the reason why the PIAA put this rule in, and now I want to hear your guys' opinions. Years ago, was they claimed to maybe stop so many transfers and the transfers for athletic intent, and it wouldn't affect like a team getting in the playoffs. That they, it could be a big factor if Khalil Taylor is eligible. I don't know. It has stopped some because I know some kids that wanted to transfer, and they've even said to me, I want to be eligible for the playoffs. I don't want to take the chance. But I don't think it has had that big of an effect. And also, I know a lot of people, look, if you make them eligible for the regular season, how can you make them ineligible for the playoffs?
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's kick it around when we come back. Carlo, I'd like to get your thoughts. And in this particular instance, what I'd also like to get from you, Carlo, is, why would Khalil Taylor transfer? He basically has everything signed, sealed, delivered as far as his future is concerned, right? He's already got that commitment from Penn State. So that's something that I guess I question as to why. And now what does that do logistically for Pine Richland? What level does it take this team that was, I think, a favorite to win the WPIAL again? Are they now basically a surefire champion with him eligible for the postseason? And let's even get the cart way ahead of the horse. Let's look ahead to a potential state championship as well. When we come back here to Dave and Buster's, talking all things high school football on the eve of Week 4. We are at the waterfront later in the 7 o'clock hour, joined by the West Mifflin Titans as our distinguished guests and our team of the week. Carlo Zofko, Mike White, Dan Zang, really back in a moment on KDKA.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Baths R Us, we believe home improvement is life improvement, and that starts with the team who brings your vision to life. Our installers aren't just skilled, they're experts.
This is who we are. This is what we do all day, every day.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, loads and no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Planning your next family getaway? Before you click a book on one of those big travel sites, think about this. They add up to 15% in fees. That's money that could go towards dinners out, souvenirs, and another day of fun. At SWAC Vacation Rentals, we believe your money is for your vacation. By booking directly at swacvacations.com, you save that money for what really matters. The price you see is the price you pay. Find your perfect spot and keep the savings. That's SWAC, SWACK, vacations.com.
Adventure awaits, and the 2025 Subaru Outback Onyx is ready at Bowser Subaru to take you wherever you want to go. Take home a 2025 Subaru Outback Onyx from Bowser Subaru and get 1.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru. Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Tune in to 1020 KDKA Radio for Medical Frontiers with Dr. Gerald Pfeiffer from the Allegheny Health Network every Monday from 7 to 8 p.m. Dr. Pfeiffer and his special guests will cover the information that you want to know about your health and the latest trends in medicine.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Let's return to the Bowser Chevrolet Quest for the Best High School Football Show.
Live from Dave & Buster's.
We're at the waterfront location. Post-Gazette's Mike White, WPIAL insider Carlos Zofko. I'm Dan Zangrilli. Thanking you for joining us. Late in the summer, Khalil Taylor headed to Penn State, one of the more highly recruited junior wide receivers in the state, decided to transfer from Seton LaSalle to the Pine Richland Rams, and was right before the year began, ruled eligible just for the regular season, but this week it came down that he is indeed eligible also for the postseason. Carlo, why would you suppose that Khalil Taylor, outside of the, I guess, you know, the safety read, I mean, he still could have feasibly gone to Seton LaSalle if he wanted to move residences from the Hill District to the North Hills. So I have that question, number one, because, you know, Seton LaSalle was poised to have, and I guess they still are, going to have a pretty good year. And secondly, what do you think this does to the Rams as far as elevating their postseason hopes to not only win a district WPIL championship, but also where are they now in the pantheon of contenders or favorites to win a state crown in 5A?
Yeah, it's very odd that he transferred so late in the process, but, maybe it's just as simple as the health and safety. Was it odd timing? It was just a couple days after Anthony Smith was ruled ineligible, the superstar quarterback from Southmoreland.
It's like one domino fell after the other.
It was just
right? Yeah.
very bizarre, but,
Sure.
I'll take Khalil and his family at their word. It was a health and safety, but, Seton LaSalle loses a guy like that, and Pine Richland gains him, and Pine could have been particularly the favorite in 5A in the entire state. And now you get Khalil Taylor. And let me tell you, Khalil Taylor is that great of a player, especially lining him up against Lawrence Timmons, who is on the other side of him. So that's the deadliest duo in the state, no doubt. And not to mention, they have a wide receiver named Jalen Neals, who probably is a Division I FCS caliber receiver, maybe a D2 kid, who is one of the baddest cats in high school. So
who also transferred back.
Who also transferred back, yeah. I forgot about that. Good point, Mike. So Pine Richland really kind of reloaded there in the summer. So, credit to them. But I'll tell you what, Bishop McDevitt over on the other side of the state, they're reloading as well. So Pine has to do something, and they kind of did. I do think that they're the 5A state favorite. I will say, coming into the year, I thought that they could be the best team in the WPL the last 10 years. After seeing them play Central Catholic, obviously they lost. I don't think the depth is there for them to make that claim. And I'll tell you what, Peters Township and another one is Upper St. Clair. Those two teams are as deadly as ever. I don't think that it's a slam dunk walk in the park for Pine Richland here.
Okay.
And I'll tell you another one is Woodland Hills. That Woodland Hills offense can keep up with a lot of teams as well. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how things go. I think Pine is the favorite, but I'll tell you what, I don't think that they're exponentially better than the competition.
Okay, so we have seen, Mike, better Pine Richland teams in the past than the ones that is currently assembled. Is that fair to say? I mean,
I think that remains to be seen.
Okay.
Right now, no, I don't think they're as good as the Phil Jerkovic team in senior year that won the state championship.
Agreed.
I mean, they had Division I guys, and they're just really good high school players. And I'm not ready to make that claim yet, but they could be. They could be very good. They have size. They have athletes. They have a seasoned quarterback. There's not much they're lacking.
I will say, not that they're lacking this, but comparatively to Upper St. Clair and Peters Township especially, they don't get after the quarterback like those two do. And even Central Catholic, Central Catholic made Ubi Strader's night that Friday night.
St. Clair hasn't played anybody yet. I still.
But that's not their fault. And they
I know it's not, but I want to see.
Lebanon. Yeah, agreed.
And we will find out in that conference, right?
Next week, Peters.
Yeah, we'll get a pretty good idea there. All right, do stay with us. Coming up in just a moment, I want to maybe get a check-in on the health of Keeman Spell. We talked about one of the better wide receivers in the junior class in this area, in Khalil Taylor. Guys, I don't know if you've talked to anybody or sourcing as to whether or not that Spell will be ready to roll against an Upper St. Clair team that's going to be an intriguing matchup, right? So
he's not.
There
was a little birdie on my roof of my patio roof today.
He's trying to throw out the bait there, Mike.
He's very, 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 very doubtful.
Perhaps in his 51st year, he'll get the art of the
Oh,
teams.
man.
But nevertheless.
That was awesome.
You asked me.
That was awesome.
Never one to bury the lead.
You asked me.
Do stay.
I answered.
He won't bury
Central Catholic's winning 6-8, Dan.
He won't bury the lead, but he's picked out his burial vault. The now retired Mike White, inviting you to stay tuned along with Carlo Zofko. I'm Dan Zangrilli here on Quest for the Best. He's the best. And we're back in a moment on The Voice of Pittsburgh.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 82 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick for your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath. Trust PJ.com. Officials in York County, Pennsylvania say the man they accuse of shooting and killing 3 police officers Wednesday afternoon was lying in wait for them at his ex-girlfriend's house. The story from CBS's news reporter Christopher Cruz.
District Attorney Tim Barker says 24-year-old Matthew Ruth shot at the 3 detectives with an AR-15 style rifle, which had a suppressor, killing them as they tried to serve an arrest warrant.
The actor was just inside the door. When the door opened is when he began to fire.
Barker says Ruth's ex-girlfriend and her mother left the home after a domestic incident the day before for their own safety. He says if they hadn't left, he's convinced Ruth would have killed them both as soon as he arrived at their home. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
New charges against the Armstrong County woman accused of hiding the remains of 4 babies in her home. This radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
State police and Armstrong County officials announcing the new charges against 39-year-old Jessica Malthy. Malthy is now facing 1 count of criminal homicide, 1 of involuntary manslaughter, and 4 counts each of concealing the death of a child and abuse of a corpse. Malthy had recently been evicted from the Oak Avenue home she'd been renting in Cadogan Township. While in the vacant apartment, the landlord said he noticed an odor in a closet, finding the body of a baby. A subsequent search of the home led to the discovery of the bodies of 3 other infants, which Malthy allegedly delivered and then let die, hiding their bodies in tote bags. She remains in the Armstrong County Jail after being denied bond, due back in court on the 30th for a preliminary hearing on the new charges. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
A special lunch today for some volunteer firefighters in Monroeville as Star Pirates pitcher Paul Skeens joined philanthropists Dan and Carol Kamen and others in serving them lunch at the Monroeville Public Safety Center. Prior to donning his apron, Skeens talked about his partnership with the Gary Sinise Foundation, raising more than $150,000 for the charity. Skeens says people that can should give back.
I think every Major League Baseball player does. I think every athlete does. And I think it's a huge goal of mine and a huge goal of the Pirates to do good with the platform that we have.
Funds from Skeens' campaign helped the fire department acquire 8 state-of-the-art infrared sensors to help firefighters locate people inside of a burning building. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 124 points, the Nasdaq up 209, the S&P 500 up 31 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofers. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. They are Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Pirates off today. They open their final home series of the season. The A's in town tomorrow. First pitch at 6:40. The Penguins on the ice today, the first day of training camp at the Lemieux Center in the North Hills. KDK Radio News Time, 6:32. Time to call Carlos at Greater Pitt Tree Service if you're concerned about your trees. Call 412-884-TREE. Our next update at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander in the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Shorkey Kia is knocking down payments on all the fan favorites. 25 Kia Sportage Hybrid LX all-wheel drive, only $198 a month for 24 months with $27.93 due at signing, or finance at low 1.9% APR for 60 months. These and more, all with low lease rates, that incredible warranty, and $500 more for your trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Visit us in North Huntington and Wexford or at shorkeykia.com. Call 1-855-410-4037 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Right now, Guardian Protection is giving you even more peace of mind. Get a free indoor camera plus 3 free months of visual verification. That means when an alarm goes off, trained professionals can access your camera's video feed to help verify threats in real time. Fewer false alarms, faster emergency response, and smarter protection for your home. Don't miss out. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today to claim your free camera and 3 months of added protection. Terms and conditions apply.
Indulge your senses with the perfect blend of wine, music, and dining at City Winery in the Strip District Terminal. Enjoy live performances from legendary artists and local favorites in an intimate listening room designed for an unforgettable concert experience. Savor locally sourced food and award-winning wine, all in a setting that brings music and flavor together like never before. Whether it's a night out with friends or a special occasion, make it memorable. Reserve your table now at citywinery.com/Pittsburgh.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's time for KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Here's Margot.
All right, thanks, Paul. I'm getting a report for an accident on the 600 block of Commonwealth Place in the city. On the other major roadways, still seeing a bit of congestion going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West outbound, starting from the county jail. The Parkway West inbound is congested from the middle of Green Tree Hill as you make your way into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Mainly clear for tonight, low of 57. Then for tomorrow, sunshine will mix in with some clouds, a high of 84. Remaining quite warm through this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, sun and clouds with temperatures in the mid-80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want while you sleep. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. Wake up to your friends, weekday mornings on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling, because at AHN, we see you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Back to the Bowser Chevrolet Quest for the Best High School Football Show.
Live from Dave & Buster's.
And welcome back to the show. The West Mifflin Titans join us in the second hour, and we appreciate them having fun, hanging out, eating all the food, drinking all the drinks, playing all the games here at the Casino for Kids. We'll be post-game at the North Hills location tomorrow night, so stop by after your Friday night game if you are up in the North Hills area. It's right at McKnight and Babcock. Carlo and Paul Alexander will host WPIAL tonight. And
good luck beating my high score in the football throwing game.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Good luck.
Yeah, well,
good luck.
You shouldn't qualify, former quarterback that you were, for such a prestigious institution.
Did he ever get in a game?
Carlo?
Well, I think so. A couple times.
But, a couple mop-up duties. I had to say that.
Got a lot of QB kneel work in.
There you go. Victory formation. Nobody does it better than Carlo Zofko. Mike White of the Post-Gazette is here. Keeman Spell, he's not going to play tomorrow against Upper St. Clair. Do we know anything else?
As I said, a little birdie on my roof told me that he very likely will not play because it's a non-conference game again.
And why would you if you're McKeesport?
I
agree. You got to ride your horse, and he's a dang good one.
Yeah, understood. But McKeesport, if they do what they can and should do in conference, and we talk about the seeding.
Mm-hmm. It's a big game.
It's a big game.
It would be a big win. I don't think that they will be knocked for losing to a 5A school, but if they were to beat Upper St. Clair, I would think you have to make them the one.
Not only that, or even if they play them closely.
Do you think the Whitfield would look at that?
I mean, if it's a one-possession game or a three-point game and Upper St. Clair barely squeaks by, depending on what St. Clair goes on to do the rest of the way,
right.
I think that's something that, the committee looks at everything when they're putting the seating together. They go through the whole schedule. They go game by game. They take into account. It's really in-depth, thorough investigation that they do on schools' resumes, and we talk about 4A in particular because there are so few seeds and the home games are going to be absolutely precious. They lost to Thomas Jefferson earlier this year, did McKeesport. And I'm not advocating or stumping, I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate. We say, non-conference game, we fluff it off, we move along.
But in 4A, it does matter in 4A. If anything, it matters in 4A.
So, I don't know what percent he is.
I think if he came back after he hurt it
too early,
and it was too early, and he hurt it again. I think if he didn't come back and waited another week, I think he would probably be okay. And I think because of that, they're saying, we're not rushing him back.
Yeah.
Right.
Because we don't want him to be hurt again.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because if there was a year for McKeesport,
this is it.
This is it.
What about next year? Just too much surrounding spell that is going to graduate, you think?
I think it's a little bit of a perfect storm. TJ is rebuilding this year. I mean, they just got kind of creamed by Avonworth. Bell Vernon, another rebuild for Bell Vernon ever since they lost Quinn Martin back-to-back years. You go down a little bit. So teams in that realm, another one that I think is close is Mars. This could be a year for a team like Mars to get over the hump. And not to mention Aliquippa is in 4A for a final year. They don't have a top-end running back like they normally do. So if there was a year to get 4A, it's here. And another one, Montour's rebuilding as well.
Now, speaking of Aliquippa, they went down to the wire last week against Mars. They come back, they get Mars, one-possession game. Not that all the ills are cured in Quip Nation. We were talking last week, is Aliquippa in trouble? Mars, I think, a pretty good team. That's a tough one for Mars. They go into Montour. That's going to be another good game, dogfight. We'll talk about that coming up a little bit later. But did Aliquippa show us anything in that victory against Mars? Is that something that they should have won? Did they write their season in any way? Let's kick that around.
Not surprised they won. And I think they're a contender still. I said it last week. And one of the reasons is because I don't think 4A is very strong.
Yeah, that's just the reality of 4A right now. Last year was super strong. This year, not so much.
I still don't think, I think Mars has problems offensively. I saw them play, and last week they only scored one touchdown again. I think Bethel only scored one offensive touchdown. TJ has some issues.
Like TJ as a sophomore quarterback.
With Amazon Business, smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
It's the Bowser Chevrolet Quest for the Best High School Football Show.
Live from Dave & Buster's.
We're back. First time in my career I've been knocked off the air by a pallet of French fries, but we were.
We didn't even get a drive-by on those French fries.
I got to bring this up because it just remember one of the best ever events in Quest for the Best history. And you know what I'm going to say. When we got knocked off the air, shooters of flood.
Yeah, the flash flooding.
Yep. With Central Catholic.
There was 2 feet of water in about 45 seconds.
He was standing on a chair on the air saying, "Oh, we got to go." Dan Grilly really showed a lot of his moxie. Standing there on a chair. "Oh, we got to go. Here comes water. We're going to be back."
Well, Mike, I got you out of harm's way so you didn't get electrocuted. I know you need extra time to move around, and you're not as spry as you used to, so I made the preemptive strike here as the dam broke and the floods came in.
It was like a live play-by-play.
It was, yeah. And then, we had to get up on the table.
He acted like a tsunami was coming.
Well, there was a lot of water.
There was a lot of water quickly. And it was going in the wires.
We were wired to electronics. And
I don't know if people listen to us care about this.
No, they don't.
But it was one of the best moments ever in Quest for the Best.
Of course.
And Central Catholic kids, I think, were on the air, and they had to get off.
Yeah, we did. And then we had to take our shoes off and wade through the water, and it was unique. And I think you were the guy that was there taking video footage, not getting out of harm's way.
Yeah, you were.
I did.
Yeah, you'd be the guy when the Titanic was about to sink. Hold on, let me take a selfie here.
I think Bradley Gompers was by me, so I was fine.
Oh, there you go. Well, yes, knocked off the air by the French fry cart, and I'm just proud of you, Mike, for not reaching in there and picking a fry as it went by off and said,
I got a couple.
Yeah. So anyway, where were we? Here we were talking about Aliquippa. They come back, they win against Mars. The 4A field in the WPIL largely up for grabs, mediocre.
It's questionable.
And I was asking, okay, Thomas Jefferson, how much trouble are they in with so few playoff spots in 4A? Do you think they have a seat at the table? And what does that playoff outlook look like, considering what they put on film against, yes, albeit a very, very good 3A team in the Avonworth Antelopes? Bill Cherpak went on the record, said that Avonworth would win it in 4A if they stayed healthy. So, Thomas Jefferson, you mentioned the term rebuild. So, what does that actually look like?
Well, I think having the 2-quarterback system is never a recipe for success in the playoffs.
They used mostly one last week.
They did use one?
Yes,
okay.
mostly.
I had a feeling they were going to.
But they got problems there at that position.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, Luke Costco was a dude last year, and he put it all over the field to Braden White. I mean, those two aren't coming out of the backfield. Tyler Eber, he's getting it 30 times a game, which is great. He's a great player. But when
doesn't have Shep Turk blocking for him.
When you don't have that play action deep ball, the defense can cheat up, and certainly Avonworth did last week. So yeah, I think 4A, and I think that makes it fun. Makes it many people vulnerable to upsets. But I wouldn't put it past Bill Cherpak to figure it out and take home another crown.
And it's very key to Aliquippa's future, what they do in the playoffs.
Yes,
as I've said last week and reiterated in a column today.
Yeah, and break that out and catch people up to speed. What is indeed at stake there?
Due to the PIAA competition classification formula, I'm not going to get into how it's with transfers and also success points. Basically, the bottom line is Aliquippa was moved up a few years ago to 4A, so they are classified as a 4A team. If they make it to the WPIL championship, this year, they will stay in 4A. If they don't make it to the WPL championship, they will drop to 3A.
Now, here's a question, Mike. Is their enrollment 3A?
No, it doesn't matter because it goes by what you played last.
Gotcha.
Regardless of your classification because of enrollment or if you were bumped up.
So they can't drop to 2A?
No.
Okay.
It goes by what you played last.
Okay.
Even if it's because you were bumped up.
Gotcha.
Wonder if Aliquippa would want to stay at 4A. Because I think they were okay playing at 4. Their big contention was going to 5, which was about to happen. So let's say all of this happens.
I'm going to say they would. I think they would welcome the drop to 3A.
And I think so as well, just because if Aliquippa wants to be where they're normally at, which is championship contenders, they would be bumped up to 5A in 2 years, you know. So they would probably just want to reset their clock, I feel like.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and that's fair. Last week, maybe not necessarily a huge surprise that they won against Seneca Valley, but it's what Norwin did. Should we start talking about the Norwin Knights here? And, yeah, you're rubbing your hands together. This is a juicy little topic here because we have been waiting
Tristan Tavares
for so many years for the Norwin Knights to kind of throw a fly into the ointment here or be the fly in the potato salad. And you know what John Durham used to say about the old fly in the potato salad, right, Mike? Come on.
Fill me in again. I know you've told me.
It doesn't eat much, but it sure as heck changes the taste.
Yeah.
So could that be Norwin in the 6A field, considering not only just that they got Seneca Valley last week on the road, if I'm not mistaken, but they waxed the floor with an otherwise, we'll call them average to slightly above
Fairly
Seneca Valley team. Yeah. So that opened my eyes. Did it open yours?
I have been banging this Tristan Tavares drum for years. He got injured last year in the North Allegheny game. They were up 14-8 at halftime on NA. He gets injured, then NA just wipes the floor with him. I have North Allegheny on upset alert, so much so.
You took
I'm
Norwin.
actually taking Norwin.
So wait a second. You think that
week.
Norwin is going to beat NA tonight or tomorrow night?
You know, talking to some people around town, I said this to a couple people, and they all kind of, they were kind of taken back and then kind of like, I think you might be right. I would say in the WPIAL right now, Tristan Tavares is a top 5 player right now. He's probably going to be
Who
a
is he?
Division
Give us a scoop.
Quarterback.
He's the quarterback of Norwin. He can tuck it and run. I mean, he's shifty like you can't believe. He's only 5'8", but then all of a sudden he's running around in the backfield. He stops on a dime and will throw it 50 yards down the field on a rope. He's excellent.
You know, he led the WPL in passing 2 years ago as a sophomore.
Yeah.
Led the entire WPL.
He is excellent. And
anybody on him?
He's going. He's very small. He's 5'8". He will probably go to a Division III school and become an All-American. I would bet you a PSAC school kind of takes a flyer on him late, but he is a high school football player and one that I wouldn't want to tackle all night long. If he gets knocked out again, absolutely, I love NA there. But I took Norwin this week. I think they could do it.
Hey, any way to make 6A a little more exciting, right? Because we've been waiting and waiting and waiting for some of these teams that really, they have no excuse.
It could be Norwin and Hempfield this year.
Well, there's no excuse.
Because Kanemak and Mount Lebanon look like, woo.
What happened to Lebo?
That's another one that's
baffling.
Hard to figure out.
Baffling.
How they fell so fast.
And they have talent.
Yeah. 3 head coaching changes in a matter of three head coaches, in 3-4 years, I guess it is.
I will say, North Allegheny beating Hempfield how they did last week, it's alarming for my Norwin pick because North Allegheny, I mean, I'm not saying that they're down or anything because they are good. I just think this could be the year Norwin finally gets over the hump. If it's going to be any year, it's going to be this year.
And it's amazing that just 6A isn't more interesting. Is that fair?
It's boring. It's a little more interesting this year because of the new teams.
And what are the excuses for Norwin? What are the excuses for Hempfield? What are the excuses for Cannon McMillan? What are the excuses for Mount Lebanon? All fairly affluent areas. Their facilities are strong.
They have talent.
Their net is wide enough to cast. By all accounts, coaching maybe in some of these schools could be better, but I don't think it's abhorrent at all. But is it just a matter of the district, the boards not valuing properly?
You know, if you ask Bobby Palco, he was very, very adamant. It's the dang parents. They can't take the parents. They expect so much. from a high school head coach, you can't do it.
And Lebo is competitive enough that I don't necessarily throw them into the category. And it's been, 5 or so years since they did win that state championship. They went on that great run. But I'm talking more so the Hempfields, the Norwins, even when Baldwin was in 6. I mean, all of those schools in 6A. When we talk about Central and NA,
you can't figure it out.
They're in this class by themselves. But how and why?
Is it almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy where it's like, well, we're never going to beat Central and NA in the same year, so why try?
You could throw Butler in there too.
Sure.
I mean, they used to be 1 or 2 or 3 as far as the size of the school when they can't ever win. And Dan, it's I've heard people say, well, Hempfield and Butler, their communities, their districts are so spread out as opposed to North Allegheny and Pine, where the district is more compact.
So the density has something to do with.
I'm just saying.
I know why you're saying that,
Yeah.
but I mean that logic is, to me, that's as flawed as anything, and that's an excuse. That's a crutch, and maybe it starts with that mindset.
Yeah.
We can't instead of we can.
It's odd. It's odd.
So that's why, I mean, to me, 6A is boring, but they really have no excuse for their blandness.
I don't think you can compare any of them to Central because that's a totally different animal.
Of course, it's a private school.
They get players from everywhere, but you can't compare them to. They should be a little more competitive at times with North Allegheny and
Seneca Valley. I mean, they're right there on the
Seneca,
on the cusp of Pine, Richland, and North Allegheny.
They just can't get it done.
It's wild. That is absolutely wild to me. And let's go even further south, Cannon McMillan. That is that area is blowing up.
Cannon McMillan was.
People are flocking
in the right
there.
direction for a minute there, and this year,
But
they had
really,
a nice win versus South
really,
Bend, and they lay an egg.
But really, besides a few years when Guy Montecalvo was there, they have never done anything.
Well, and that's when they were small, little Washington County, kind of small potatoes. Now that area is just absolutely. I mean, it's booming down there. I mean, that is a growing district. Everything that is happening or happened to Pine Richland
South
20
Fayette.
years ago.
Right up the road, South Fayette.
Correct.
And look what they're doing.
I understood, but I mean,
Cannon Mac will tell you, their 4 best players are playing for Central Catholic right now. So there's that too.
Fair
Ashton
enough.
Blatt.
Okay. Well, hey, at least there's an explanation, to the why. All right, coming up next, the West Mifflin Titans in the house. We look forward to talking to Coach Pugh and a number of Titan players here at Dave & Buster's at the waterfront. Thanks for joining us. Quest for the best, all things high school football on the eve of Week 4. The WPIL insider, Carlos Ofco, Post-Gazette, high school sports writer, editor emeritus, Mike White. Dan's angrily back in a moment here on the voice of Pittsburgh and the flagship station of the WPIL, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Fire doesn't wait, and neither should you. When disaster strikes, call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Fire damage? Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van. Call Service Master.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Honey,
I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Long live the king.
Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. 6 magical weekends through September 28th.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers and musicians, comedy, games, fine arts and crafts. Eat, drink and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discounts available at Shop and Save locations.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 80 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. New charges against the Armstrong County woman accused of hiding the remains of 4 babies in her home. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has more.
State police and Armstrong County officials announcing the new charges against 39-year-old Jessica Malthy. Malthy is now facing 1 count of criminal homicide, 1 of involuntary manslaughter, and 4 counts each of concealing the death of a child and abuse of a corpse. Malthy had recently been evicted from the Oak Avenue home she'd been renting in Cadogan Township. While in the vacant apartment, the landlord said he noticed an odor in a closet, finding the body of a baby. A subsequent search of the home led to the discovery of the bodies of 3 other infants, which Malthy allegedly delivered and then let die, hiding their bodies in tote bags. She remains in the Armstrong County Jail after being denied bond, due back in court on the 30th for a preliminary hearing on the new charges. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
The mother of Officer Michael Crawshaw unveiled some disturbing news that happened at the gravesite of her late son. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has the details.
In a recent social media post, Linda Crawshaw expressed heartbreak over a theft at her son's gravesite. "I try every day to keep faith in the goodness of humanity, but some days are very difficult," she wrote. Crawshaw says someone stole 2 blue police lights placed beside Michael's headstone, along with a law enforcement memorial medal. Greg Dickey, sales manager at Northside Catholic Cemetery, confirmed he was made aware of the incident on Wednesday and called it a despicable act.
It's disgraceful. It's disgusting. It's the lowest form of life to me that there is. How somebody can do that to someone else's grave.
Dickey says he has not yet spoken with the Crawshaws, but is ready to help in any way he can. Officer Crawshaw was shot and killed in the line of duty in 2009. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
September is one of 2 peak months for deer ticks here in western Pennsylvania. Dr. Mike Hutchinson of Animal General in Cranberry Township he says we're in a nightmare season.
There are loads and loads. I mean, look at this dry weather we've been having and warm weather. And you can't, in my property, you can't walk out 10 yards and not come back with ticks. And I mean that if you go into the wooded area.
His advice is twofold. Keep your pet on a monthly tick prevention medication year-round. In addition, fill up a spray bottle with 90% Listerine, 10% water. Shake it up and spray it on your dog's coat before you go out. He says the spray helps repel ticks, and the tick medicines will kill them. A special lunch today for some volunteer firefighters in Monroeville as star Pirate pitcher Paul Skeens joined philanthropists Dan and Carol Kamen and serving others lunch at the Monroeville Public Safety Center. Prior to donning his apron, Skeens talked about his partnership with the Gary Sinise Foundation to raise more than $150,000 for the charity. Skeens says, if you have the ability to, you should give back.
I think every Major League Baseball player does. I think every athlete does. And I think it's a huge goal of mine and a huge goal of the Pirates to do good with the platform that we have.
Funds from Skeens' campaign helped the fire department acquire 8 state-of-the-art infrared sensors to help firefighters locate people inside a burning building. KDKA Sports, Pirates with a day off today. They will host their final series at home of the season starting tomorrow against the A's. First pitch at 6:40. The Penguins began their training camp today at the Mario Lemieux Center in the North Hills. We'll return to Quest for the Best right after this on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, Supervisor and Funeral Director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and delisandroltd.com.
Hey, Bucco fans, it's time for our annual Fan Appreciation Series, presented by Sheetz, September 19th through the 21st, when the Pirates take on the Athletics, with special discounts for this series, including 25% off select tickets and concessions. Enjoy fireworks, fun, and prize giveaways during the last series of the season, all as a thank you to the best fans in baseball. Get your tickets today at pirates.com/fan appreciation.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh announces its 25-26 season at Heinz Hall. 7 events will broaden your perspective and deepen your understanding of the world around you. Featuring Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, and National Geographic photographer Christina Mittermeier. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mainly clear for tonight, low of 57. Tomorrow, sunshine will mix in with some clouds at the high of 84. Sunshine, some clouds into Saturday and Sunday. Temperatures both days in the mid-80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
This is attorney Christine Brown-Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
Let's return to the Bowser Chevrolet Quest for the Best High School Football Show.
Live from Dave & Buster's.
Welcome back to Quest for the Best. I'm the Whippio Insider, Carlos Offco. Joined with me is Mike White of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and we got Wes Mifflin head coach B.J. Pugh with us. Coach, welcome to the show, my friend.
Well, thanks for having me, guys.
Now, this is your second time on KDKA Radio. You did the media day earlier this year, right?
I absolutely did and loved every moment of it.
We love to hear that. Now, Coach, year one at West Mifflin, how are things going so far? Is it a little bit of a rebuild? Are you, or was there any curveballs thrown at you this year so far?
I wouldn't say any curveballs. Obviously you look at the record, it's not what we want it to be and what we envision it to be. However, I'm looking at the bigger picture, and what I'm looking for is growth, progress, buy-in from the team members, buy-in from the staff in the school, the whole community, things like that, and I'm seeing that happen.
On the right track there.
So the wins aren't necessarily happening in the win-loss column, but they're happening in daily life. And that's probably the most important thing as to what I wanted to get established in year one anyway. So,
when we had you earlier in the summer, you had me ready to run through a wall with you, talking about your defensive philosophy, and you didn't want to really get into the X's and O's. Now that it's a little bit on film, you were talking about just being aggressive and relentless to the ball. Are you seeing that with the Titans this year? How are you feeling with the defense? 'Cause I know that you love it.
Right, so we came out on fire, I thought, against a really, really good Elizabeth forward team with a great scheme and doing things X and O wise that can confuse you, and we just kind of went exactly in the direction I wanted with 11 crazies rallying to the ball and things like that, but some fundamentals failed us. We were physical. I thought we were really smacking people like the way we wanted to, but we weren't finishing those hits. We weren't wrapping. We weren't taking people to the ground and such. And so after that week, we went straight to, and the guys will tell you, they tackle every day.
Basic tackle
They
drills,
tackle
yeah.
every day now at practice, and I saw an improvement right from there. Again, you don't see it with the end score and such, but I do like a lot of the things.
See the building blocks
as to where they're supposed to be going and things like that in that direction. And I don't think anyone's backing down. No one's cowering from anything. One thing that I wanted to establish, sometimes you're going to end up outmatched, but we can't worry about that. We just have to go out and just give everything we have till the final play. And I've seen that happen. Maybe not out of the gate, but we're maturing into that. So and we just got to keep doing that, and we'll be okay.
Nice.
Talking with BJ Pugh, the West Mifflin first-year coach, and BJ, I think you better say all the right things because you got about 30 West Mifflin guys in their jerseys eyeing you up, watching
they've been in the
everything
weight
you
room.
say
They're
here.
flexing over here. They look good.
I'm a little nervous myself. I better say the right things here. No, I wanted to ask you, look at your schedule. I mean, it's been really rough. Elizabeth forward, Avonworth, Baldwin.
You did get Baldwin.
Bethel Park. You got TJ this week. 1-3. Is there, a first-year coach, do you have to do anything? Well, what needs to change? We're almost halfway through the season. What's the biggest thing if this team is going to have some success?
Consistency from start to finish. The best version of us on any given play is as good as anybody out there. I really believe that. And I've seen it where on a certain play, all 11 execute, and I just sit there and smile like, wow, this is what we're about. The problem is it's not happening every single play. There's a breakdown. And that happens when you have 11 people who are supposed to function as one, even on the best teams around. There are breakdowns. The problem is there just are too many at one time, on a more regular basis than what we want. And I think that, in the message, I'm not afraid to stand in front of them right now talking, because I'm comfortable doing that with them, is that it isn't Friday nights that you have to do that. That has to be the Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. Like Friday, you can just go out and perform what you've rehearsed all week. And so some of the habits, I think, that were in place weren't necessarily believing that really is the case. And so they're learning by fire, really, baptism by fire, if you will. When you mention the schedule, you take Elizabeth Forward as a top 2 or 3 team in AAA, who is well versed and had a senior quarterback who's unbelievable. Then you go against Avonworth, who I think is the best team in the WPIL right now. Out of all the teams, they are sound in all facets, and I don't care what classification. And I think one of the best to ever do it, who we're going to see tomorrow night, even alluded to that last week when he said that team, that's a version of the 2019 TJ team who I witnessed when my son won a state championship with him.
Yep.
That was a dominant team. Avonworth is on that exact same level. Like, they did remind me of that. Baldwin is Baldwin, and no disrespect to those guys. I was proud of what we did to them. You know, we beat a team that you're supposed to beat like that in that facet. So that made me say, okay, we're doing certain things right. You know, and then you go against Bethel that they do. If there's something that could be done on a football field, they've done it and they do it, and it's all to create the smoke and mirrors and whatnot. And then they just get at you. They're really, really good at what they do, and they've been doing it, and they're impressive with all those things. And our guys, again, the confusion slowed us down a little early, but then when we settled, we played with those guys. We played with Avonworth. You know, Coach John Core said to me after the game, I know him personally when we talked, and he said, you know, I was trying to get 35 on the board so that we could get it running, and we couldn't do it to you. You guys really, really battled and shut us down like when you needed to. And I said, yeah, we just had to, like, take a breath and focus. It's football. And just be us, you know.
That's a major characteristic you want in a team, right? It doesn't matter the score. You're not backing down no matter what.
They'll tell you. I said ignore the scoreboard, you know, and I didn't say it once we were down. I said it Thursday night. You know, like, we're not going to pay attention to those things. Like, we just got to go out and battle. The best version of us can beat anybody, but it's got to be consistency all throughout all 4 quarters, but really Monday through Thursday, because then it just becomes natural. So those habits aren't natural for us yet, and that's what we're trying to build on and focus on. And so with them sitting here facing us right now, I am throwing that challenge that forget about, you know, all those things on Friday nights. It's Monday through Thursday. It's how you prepare on Saturdays if you watch film, and if you get in the weight room, like, you can't fake your way through it. You'll get exposed. You know.
Well, some of them look a little mad. I don't know.
They know that it's real. You know, that's one thing that I haven't sugar-coated things with them.
Yeah.
You know, like, if anything, when they walk away, they could probably look anyone in the eye and say, you know, one thing about Coach Pugh was that he was honest and very blunt with us and real. And sometimes I'm in their face about some of those things, and other times I'm patting them on the back. I told them I'll build them up when they deserve that, okay, and then I'm going to break them down when they need that as well. But you know, that's just the only way that I know, you know, how to be.
Got to ask you mentioned your son. Really, really good high school quarterback on a state championship team. He's done with college now. What's Jake Pugh doing nowadays?
So Jake is coaching in college at his alma mater at Washington and Jefferson.
Oh, is he?
He is.
Oh, you
yes.
got your W&J shirt.
Coach Sirianni.
It just happened to be that way, to be honest with you. Like, our school, we're doing some themes for Mental Health Week and things like that. And today, 5th grade was supposed to wear red. The only red that I have has W&J stuff on it, so I threw it on. And then my West Mifflin gear that I could have worn into here was a little too dirty. I didn't want to be seen in public with that, so sorry, guys.
I'd like to do this for guys who have been around. Like, you played at West Mifflin. Now you're coaching. You were assistant for a long time. Best player you ever coached against, played against?
Whew, that's going deep.
Or maybe two.
Does it have to be at the high school level?
Yeah.
The best player I played against,
or
coached against, seen, did anything that I had to scheme against, or any of that stuff live. I would say that that's a tie. No, I'm going to go with Jason Barr from McGuffey.
Really? Back in the 90s?
In the early
mid-90s?
Yeah. The kid, I told them
with
about
Frank
him.
Swarton, the coach.
Yeah, that kid was unreal. They were, but proud moment. I was a sophomore. It was homecoming game, playing down in the pit at West Mifflin on a Saturday afternoon because we didn't have lights. And they were ranked number 1 in the state, coming in 5-0, pounding their chest, and we beat them 41-19. You know what I mean? It was like one of those, and we were 2-2-1. You know, we weren't expected to be in a game with them. No one except for the guys in the locker room believed in it. But you know, that kid, he was a man amongst boys, and I just respect him so much. And he went to Georgia Southern, I believe. He broke his femur and ended up going to W&J.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
But he was phenomenal.
He was one of the leading rushers in WPL history.
Yeah,
these guys don't know, but
I respect those old school guys a little bit differently. Think about this: they ran a wing tee, never threw the football.
Yes.
Everyone in the stadium knew that kid was carrying it, and he still would walk away with 250,
and
300
they beat
yards.
Blackhawk in the championship the one year upset them.
And it was always Blackhawk.
Yep.
You know, those were the teams. Sometimes a Bell Vernon was in the mix. Yeah, so him for sure. You know, I would say in the 2000s when I started coaching. You know, Russell Shell was really, really good. You know, he was probably one of the better ones that I saw. Paul Poslesny, really, really good. And Tyler Palka was up there as well. You know, just that kid was a football player in every facet, too. So
He was a dog.
Yeah, those guys were really, really good.
Coach, it was awesome having you on the show. We're going to come back with a couple of the Titans themselves. This is Quest for the Best coming back right after this.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in. Cool as can be. Tap GoodRx. Saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. Deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Tune in to KDKA Radio every Thursday at 2:37 p.m. for your weekly Medicare update with Lisa Lauro from Secure Money Health. Lisa will provide you information on everything related to Medicare and how to prepare for it. Brought to you by Secure Money Health.
Well, folks, fall is fast approaching, and the September Weiner Wellness Weekend is the 19th and 20th with workshops from 10 to 2 on Friday and Saturday featuring Dr. Tracy Stroop, Dr. Len Branswitz, and Dr. Dennis Courtney. A delicious, healthy lunch will be provided from 11 to 2, and of course, lots of samples, healthy treats, all in honor of Jamie Dorley's birthday. The discounts on your favorite supplements start August 25th. All of this is the World of Wellness, 2419 Baldwick Road, Pittsburgh. That's 2419 Baldwick Road, Pittsburgh.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling, because at AHN, we see you.
Back to the Bowser Chevrolet Quest for the Best high school football show.
Live from Dave & Buster's.
That's right. We are live from Dave & Buster's. Quest for the Best is back. Carlo Zofko here with Mike White, and we got a couple West Mifflin Titans with us. We got Jordan Cobbs, the big superstar defensive end and tight end who's a junior. And we got Zawan Glover here, the sophomore quarterback, voted captain by his teammates as a sophomore. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
How does a sophomore get voted captain?
You got to put in hard work for it.
I love to hear that. Now, do you find him running down the seam a lot? Is this your go-to guy?
Man, no, not really, but he could be if he, yeah.
Good. Did you have hands? Can you cut?
I catch a little bit.
Oh, here we go. Okay, maybe a little, bootleg left. Throw it down the seam. I love that.
Zawan, Mike White here. I got to ask you. You had a quarterback as a freshman there last year. He transferred. Probably you weren't really unhappy he transferred, were you?
I mean, I was. I was just ready to step for my spot.
It is pretty unusual for a sophomore to be a captain. Unexpected, or have you always been a kind of leader? I mean, how does that happen?
I mean, yeah, but last year I was on JV. I just had to put the work in for it. That's all.
Jordan, you also play defensive end as well. Do you like offense better or the defense better?
No, I like defense better.
You like getting after the QB?
Yeah.
Is that your favorite thing to pass rush?
Yeah, I like doing.
Do you have a sack dance?
No, I just sack, celebrate with my teammates.
Do you do a little bit of flexing?
Yeah, sometimes.
But yeah, I mean, I can tell these guys over here. I mean, look, they're flexing. Look at these West Mifflin Titans, man. You guys are in the weight room. That's for dang sure, right? Who benches more? Which one? Who benches more?
Me.
Is this true?
Me. Out of who?
Out of you two.
Me, yeah, you got it.
He only got about 40 pounds on you.
All right. 1-3 record. You guys have played a tough schedule. Ask Coach this. You guys as players, what is going to be key, not just tomorrow night, but for the rest of the year, turning this around? It could be on the field, X's and O's. It could be something off the field. I mean, what's this team maybe got to do better to turn this around?
We got to come together as a team more instead of bringing each other down. That's probably one of the main focus. Like, we beat ourselves for real.
Attitude-wise, you mean?
Yeah, attitude-wise.
All right.
Very mature.
Well, as a captain, you're supposed to take care of that.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, hey.
I mean, same thing for real. Just know we out on the field, play together, physical, fast.
Have turnovers been a problem at all?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys have any upcoming games kind of circled on your schedule? Like, hey, I need to show out on this game.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it is. Tomorrow's the big one then?
Yeah. Probably
or McKeesport.
Yeah.
So TJ and McKeesport kind of the ones you guys know, like, hey, we got to bring the A game.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I wanted to ask you guys, years ago when Duquesne High School closed, you could get players from Duquesne. Do you have any players? Does West Mifflin still get any players from Duquesne?
Yeah, most of us come from Duquesne Middle School.
Are you from Duquesne?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
How about you, Swan? No. Where are you from?
West Mifflin.
Okay. So how many would you say Duquesne players do you have, roughly?
About like 12, 13.
Do you really?
Wow,
Wow. Is there a little bond between you guys?
Well, us or
the Duquesne guys?
Oh, yeah. Some of us been playing football with each other since 4, 3 years old, so we really grew up together.
Which guys are tougher?
What?
Duquesne? Duquesne or West Mifflin guys?
Definitely Duquesne. Definitely Duquesne.
All right. We need to have some fun with you guys now. Okay?
Yes,
all right. Give me the best nickname on the team. Or maybe two. Best nickname.
The Smoocher.
The Smoocher?
Yeah.
Do we want to know
Who is that?
The
I don't think he's here right
What's
now.
his name?
Oh, he right there. His name is Nate. Nate Costco.
Nate Costco.
Yeah.
What is it? Does he kiss everybody or what? Really?
So our linebacker coach, TJ Neal,
Yeah.
that's what that's what he used to call it when he played football. Like, you give him a kiss, you hit the guy, tackle someone, hit him hard. And he did that in a scrimmage in the JV game, so we just started calling him the Smoocher ever since he did that.
I love that. So Smoocher can hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Zawan, you're stranded on a desert island with anybody in the world. Who would you want to be with? Could be anybody.
My boy Elon.
Of one of your teammates?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Elon.
Elon what? What's his last name?
Elon Gooding.
You don't know his last name? You want to be stranded on a desert island if you don't know his last name. That's pretty good. Carlo, go ahead.
I would have picked Megan Fox myself. Who's the funniest player on the team?
Funniest player?
I'll say Keon.
Keon, where's Keon at?
Yeah, I'll give it to Keon too.
Okay.
Can either of you two or anybody here do an imitation of Coach Pugh?
Yeah.
All right, who can do it?
We
Call
got
him
a
up.
couple that raised
Call
their
him up.
hand
Hurry up.
quickly.
I don't know.
I'll say Darnell.
I'll give it to Darnell.
Come on. Who is it?
Darnell.
Come on, Darnell. While they're coming up here. Fill in this sentence. We got to get him up. Is he coming up now?
Yeah.
All right. Tell me. Fill in the sentence. People might be surprised to know that you
are better than we is.
The team's better. No, you yourself.
Me?
Yeah. Something you do, something you used to do, something you like?
I used to play basketball.
Okay.
Do you have a jumper?
Yeah, I got a jumper.
I'm not
The
surprised.
jumper's pretty nice.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Jorday?
I don't really know.
All right. You guys said you already had your homecoming dance?
Yeah.
Okay. Pretend you're still having it. It's going to be this week. What player on this, and pretend you have a sister.
Okay.
What player on this team do you not want showing up at your door to take your sister to the homecoming dance?
Q.
Q. What's his name?
Quincy.
Yeah, Quincy.
Quincy?
Yeah.
What if Smoocher showed up?
Yeah, well, Smoocher's a good-looking guy. What if he showed up?
I'll give him a chance.
You give him a chance.
Smoocher, okay.
Where is that guy who's going to do the coach imitation?
He's right here.
Where?
Darnell.
Come on, Darnell. Hurry up. Come on. Give him your earphones. Come on, Darnell. Hurry up. Darnell, you got about 20 seconds. Do it, Darnell. Give me a Coach Pugh.
Darnell, we need a great one.
Hurry up.
I want to
Don't be shy. I know you're not shy.
Look, everybody.
Are you good? You're good.
Everybody on the line. Turtle dog rabbits. Linemen, skill guys, tight ends, H's, go.
This has been the West Mifflin Titans on Quest for the Best. They were awesome. Give them a round of applause. Good luck tomorrow night, Titans. For Carlos, Oscar, and Mike White, we'll be right back right after this.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, what's up? It's your pretty kitty on your radio checking in for the Children's Sickle Cell Foundation. September is National Sickle Cell Awareness Month, and on September 21st, there's a few events I don't want you to miss. There will be a memorial balloon release from 1 to 3 at Grandview Park, and during that day, I need you to wear red. Yep, wear red in support of sickle cell. Make sure you wear red, take a picture, post and tag the Children's Sickle Cell Foundation on Facebook or Instagram. Use the hashtag #WearRed for SCD, and then make a donation. Tag 3 friends and join in the fun. Find us on our Facebook for the QR code and to learn more. To sign up for updates and access community-based services, you can call 1-855-SICKLE-8 or text SICKLE to 66866.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Clear and 78 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Officials in York County, Pennsylvania say the man they accuse of shooting and killing 3 police officers Wednesday afternoon was lying in wait for them at his ex-girlfriend's house. We have the story from CBS News reporter Christopher Cruz.
District Attorney Tim Barker says 24-year-old Matthew Ruth shot at the 3 detectives with an AR-15 style rifle, which had a suppressor, killing them as they tried to serve an arrest warrant.
The actor was just inside the door. When the door opened is when he began to fire.
Barker says Ruth's ex-girlfriend and her mother left the home after a domestic incident the day before for their own safety. He says if they hadn't left, he's convinced Ruth would have killed them both as soon as he arrived at their home. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
New charges against the Armstrong County woman accused of hiding the remains of 4 babies in her home. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado has details.
State police and Armstrong County officials announcing the new charges against 39-year-old Jessica Malthy. Malthy is now facing 1 count of criminal homicide, 1 of involuntary manslaughter, and 4 counts each of concealing the death of a child and abuse of a corpse. Malthy had recently been evicted from the Oak Avenue home she'd been renting in Cadogan Township. While in the vacant apartment, the landlord said he noticed an odor in a closet, finding the body of a baby. A subsequent search of the home led to the discovery of the bodies of 3 other infants, which Malthy allegedly delivered and then let die, hiding their bodies in tote bags. She remains in the Armstrong County Jail after being denied bond, due back in court on the 30th for a preliminary hearing on the new charges. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
Several Strip District business owners and residents urged the city to halt plans for a Penn Avenue bike lane at a city council committee meeting Wednesday. Tim Gaber, a Strip District resident and owner of the original Pittsburgh Winery, said the lane restriction will be a recipe for disaster.
Gridlock, chaos, and road rage. It will be less safe. And then what happens when the NFL draft rolls into town? The gridlock will be an absolute embarrassment to all of us. It will be shameful.
The city wants to convert Penn Avenue's 2 inbound lanes between 22nd and 31st Streets to a single lane of traffic while adding a bike lane. KDK Sports Pirates with the day off. They will open their final home series of the season on Friday. The A's in town. First pitch tomorrow at 6:40. The Penguins open training camp today at the Mario Lemieux Center in the North Hills. KDK Radio News Time, 7:32. Our next update at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Friday nights in Western Pennsylvania mean one thing: high school football. This is Greg Diulis of Diulis Law. Calling the right play can change the outcome of a game. Calling the right lawyer can change your life. Whether you need help with family law, criminal matters, or probate and estate planning, call me at 412-736-9638. Diulis Law, one of Pittsburgh's winning teams for over 30 years. 412-736-9638.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Somewhere in a jail cell.
Hey, what's the name of that security company that caught us again?
Guardian Protection. It's always Guardian Protection.
Hello, we're Guardian Protection, your trusted hometown security pros, proudly protecting local homes and businesses. With proactive video surveillance, AI detection, and smart security systems, Guardian helps stop crime before it happens. Call 1-800-PROTECT today or visit GuardianProtection.com for special new customer offers. Guardian Protection. Burglars know us. You should too.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code MOVE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code MOVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code MOVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Friends, this is Rob Pratt, joined again by John Diagardi of Rome Monuments. John, we've talked a lot about how families should take some time to mourn before selecting a monument. So why do so many people still rush into it?
Well, we're hearing that some folks are under the false impression that they have to buy a monument right away, and even that they have to buy it directly from the cemetery if they want to make sure it will be protected.
And that's just not the case, right?
Not at all, Rob. Rome can design and install a memorial in any cemetery. And no matter which cemetery you choose, our total protection warranty will always remain in effect.
So basically, people should never be pressured into choosing a memorial right away and are never required to buy it from the cemetery.
That's right, Rob.
Thanks so much, John. And folks, you can learn more at RomeMonuments.com or visit one of their 9 area showrooms.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Mainly clear for tonight, low of 57. Then for tomorrow, sunshine will mix in with some clouds, a high of 84. Remaining quite warm through this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, sun and clouds with temperatures in the mid-80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
It's the Bowser Chevrolet Quest for the Best High School Football Show.
Live from Dave & Buster's.
Welcome back. It's the Quest for the Best. Thanks for joining us on KDKA Radio. And so here we are at Dave & Buster's, thanking the West Mifflin Titans for joining us. And
the Titans still trying to beat my high score back there. Not happening.
You don't think so? All right.
Not happening.
Okay. All right. Well, that was a rousing round of sound with the Titans there. And all right, we got a few other things to talk about. One thing that kind of came, Mike, to your attention, some happenings, or maybe not so much happenings, what's not happening up in Beaver County. You bring up a really good point about a couple of teams that were very, very good, dominant, championship caliber clubs with a lineage that is sometimes second to none. When we talk about the Rochester Rams and the Beaver Falls Tigers, they are... that's like the epicenter of what Beaver County football is, maybe even was. And unfortunately for these two schools, we have to kind of talk about it presently as past tense. They have fallen on some hard times. They have fallen on some hard times rather quickly. It's kind of jarring, in fact. And wanted to kick that around, the how and the why, when it comes to Rochester, Beaver Falls, because it's kind of come to our attention. Rochester is having a hard time fielding the team.
Yeah,
the team that Gene Matzuk used to coach.
They were in the semifinals just a couple years ago, and I think Gene was in the championship in the 2000s 9 or 10 times. And he retired after last year, but it's just amazing how quickly the mighty can fall. I mean, Rochester, they forfeited their game or canceled it because they didn't have enough players against Neshannock this week. They only have 17 overall. They didn't have enough players to play. And that's not a shady side situation.
And they tried playing.
Yeah,
they tried.
And so their 0-3 have been outscored 86-6. Beaver Falls was in the championship in 2A 4 consecutive years from 2000 to 2023. Last year they were winless.
They won 2 years ago.
Yeah, they won it 2 years ago. They were in the championship 4 years in a row.
Were they a 10 seed, Mike?
That year that they won it, something, they were a lower seed, yes. But 4 years in a championship. Now they're 0-4. They were 0-10 last year. They've been outscored 134-26. I think one of the only games that maybe they could win early in the season, even last week, they may not win a game again. But Dan, you know what? If you look like in the last maybe 20, 25 years or so, this happens, doesn't it seem to happen to these small town, steel town area teams where their population has gone down so much, and their football. So people like Charleroi and even Newcastle. Look at them. I mean, they're kind of rebounding a little bit. But boy, they've been down for a few years ago. I mean, not that long ago they were in a championship with Geno Stone, and that. Charleroi. You go up and down. Even Menneson's kind of rebounding. But some of these towns, the small towns, these steel towns, where they lose the population and they lose their football.
It's kind of wild to look at, and you have to wonder. I mean, what is the answer? Are mergers or co-ops the answer? I mean, it's to see Rochester how it is. It's not fun.
No, it's sad, in fact. And even the Beaver Falls thing is such a
precipitous and abrupt. I mean, both of these, I guess, really, in the grand scheme of things, it's been abrupt. You know, the Newcastle thing, you could see them kind of leaking out over the years, and, you know, that was kind of a slow, you know, kind of hole in the boat, you know what I mean? And listen, they have the ability to, you know, turn that thing around. Obviously, basketball has been tremendous, so it's not just one thing or the other, but yeah, I think jarring is the good word to use when we talk about Beaver Falls and Rochester because of how quickly it happened.
The bottom fell out, so yeah.
Yeah, and do you think it's just, you know, the coaching? Do you think it's just maybe one or two players?
No,
do you think this is bigger than that?
I think it's, for whatever reason, I mean, yeah, I think coaching, I mean, Gene Matzik was a great coach. Don Phillips has been around in a lot of places. He's a veteran coach. He's the Rochester coach now. And, you know, a coach in high school can have a major effect, maybe more than even college or pro. But for whatever reason, some of the talent dries up.
Could it be the feeder programs and the youth programs? You know, when I brought up that the Rochester game was canceled, a lot of people in the comments saying, well, there was a certain school that started a merger in 2011, and ever since then Rochester kind of went downhill. Are a lot of players going to Central Valley for ninth grade?
Maybe, but this is an educational thing. This is my opinion. I think this is definitely in Western PA. I don't know about the country, probably too, but it's too many little schools.
Especially in Western Pennsylvania.
Exactly.
We're too prideful to merge. That's the problem.
That's the thing.
Too prideful.
You hear this, we'd lose our identity if we would merge with somebody. And the other thing is, but to merge, it takes two to tango.
It takes two to tango.
And there are schools that I'm not going to say that do not want a neighboring school coming
I can think
to
of
them.
a couple.
And I'm not going to say, but you know, so that, you know, Woodland Hills was a court-ordered merger.
Is that what that was?
Yes, in 1987, it was court-ordered.
Yeah.
So that and I think these teams should really look into cooperative sponsorships.
Co-ops have to be the answer.
Yes, I mean, and the PIAA is actually. I just saw a comment from Bob Lombardi. They're asking for more co-ops.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. They would like to see more of it because of what's going on. But
the co-ops have certainly worked in Western Pennsylvania.
A lot of times, yes, yes. But there's too many small schools. There's too many.
It's amazing if you look at the number of school districts in the WPIAL alone and the number of schools in the entire state of Florida. There's more in the WPIAL than there is in the entire state of Florida.
Really?
Wait a second.
I believe so, yeah. School districts, yes.
No, but their districts might have...
They're huge. They're massive.
Well, I don't think that's a valid comparison because there's a school district in some states might have 5 high schools. Where, you know what I mean? Like, Dan, there's no way. You just said that
there's like 278 school districts or something, isn't there, in the WPIAL?
No, there's for football playing schools, there's only about 125, 127.
Well, how many, maybe, and I think there's more school districts in Western Pennsylvania than there are in the state of Florida.
There might be, but what I'm saying, a school district in Florida might have 5 schools in it. They kind of, like by county, they may do it by county. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but I think it's so fragmented.
Like West Virginia does it by county, right?
No, not necessarily. But the point is there's so little consolidation in Pennsylvania at large.
I agree with that.
And in Western Pennsylvania even more so. That certainly doesn't exist. In Florida, they are these mega behemoth schools. But I'm just saying, and listen, depending on what side of the fence you fall on, do you like the autonomy of the smaller schools, or do you want everybody, you know, getting lost in the shuffle at these mega schools where, you know, enrollment's 1,500 or 2,000? I mean, arguments can be made both ways.
Oh, yes.
But for the things that we're talking about, and you know, we talk about mergers and co-ops, and then, you know, consolidation saves money. Practically, we're venturing out of a sports conversation into something
right. That's why I said that.
We need
it was more
a
education.
state representative here to kind of.
Well, small schools have their benefits, but when you're graduating 30 to 40 students every year, I mean, what are we doing?
Right.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I'm not saying if you graduate, if you're graduating 100 or something like that, yeah. I mean, small schools, there's benefits of small schools, smaller class size, but I mean, really, 30.
What's the proximity of Beaver Falls to Rochester? It's could they merge like Monaca and?
Well, I think New Brighton is closer to Rochester.
Well,
maybe.
they should all
it would
three
have
of them
to be Beaver and
Beaver Falls.
Yeah,
and maybe would they merge?
Maybe even Hopewell.
I mean, you look at Beaver County, maybe even some of the smaller Washington County schools. Would they just be better served? Maybe 2 or 3 districts linking up.
Yes.
I think it's just better off for everybody.
I think it would be a lot of fun too.
Sure. I mean, look at the center and Monaca merger. What could have been like Central Valley is a viable, vibrant program for everybody. Even going down, we did a showcase on the Fan with the youth football showcase. The Central Valley Little Warriors. I mean, we went up to. The elementary school, I mean, there might have been 1,200, 1,500 people there for the youth football. I mean, it all kind of trickled down, and it was incredible. I think that's a perfect blueprint. We don't need to create these mega schools that,
in Central Valley, I mean, they built a rich history and tradition in 10 years' time.
Yes, 100%. Competing for championships. I mean, the whole infrastructure is spectacular, and that's a blueprint. So we don't see what we're seeing. And you can maintain a little bit of that autonomy and that Beaver County pride, and you can make that whole county so much more vibrant. And think of the further north you get, the kind of worse the football gets, right? So I don't know, but I'm glad you brought that up, Mike, because it's something important to kick around and wonder aloud. Like, I wonder if this is just a blip on the radar, or if this is sign of the times and something that's going to be, here for a while with these once proud programs kind of slogging through, I
don't like to see it.
2, 3, 4
I don't know if we have time before the next break, but the National Federation just released their numbers for participation numbers, and last year again football went up as far as in the country participation numbers. I personally think in Western Pennsylvania and Pennsylvania in general, it had dropped for so many years, the roster numbers. I think it has bottomed out in the 3, 4, 5, 6 A's.
Yeah,
I think it's good, and risen actually in some, but 1 and 2 still shaky. Some of those schools still really struggle.
All right, let's get to all of the not all of the big games. We'll call them the top 10 games around Western Pennsylvania. It is our picks segment. How do you suppose we did last week? Not so good, Dan. Carlo, you kicked butt. Mike, all right, not bad.
6 and 4.
Very Steeler-esque, right?
And Dan Zangurli had a reality check.
Well,
he came back to earth with a thud.
But you know what?
He was hot for a minute.
4 and 6.
I went
for a minute
because I'm the only one with courage to go out on a limb to pick an upset. Right? If I guess if I want to be 6 and 4 every week, I could. Okay?
So making a stupid pick shows courage.
No. So like Elizabeth Ford, South Fayette. How close was I? Pretty darn close to picking a major upset there. The Warriors over the South Fayette Lions.
That's not a major upset.
A 3 over a 5.
I would have considered that big.
Yeah, and they almost
I wouldn't
pulled
consider
it
it
off.
a big
They
upset.
almost pulled it off, did they not, Carlo?
They were very close.
And shouldn't I get double points for that?
Well,
if I'm going to have
Norwin
courage,
beats North Allegheny, how many points do I get for that?
You should. You should.
That doesn't take courage.
Sure, it does.
That takes stupidity.
No, that's chutzpah. You need all of that, Mike. You wouldn't know anything about it, so why am I going to have this conversation with you? Trying to explain something that
there's going to be some furniture moving here in a second.
All these years, your rocking
I need to get
chair.
in between these.
It's your rocking chair, Mike. We don't lift it.
I think that David Buster's has a boxing game here. You want to go back?
That's
with it.
I mean, I'll be Dave and you'll be Buster, as a Buster Douglas. All right, okay, here we go. All right,
are we doing the picks now?
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay,
we're going to do it. And I hope you're ready because 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Margot's got all that music queued up and. All the big games. We're going to start with California and Avella. How about them Trojans?
Avella in a big game.
The Eagles.
What? Avella in a big game? Hey, great for them. One of the smallest schools at WPIL. That guy, Ryan Cicchini, I love what he does. Years ago he had to have a cheerleader playing because they didn't have enough players back 10, 12 years ago. I'm going California.
The
McLaren.
Yes. I'm going California.
All right, Jeanette Leechburg.
Wait, give me Cal as well. Did you pick?
Yeah, I'm going Cal.
Okay.
How about them Trojans? Jeanette Leechburg, what do you got? Blue Devils at home.
Rock Chalk Jayhawk.
Yeah.
I agree. Tim Andresi's really good as a running back, but I'm Jeanette.
Nobody with courage here. Give me the Blue Devils. Monessen Fort Cherry.
There you go with the stupidity.
I like what the Greyhounds are doing, but they're going to take a Greyhound bus into Fort Cherry. They're going to get cherry picked there.
I think that this is no.
Have some courage, Mike.
Have
some courage,
This
Mike.
is no plum of the game to go against Fort Cherry. Matt Sig is going to play most of the game this time because it will be close for a little bit, but they'll roll.
Fort Cherry by 50.
Yeah, fair enough. Central Valley and Beaver, chew on that one for a little while.
51-50 Beaver last week wins. Ooh. They're going to give up a lot of points again, I think. Central Valley wins.
You think so? Yeah, so do I.
Give me CV as well.
All right. Seton LaSalle.
No, South Allegheny, South Park.
Allegheny. Okay, like a 4-year-old wrote it there. South Allegheny, South Park. I'm going to go with South Allegheny. The Gladiators
Coach
are rolling.
Hanson's cooking. Give me the Gladiators.
Well, South Park, they're not as good as last year, but they were doing all right. 3-0, and then they got blown out by Steel Valley.
Shocking game.
Yeah,
Shocking.
South Allegheny, the Cook brothers.
Yeah, all right.
What's cooking?
Is Ringgold for real?
I think
semi, but the Amani Ward is the running back. Second leading rusher in WPIL. They play Southmoreland.
Ooh, give me the Rams.
I'm going Ringgold too. Also, Joe Montana's coming back.
All righty. North Allegheny and Norwin. I'm going to go with North Allegheny. I know the Knights are feeling good about their big win.
I think the Knights will play with them, but I think North Allegheny wins.
I think Tristan Tavares finally gets it done as a senior.
Carlo the Courage one.
Counts for 3 points with this win.
Courage, Carlo.
Yeah. McKeesport, USC, Keeman Spell not playing.
Well,
Upper St. Clair
know,
wins.
but I think he's not. Upper St. Clair also.
Pantherland.
All righty. What do you got here?
Hopewell and Avonworth.
Yeah, this is interesting. They got a good young
Really
quarterback.
interesting.
Yeah.
I think I would take Avonworth against the Steelers right now. Give me the Lopes.
Yeah. All Avonworth all day. All day.
I think Alexander's going to do some things, but it's going to be a much different team than playing Beaver last week. But I think he's going to do some things.
Agreed.
All right, our game of the week. KDKA Radio is headed to Montour.
This is a hard one.
The Spartans home to the Mars Fighting Planets, who are licking their wounds after a heartbreaker to Aliquippa. I think Mars goes in, and they get it done.
Give me the logo with the M.
With
the planet around
Eric
it.
Kasparovich is running the defense. They need something to do with offense. That's why I'm going Montour.
Ooh, you are.
They can't score.
I mean, two best head coaches, I think, that you can get right now.
Yeah.
I mean, those two guys, a lot of respect for the two guys patrolling the sidelines. Mars, Montour, I'm going to go with EK as much as it pains me, but Lucero will probably spike that football in my face after I pick against the Spartans.
Boy, you've got courage.
Yeah, well, put him up. The Lion. From the Wizard of Oz.
From the Wizard of Oz.
I'll hit you 7 times before you get your hands up.
Considering you're the Scarecrow in this whole thing? Absolutely not. All right, Tin Man, we'll see you.
Mike has a brain.
I know. Well,
what's a Tin Man? What's he missing? Or is he missing the brain?
He's missing a heart.
Oh, he's missing a heart.
Yeah. All right.
The Lion's missing a heart.
Time to go. Say goodnight, everybody. Good night for Mike White, Carlos
Good night, everybody.
Zofko, Dan Zangverly, Quest for the Best. Enjoy Week 4 of the high school football season.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Want to live a happier, healthier, pain-free life? Tune to Pittsburgh Works this Saturday morning at 7. Jessica Festa of the Optilux Wellness Center will feature all the services offered, including PRP, regenerative medicine, and massage therapy. Listen and heal this Saturday morning at 7.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling. Because at AHN, we see you.
If you're thinking about retiring soon, be sure to tune into the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, Saturdays at 1. Beth talks about the latest trends and headlines that could impact your retirement. Don't go into retirement unprepared. Listen every Saturday afternoon at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Firm offers insurance services. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Hey Bucco fans, it's time for our annual Fan Appreciation Series, presented by Sheets, September 19th through the 21st, when the Pirates take on the Athletics, with special discounts for this series, including 25% off select tickets and concessions. Enjoy fireworks, fun, and prize giveaways during the last series of the season, all as a thank you to the best fans in baseball. Get your tickets today at pirates.com/fan appreciation.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Ron Schlauber from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team discussing your favorite fall recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Clear and 75 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. Officials in York County say the man they accuse of shooting and killing 3 police officers Wednesday afternoon was lying in wait for them at his ex-girlfriend's house. We have the story from CBS News reporter Christopher Cruz.
District Attorney Tim Barker says 24-year-old Matthew Ruth shot at the 3 detectives with an AR-15 style rifle, which had a suppressor, killing them as they tried to serve an arrest warrant.
The actor was just inside the door. When the door opened is when he began to fire.
Barker says Ruth's ex-girlfriend and her mother left the home after a domestic incident the day before for their own safety. He says if they hadn't left, he's convinced Ruth would have killed them both as soon as he arrived at their home. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Former Pittsburgh Police Chief Dom Costa says serving warrants is one of the most dangerous things officers do.
I've served many warrants in my time, and unfortunately, during the service of those warrants, anything can go wrong. Anything from the suspect turning on you to friendly fire, if there is an exchange of gunfire.
Costa was Rob Pratt's guest last night on KDKA Radio. A special lunch today for some volunteer firefighters in Monroeville as Star Pirates pitcher Paul Skeens joined philanthropists Dan and Carol Kamen and others in serving them lunch at the Monroeville Public Safety Center. Prior to donning his apron, Skeens talked about his partnership with Gary Sinise Foundation to raise more than $150,000 for the charity. Skeens says people that can have a responsibility to give back.
I think every Major League Baseball player does. I think every athlete does. And I think it's a huge goal of mine and a huge goal of the Pirates to do good with the platform that we have.
Funds from Skeens' campaign helped the fire department acquire 8 state-of-the-art infrared sensors to help firefighters locate people inside of burning buildings. KDKA Sports, the Pirates with the day off today. They will open their final home series of the season tomorrow when the A's are in town. First pitch tomorrow at PNC Park is set for 6:40. The Penguins, yes, the Penguins. They open training camp today at the Mariola Muse Center in Cranberry. KDK Radio News Time is 8:03. Your AccuWeather forecast is next. I'm Paul.
Are you turning 65 and exploring Medicare options?
I'm Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
Tired of looking at your ugly, old, slippery bathtub? You don't have to any longer. Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, are you turning 65 and exploring Medicare options? With over 50 Medicare plans available to you, it can be overwhelming. MediConnect is here to help. They want you to understand your options so you can choose the best plan for yourself. It's Medicare made simple with one call. Connect with MediConnect at no cost. Their top-rated experts are coming to your neighborhood with their new to Medicare seminar. You don't want to miss this. Call 888-818-6334 or visit MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminar tab.
Make 380 Auction to Murraysville your next stop for discounts and bargains. Trucks come in every week. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, fall moms, also tools, birdseed, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132 or log on to shop380.com and save.
Do you know what an ADU is? An accessory dwelling unit? I'm Lynn Hayes Freeland, and if you're anything like me, you have no clue what that means. That's why AARP is putting together a special workshop called Small Spaces, Big Impact, How ADUs Can Benefit Pittsburgh. Now, an ADU is something like an in-law suite or a cottage in the back of the house, a way to create living space that families can live together. Learn more at the workshop September 25th at 9:45 a.m., and you can register at aarp.org/local.
In many ways, Thanksgiving and Christmas are right around the corner. How would you like to sit down at the dinner table, have smaller clothes on, feeling and looking better about yourself, moving easier and faster, welcoming friends and family who are shocked at your weight loss. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Now is the time to get started so excess pounds will be off for the holidays. It'll be your greatest gift ever. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN. Let's make this a Merry Christmas and Happy Thanksgiving together.
Summers in Pittsburgh are great, but you don't want to spend it painting, so do what Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's better than paint. And the crew?
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house and all the pillars. And once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
And right now, you can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price. Plus, there's more great news. Rhino Shield has partnered with Green Sky Financing to offer affordable monthly payments with 0% interest loans to qualified customers.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and that would be the way to go.
And here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
Call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint. Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mainly clear for tonight, low of 57. Tomorrow, sunshine will mix in with some clouds with a high of 84. Sunshine, some clouds into Saturday and Sunday. Temperatures both days in the mid-80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I haven't even said a word, and the phone's lit up like a Christmas tree already. Hi! You must have missed me. I'm so glad to be back. I was off for a week up in Wisconsin. I was up in Milwaukee having a really nice time with some of the folks I anchored the news with and went to Marquette University with. It was so fun. But it's great to be back in the Burgh. And I get back. I left you last Thursday night, the day after Charlie Kirk was murdered. And yesterday, Kimmel's taken off the air. Everyone's fighting. Fighting. A friend of mine said, "You're not going to talk about that tonight, are you?" I'm like, "Yeah, why?" "Oh, no. Oh, you'll lose your job." Get the hell out of here. Are you kidding me? You think I'm worried about that? I ain't. You know why? I let every opinion on this program. Republicans know it. Democrats know it. Progressives know it. MAGA people know it. Here we go. I'll give it to you straight from my perspective. Right now, across America, there's furious debate, anger, sadness. I think I said it last week several times, last Wednesday night and Thursday, and throughout the week, that I'd hope we'd all agree there's no excuse, none, for shooting someone in the throat, shooting someone to death because of that person's political views or opinion. In a democracy like this one, freedom of speech is guaranteed in the First Amendment. Conservative Charlie Kirk preached and said, and I quote, "Freedom of speech is a fundamental American value. Otherwise and without it, our democracy crumbles." I guess I do agree with something that came out of Charlie Kirk's mouth. I guess I do. I don't agree with much at all. And I've been very clear with you. I think it's putridly vile to celebrate someone being murdered for their opinions. I think it's putridly vile to celebrate someone being silenced, intimidated, losing their job in a democracy because of their opinion. That's not democracy. Right now, teachers in California, Florida, Iowa, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, North Carolina, South Carolina, Oklahoma, Oregon, and Texas have either been fired or placed on leave ahead of investigations into alleged social media comments critiquing Charlie Kirk and implying approval of Kirk's death. I don't agree. If they celebrated his death, I of course I'd like to punch them. Of course I'd like to shut them up. You don't get fired for that in America. And the Trump administration has indicated it will be cracking down on speech critical of their views and of this president. They're on record. That's being Big Brother. That's, to me, authoritarian rule. This administration has shrugged off concerns about weaponizing the government against its critics and celebrated the ability to bring Disney's ABC network to heel by getting Jimmy Kimmel off the air. I know a lot of MAGA people are celebrating that today. The FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, said, quote, "We can do this the easy way or the hard way." Like he's a mob boss. And it was a clear threat of intimidation. Tonight, the pushback is massive. An FCC commissioner today, Ann Gomez, who is a Democratic appointee, also fired back.
I have never seen the FCC act this way, but this is all part of this administration's campaign of censorship and control. We are seeing an administration that wields whatever authority it has in order to silence critics, not because they're inciting violence or saying or doing anything illegal, but because they don't like the content of this message. It's unprecedented and it's dangerous.
FCC Commissioner Ann Gomez. So, where are we with this? The pushback is massive. Is this an authoritarian dismantling of our freedom of speech? Do we need to be worried about our jobs, our positions, our freedoms for criticizing a current administration or any administration or any politician? Or are we overreacting? Do you expect Jimmy Kimmel to be back on the air? This is fascinating stuff. Coming up at 9:30, Duquesne University law professor Lauren Gailey, who's an expert on the First Amendment and freedom of speech, will join me to talk about it. Okay? So let me just give you the quote in case you had forgotten what Jimmy Kimmel said that had him taken off the air. He said, quote, "We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it." That gets a comedian taken off the air? This kid said, and they already reported, the authorities have reported this because he left the emails he couldn't, quote unquote, I'm just reporting the facts here to you, quote unquote, that he couldn't take Charlie Kirk's hate speech and hate, and that's not a direct quote, okay? And he comes from a MAGA family. The grandmother and the parents have stated that. So I don't understand the gravity of Jimmy Kimmel's comment. I don't, that could be taken off the air, and how the FCC got into it, and how ABC Disney took him off the air. Because some of the affiliates were upset at what he said. What? I don't get it. I'm thinking this is all going to end up in our next court fight, and Jimmy Kimmel probably has 500 lawyers in a room right now. In my mind, I'll say this. In my mind, I think this is a very depressing time in America right now. You got a guy who was shot in the throat while 80 million cell phone cameras were rolling, and people saw that. You have retribution against people for commenting on it. And I'm going to say this flat out to you, because you know that I don't sit here and pretend. I wish we had a president who could seize the moment and bring us together, but he won't. Hey, I guess maybe past presidents missed opportunities. I guess they did. I know the MAGA folks are saying all that. I guess they did. But in my view, not to this extent. This is a terrible time in America. I'm gonna leave you in this segment with. I posted on social media, as I often do, about who I'm going to have on the air tonight. Who I'm going to have on the air. And one of the comments is a woman, beautiful woman, and I think I'm almost certain she's a Republican. I'm not going to say her name, but we've been friends for years. And I think she nailed it. I do. I think she nailed it. You ready? And I had a gazillion comments on this and a gazillion, whatevers. This is what she said. If you don't like what? Wait. Let me back up and tell you what. I just generally asked people, do you think our freedoms are at risk now? And this, there were a gazillion comments, very bright. Some were goofy and, stupid and political. But this nailed it. I'm telling you right now, this nailed it. She said, I don't like what Jimmy said. And if you don't like what Jimmy said, Jimmy Kimmel, don't watch him. If you don't like the stuff Charlie said, she just said Charlie Kirk, that is. If you didn't like the stuff Charlie said, you didn't have to listen to him. We have choices we should be allowed to exercise. China and North Korea control what citizens hear and say. America should not. (866-391-1020). Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan. $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. Deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Don't miss out on these stupendous September savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Fresh chicken drumsticks, 99 cents a pound. Sweet Sealess Halos, a 3-pound bag, is $3.99 each. And extra soft Scott bath tissue, 12 double rolls, $4.48 each. In our meat department, bone-in country-style spare ribs, $1.99 a pound. And farm-raised fresh salmon fillets are $9.99 a pound. In our produce department, sweet flavor Roma tomatoes, $1.29 a pound. And Macintosh Gala or Golden Delicious Eastern apples are 3-pound bags, $2.99 each. In our deli department, Smithfield Virginia baked ham, $5.49 a pound. And Guggisberg Swiss cheese, $6.99 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of San Giorgio pasta, 12 to 16-ounce boxes, 99 cents each.
So don't miss out on these stupendous September savings underway now at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that. Lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh at the PA Hypnosis Center. You have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Bitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your free consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we look at love, marriage, and human dignity, called The Theology of the Body. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 and is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos and the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Just to remind you, and I see the phone lines are already jammed up, but listen, we have a short time tonight. I just want to remind you, my guest at 9:30. Duquesne law professor Lauren Gailey. She's phenomenal. She's an expert on the First Amendment and freedom of speech. If you don't get through tonight, don't forget I'm here Saturday 2 to 5. Don't worry, this will still be a story, and I'll be here for Chris Moore this Sunday from 5 to 9. Just to refresh your memory, this is the post that I put out there. I said, okay, take a breath. Everyone is fighting about the Jimmy Kimmel situation. Is it a dangerous pattern? Does it signal our First Amendment rights are compromised? Are folks overreacting? And I got a gazillion comments, but that one that stood out is simplistic yet true and good. And it's from a friend of mine who's a Republican, and you know, don't think the pushback to the FCC and to the government tonight is one way. It's not. I know a couple MAGA folks who are really not too happy about this Kimmel thing because it signals a pattern that could be, I mean, this is big time stuff, people. It ain't good. I don't think it's, I think this This is very troublesome. If I had to call it, if I had to be a betting man, I think Kimmel might be back on the air. Do you think I'm nuts about that? Anyway, the comment that my friend made is, if you don't like what Jimmy said, don't watch him. If you didn't like the stuff Charlie said, you didn't have to listen to him. We have choices we should be allowed to exercise. China and North Korea control what citizens hear and say. America should not. That's just an everyday citizen who has a job. A Republican who has a job, who's worried about teachers. Teachers? And how many states did I say? How many? California, Florida, Iowa, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, North Carolina, South Carolina, Oklahoma, Oregon, and Texas. Either fired or put on leave because of their comments. I'm worried. That's not democracy. I'm worried. I'm going to read that comment to this law professor. And you know what the irony is? I talked to her on the phone today, and she's going to be calling me. She's Duquesne Law. She called me. She said, Michael, I'm calling you. I can't do 8 o'clock straight up, but I could do 9:30. And I'm like, I'll take it. She's calling me from a conference in North Carolina about free speech. And you can bet on it that this national controversy we're dealing with right now is the issue of the day, if not the year. Believe it. Okay, I see the phone lines are jammed. We're going to do CBS News at the bottom of the hour. Then I'm going to go in order. So everybody cool your heels. I'll get you in.
The original Yinzer Dogs are here for your next tailgate. Yinzer Dogs, Stanley P. Kachowski Kielbasi, Babushka Mama Pierogies, and Yinzer Halushki are all available at your favorite Giant Eagle and Market District. Plus, stay tuned for our grand opening of our new original Yinzer Dogs location in Cranberry. And pretty soon, down the Strip District. It's pure Pittsburgh. Join Dan Marino, Jimmy Crenn, and me, and our Yinzer team. Check us out at originalyinzerdogs.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
30% of adults in this country feel like some violence is okay to further a political cause. 30%. 1%. If you see 100 people walking around, 30 of them say, yeah, somebody gets beat down, somebody gets shot, somebody gets busted up. That's okay, as long as my side wins because of it. That's striking.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. A CDC advisory committee votes to no longer recommend the combined MMRV vaccine before age 4, but they can receive separate doses. CBS's Mark Strassman on what's next.
2 votes scheduled for tomorrow. One involving a vaccine for hepatitis B for infants, a second for COVID-19 for the rest of us.
Jimmy Kimmel has yet to comment on his ABC show suspension over his comments about Charlie Kirk's death. Employment attorney Marjorie Mesidor says Kimmel could have a First Amendment claim for wrongful termination.
We cannot ignore the timeline of the FCC commissioner's comments and the response by the network to pull the show.
Authorities in York County, Pennsylvania say 3 officers who died and 2 who were wounded yesterday were ambushed by a stalking suspect. CBS's Tom Hansen.
We are learning the shooter, he used an AR-15 style rifle, and we all know at this point, we are all too familiar with how damaging those bullet wounds can be.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in. Cool as can be. Tap Good RX. Saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mainly clear for tonight, low of 57. Then for tomorrow, sunshine will mix in with some clouds, a high of 84. Remaining quite warm through this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, sun and clouds with temperatures in the mid-80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Friday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll run down everything that's going on in and around Pittsburgh. Even though it's September, it's Oktoberfest. We'll explain.
It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Now it's your turn. And the phone lines are jammed. You know my opinion. You do. I gave it to you. Going in order. Bishop and Denora, you're first. You called even before I got on the air. Hi, Bishop.
Well, here we go.
Here we go.
Let me give me my couple minutes so the rest of them get in. Listen, I already said that Charlie shouldn't have died that way, and nobody's condoning that. But let me just say this: the guy that shot Charlie had an out against Charlie. He didn't have no out against nobody else because he would have shot at other folks. He did not. The grandmother came out, I believe, today. The other side is trying to paint this in a negative way, that they don't even know any Democrats, the family. All right? Now, the grandmother came out. You already had the governor who did a good job until he lost me when he said, well, I was hoping it wasn't none of us. Well, who were you talking to? All right? Now, my thing is this. Kimmel should not have lost his job. The First Amendment is under serious attack. I left you a long monologue on your page.
I saw it.
Listen, I have studied this through and through. This is no more of an autocratic takeover, just like in Germany. Let me just say this. He wants to take over the economy. He wants to take over the media. He wants to take over the FCC. All right. He done already said that he wanted NBC to get rid of Fallon and Seth. And you know, I'm sure he would be happy if they could get rid of CNN and MSNBC and anything else. That, my friend, and listen, I wish the Kennedys would come out more and speak freely about their relative. He's eliminating.
He's a nut. He's a nut.
Scientists.
He's a nut.
Well, I know, but the scientists, all those that take over,
and the board that do the vaccines, that board he put in there, they're quacks.
Right, but if you
the doctor, even the Republican doctors in the Senate, they're like, what? They can't handle him, but they voted to confirm him.
They ought to grow a spine like Goldwater and go to that White House and say, you fire Kennedy now. You're not going to jeopardize the entire country, including us. He's gone. Now, listen, I'll say this out quick because I want other callers to get in. I am so heartbroken over the troopers that lost their life here in this state.
Me too. And I'm hearing there's tonight there's an officer involved shooting. I guess I'm trying to get some in Aliquippa. But I think a young person was shot by a maybe never mind.
I'm trying to get where's the president on that? We just lost 3 of our finest.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
I'm gonna talk to you over the weekend. I'll be out of town, but I'm gonna talk to you.
All right, sounds good. All right,
what they got to say.
All right, thanks, Bishop. Anthony in Oakland. Anthony, you're next. Welcome back.
You know, with age comes wisdom. I tell the younger generation all the time, please quit talking about things that you weren't even alive when they happened if you don't know what you're talking about. I just turned 70 2 days ago, and I've seen a president run amok, and his name was Richard Milhouse Nixon.
Mm-hmm.
And he had an enemies list of reporters and publications and people that Gordon Liddy and Haldeman and Ekman and an attorney general that did his bidding, Mitchell, George. So this guy has looked at what Nixon did and have escalated it to modern time. And this chairman of the FCC has made his position very clear. As a matter of fact, when I call you, I always like to give facts. He was one of the architects of Project 2025. And it said in Project 2025, they were going to do exactly what they're doing to people who dissent against Donald J. Trump. It's not a mystery what's happening here. The problem is these so-called mega people who always want to talk about how great the country is and how more patriotic they are, watching a man dismantle our constitutional republic right before our very eyes.
Anthony, let me just chime in. You know, Brendan Carr, who's chair of the FCC, this is what he said before he was confirmed and brought in by Trump. And I'm with you on the Nixon thing, and I remember the Watergate hearings quite well. But Brendan Carr said back when, during the President Biden is right. Political satire is one of the oldest and most important forms of free speech. It challenges those in power while using humor to draw more people into the discussion. That's why people in influential positions have always targeted it for censorship. And I don't think, what's his name? Kimmel wasn't satire during that. It seemed to be a serious comment. But it doesn't matter, does it, Anthony? I don't think so.
Please. They're trying to turn this Charlie Kirk. They just changed his name from Charlie to Jesus, which is Spanish for Jesus. Listen, I'm telling you, this man, it's out in the sphere. It's on the internet. He didn't give a rat's behind about people who died. He talked about people who died like a dog, from George Floyd to some of the women that was killed down by police officers in Tennessee. There's Michael Brown, Freddie Gray. He called them scum and dirt, and so he didn't care how these people. You know, he mocked the gardener who was choked and said, "I can't breathe." I mean, he mocked it on one of his podcasts. They were just laughing, going back and forth about, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe." So all of a sudden, they turned this guy into Gandhi, and he's a podcaster. He's a modern day Rush Limbaugh. And he wanted to be a satirist, but it's okay. He talks about the dead. It depends on who the dead look like. When they were all black people who died, who cares? They're disposable. But he could die. You better not say anything about him. Even if you repeat what he has said, they wouldn't fire you. I mean, so this is the country you people want?
If you repeated what he said, you would have been fired. I think you're right. I do.
No. What I'm saying, Michael, is people have repeated what he said on his podcast, and these people want to get him fired.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
this is a very, you know, and you listen, and you bring up an interesting point about Nixon, but people turned on him. They got him out. He had his enemies list, all that type of stuff. But he got thrown out. He resigned. He resigned, but he wasn't going to stay in there.
But Michael, that's when you hit conscious Republicans.
Correct.
You had conscious. They were the ones who forced him out. The conscious Republicans.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah,
the
you're right.
Goldwaters.
Yeah, it wasn't Sam Ervin. You know, it was John Dean, and I mean John Dean. After his testimony, the Republicans like, okay, that's it. We got to get him out.
Yes,
yeah.
The Howard Bakers.
That's right.
You don't have any Republicans.
That's
like
when
that
Republicans
anymore.
were Republicans and Democrats were Democrats, and now it's all messed up.
These Republicans have capitulated to authoritarian. And that's why I say they're liars when they say they're patriotic, because a real patriot would stand up to a president, not bow down like they're doing here. And it's really a sad spectacle.
It's a sad, Anthony, I think it's a depressing, sad time in America. I agree.
Yes. Yeah, you know what? Look, I don't like to hear people be nasty and classless.
Me neither.
I wouldn't have never said anything about his death.
No,
I mean, I'm sorry
neither.
that he died.
Neither. No one deserves to be shot in the throat. I don't care what.
I heard you.
Listen, and look at you. And you heard me last week, and you heard me tonight. And that lady on Facebook is right. She's right. That's what they do in North Korea and China.
Yes.
But the people lose their jobs for what they say, and they get killed for what they say. That's not us.
But let's make no mistake. This man was not pristine. He was a human being. He was flawed. And he said some of the most despicable, disgusting things about others. So to turn him into something that he was not, that's what upsets me.
And yeah,
Thank you, my friend.
I got it. Thank you. All right, Anthony, thank you very much. All right, listen, here's the order. Ted in Mount Washington, Tom, Craig, and then don't forget, you guys are all getting in. And if you're trying to call in, I'm sorry, I can't take it. The folks I just mentioned, you're in because I only have until 10 o'clock because I was 8 to 10 tonight. And then don't forget, at 9:30, I have a special guest, Lauren Gailey from the Duquesne University Law School. She's a superb expert on the First Amendment. And I'm going to play the Ann Gomez FCC soundbite from today. And I'm going to ask her some very serious questions here. Is this a dismantling or are we overreacting? I guess we have to, and is this pattern getting worse? And what's the next shoe to drop? I think people are wondering. It's a very fair assessment of what's going on. This ain't a good time in America. I'm sorry. I'm a patriot. I love this country. This is kind of a scary time, and I don't think I'm overreacting. Maybe you think I am. And guess what? You can tell me that. You know why? I value your opinion. I don't think you should lose your job for your opinion or be shot in the throat for your opinion. I don't. So that's the order, and I'll be right back.
Serve up your bacon rashers and white pudding as Larry Richard is headed across the pond next Friday for the Gridiron Battle at Croke Park in Ireland. It's the Big K Morning Show from Dublin, presented by AAA Travel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh announces its 25-26 season at Heinz Hall. 7 events will broaden your perspective and deepen your understanding of the world around you. Featuring Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, former Russian political prisoner Vladimir Kara-Murza, and geopolitical economist Pippa Malmgren. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Tune in to 1020 KDKA Radio for Medical Frontiers with Dr. Gerald Pfeiffer from the Allegheny Health Network every Monday from 7 to 8 p.m. Dr. Pfeiffer and his special guests will cover the information that you want to know about your health and the latest trends in medicine.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. In-app only.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh, Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. It's a Thursday evening. Michael Bartley with you. All right, don't forget, I know I have a guest at 9:30, but I had a short window, so don't get mad if you were trying to call and couldn't get through. It was first come, first serve, so everybody chill out. Don't forget, I'll be on Saturday 2 to 5. This issue isn't going anywhere. And I'm in for Chris Moore Sunday evening, 5 to 9, all right? So don't be upset that you didn't get your opinion in here, but we got some good ones, don't you worry. All right, Ted in Mount Washington. Hi, Ted.
What's going on, Michael?
How you doing, bro?
Man, living that American dream, man.
Oh, me too. But I tell you what, I think it's crazy out there right now.
Well, I mean, look, I always say we got a fascist government, but I will say you may be overreacting just a little bit. If you remember with George W. Bush when they had Dixie Chicks.
Oh, yeah.
Remember what they said?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Okay. Also, Rashad Mendenhall, when Osama bin Laden was dead.
Uh-huh.
He said, why are people celebrating the man's death?
Yeah.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I remember the late Wendy Bell.
But that was the Bouchard, but that was...
But still, government has always been trying to stop free speech. From 2 Live Crew, but
this Jimmy Kimmel thing, is a slippery slope, my man.
No.
I think it is. Right after the Colbert thing, and I mean there are some factors that maybe we're not putting in, and then I know that maybe I'm being general here. I don't know. All those teachers that are in trouble at their schools,
look.
Ted, come on.
The question
that's not right.
Look, Mike, the question you should be asking, and this is a big question.
Yeah.
Why did the employer fight for them? That's the question. That's the story.
Because
why did they not fight for them?
Wait a minute, Ted. That's the whole crux of my issue here. It is this administration is intimidating corporations and employers. Well, and not to mention, wait a minute, Ted. They're on record saying that they're going to go after Democratic nonprofits and institutions. That's not America. And now people are supposed to be intimidated into shutting their mouths? No.
They are intimidated.
That's my point.
Well, I understand that. But to me, that's America. We're a bunch of wimps. If you let one president intimidate you,
you know what it is?
Then what are we?
You know what? You're onto something. You know what it is?
Oh, it's obvious, you see.
Hey.
A bully in the White House.
And it's all about the money, my man.
Well, it's always
and
the bottom line.
Don't ever forget that.
Oh, well, but real quick, if you can find a clip of Obama talking about Charlie Clerk,
yeah,
I think it's extremely important to hear what he said. He was right on the money.
Yeah, he was. Obama was, and he was right on the money. Just like that lady that I cherry picked out of that social media post was right on the money. I mean, I'm with you on that.
But Trump is no different than any other president. I remember the Bush years. The Dixie Chicks suffered the whole career.
See, I
remember that. I remember when if he said, if you're not with us, you're against us. That was coming from that administration. Plus the Patriot Act 1, Patriot Act 2. No one even read it. People's rights were stripped automatically. Now you have a nut in the White House who has total control and can do anything he wants, because our founding fathers always wanted separation of branches. You never want the executive branch to be powerful, that rid over everything. Now, because of George W. Bush, now you really got a nut in the White House who thinks he's a king. But because all those laws and everything else that we stripped away our constitutional rights, guess what? You got a real dictator now. And you can thank Obama, too, because he's the first president to kill American citizens with drones. No court, no nothing. Killed. At least George W. Bush waterboarded you. So now we got a real...
Okay, now, you ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? All right, here's Obama today. You ready? This is what you're referring to. Not about the Charlie Kirk thing. I gave you that last week. This is about his reaction to on Kirk and Kimmel. Quote, after years of complaining about cancel culture, the current administration has taken it to a new and dangerous level by routinely threatening regulatory action against media companies unless they muzzle or fire reporters and commentators it doesn't like. Ted, thanks so much. I got to go. I'll be right back.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Eradicate Hate, a global summit. The 5th annual is going on at the David Lawrence Convention Center. 46th Governor of Pennsylvania, Tom Corbett.
Anger and hate has no place in a disagreement, particularly in a democracy and a republic like we have in the United States. Unfortunately, throughout our history, we've seen that hate has taken over.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. Every week, I change the message on our building sign, and one of my favorites is, you're never too old to set another goal or dream a new dream. It's so true. I was 63 on the day my daughter Sarah, son Lester, and I realized a big new dream. We opened the doors to our family-owned investment firm. I'd grown increasingly dissatisfied at our Wall Street brokerage, pressured by the priorities of a big firm. We craved a more intimate environment where we could focus on what matters most, relationships with our clients. Sarah and I are certified financial planners, and Lester is a chartered financial analyst. We deliver big resources in a personalized environment where you're important to all of us. Firms turn over all the time. Advisors turn over. We don't. We're headquartered in the South Hills of Pittsburgh. We live here and we work here in the building that we bought together. It's our family helping your family. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team, discussing your favorite fall recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
This is Ryan Schlabel with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. We've been saving people time, money, and stress for over a decade. You don't have to list with an agent, make any repairs, or have a long closing process. Just call 412-500-9057 for a good fit, come to the house, make you a cash offer on the spot. My team will handle the rest. Dealing with a complicated situation? No problem. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The new CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee has voted to make changes to the childhood vaccine schedule. WSB's Sabrina Cupid has more.
The panel votes not to recommend the combination vaccine for measles, mumps, rubella, and chickenpox for children under the age of 4 years old. Children under 4 should instead get a separate MMR vaccine and a vaccine against chickenpox. There are concerns that by changing the combination vaccine recommendation, it could cause confusion and impact vaccination rates, leading to more disease outbreaks. Now, the panel did not vote on recommendations for the hepatitis B vaccine. They'll vote on that tomorrow morning.
A day after ABC's indefinite suspension of the Jimmy Kimmel Live show, there are suggestions the move is government censorship and the timing of the Federal Communications Commission chairman speaking out. It comes after comments Kimmel made in Monday's monologue in connection with Charlie Kirk's murder. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti in Los Angeles.
Kimmel's indefinite suspension was panned by Hollywood writers. Today, they protested outside of Disney's Burbank headquarters.
And it's unclear at this hour if Jimmy Kimmel Live will return. We reached out. We have not heard back. We did just hear back from Nexstar. In a statement, they say they had no communication with the FCC or any government agency prior to pulling the program.
Former late-night host Jay Leno on the Hollywood Walk of Fame has asked for his take on the Kimmel situation.
It's a comedian talking. If you don't like it, don't watch it. I mean, it doesn't seem...
That's the market.
Well, that's the market. I mean, let the people decide.
Charlie Kirk's nonprofit group Turning Point USA announces Kirk's widow will serve as the new CEO. More from CBS's Christopher Cruz.
The group's board said Erica Kirk had been unanimously elected to be the new CEO and board chair. In a social media post announcing the vote, Turning Point USA wrote, "In prior discussions, Charlie expressed to multiple executives that this is what he wanted in the event of his death. There's been a massive surge in interest in and support for the organization since Charlie Kirk was killed last week."
President Trump, just back from a historic second-day state visit, said before leaving the UK that Russia's President Vladimir Putin has disappointed him by not ending the war in Ukraine. And the president says of oil sanctions...
I'm willing to do other things, but not when the people that I'm fighting for are buying oil from Russia. If the oil price comes down, very simply, Russia will settle.
Memphis city leaders are pushing back on President Trump's surge of National Guard and federal law enforcement there. Shelby County Court Clerk Tamara Sawyer says that she wants investment dollars sent to Memphis.
Just don't send soldiers, send solutions. Yeah.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in. Cool as can be. Tap Good RX. Saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Big fat bears are taking center stage in Alaska. CBS's Deborah Rodriguez.
Voting has just gotten underway for the fattest baby bear in all of Katmai National Park. The annual contest pits 12 of some of the chubbiest cubs on the planet against each other in a single elimination March Madness bracket style online tournament. The goal is to choose the animal that's packed on the most pounds ahead of hibernation. This year's salmon run was abundant, so there could be some biggies. If you're interested, you can be a judge. Just log on to explore.org to check out the baby bears, then vote at fatbearweek.org. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Toyota and Hyundai are recalling a combined 1.1 million vehicles. Toyota's recall involves instrument panel displays that can fail and not show the driver critical information, including vehicle speed. The Hyundai Palisade recall includes seat belt buckles that may not latch. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mainly clear for tonight, low of 57. Tomorrow, sunshine will mix in with some clouds with a high of 84. Sunshine, some clouds into Saturday and Sunday. Temperatures both days in the mid-80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
So I had to, Ted in Mount Washington, I'm sorry, I had to get to my break on time. But I want to read the Obama quote. After years of complaining about cancel culture, the current administration has taken it to a new and dangerous level by routinely threatening regulatory action against media companies unless they muzzle or fire reporters and commentators it doesn't like. This is precisely the kind of government coercion that the First Amendment was designed to prevent, and media companies need to start standing up rather than capitulating to it. Okay? Vice President J.D. Vance on the Jimmy Kimmel being taken off the air. He mocked the suspension, suggesting Secretary of State Marco Rubio could take over for Kimmel. Danica Patrick, this couple of the reactions all over the place. Danica Patrick, who's a former NASCAR driver, she's a Trump supporter. She celebrated the decision on an Instagram post about Jimmy Kimmel being taken off the air. She said, "Human decency is coming back, thank God." Human decency is coming back, thank God, she said. So, she has every right to say that. I have every right to criticize her for saying it. You get it? And so Danica Patrick, who said that, does that mean, if Democrats win the White House next time, and this pattern continues, and I guess she could be muzzled? I don't know. I don't know. If she said the opposite, it would mean the Trump folks could go after the companies she does commercials for. Yeah, Obama's right. He's right. He's right. I go back to my post tonight. And just asking all of you, is this a dismantling? Are you worried about this? Is this bad? And I'm going to reread one of my Republican friends who's like an old-fashioned Republican. I'm an old-fashioned Democrat. And she said, if you don't like what Jimmy Kimmel said, don't watch him. If you didn't like the stuff Charlie said, you didn't have to listen to him. We have choices we should be allowed to exercise. China and North Korea control what citizens hear and say. America should not. That's the whole deal right there to me. That is the whole deal. All right, back to the phones. Craig in West Virginia. Craig, welcome back.
How you doing, Michael?
I'm okay. I think it's a crazy time in America.
Without a doubt. 3 really short, quick comments, and then I'm going to get to my point. Number one, I'm glad you brought that up with Colin in your pre-show interview, because I kid you not, within seconds after him talking to Bill and Irwin, I sent him a text and I said, I'm done picking on you. You've grown. I was literally shocked to see the way he handled that, and he handled it very logically, professionally, and
Hey, I've had the gay friends from around the country call me and be like, and I told Colin, they're like, "Who's Colin? Do you work with a guy named Colin Dunlap?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we're friends," and he's like, and they're like, "This thing went viral. That to think that a homophobe is that we have homophobes like this is crazy and unbelievable." To this day.
And I was going to bring that up anyhow tonight, and when you brought that up, I was literally like, holy cow, it wasn't just me that heard that. Other people did too. And second thing is, happy belated birthday, Anthony from Oakland, and Chris Moore, I hope you're feeling okay. Now, why I called.
Chris is doing great. He's at an awards thing Sunday night. That's why I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good to hear that. Now, with the Jimmy Kimmel thing, here's just to regress for a second. It boggles my mind that some of the listeners are surprised that this is going on, because I've been preaching this since 2016 on KDKA. But here's what scares me is that they're way further into Project 2025 than I thought we were. Did you hear Brian Kilmeade, the comments he made about the homeless people?
I did, and he had to apologize, right? I think he did.
Well, here's the crazy thing is that he makes that comment. They were doing a discussion about homeless people, and he says, well, listen, how about forceful lethal injection? Forceful lethal injection. A couple of days later, 13 homeless people in Minnesota are shot, and you can look that up during your break.
That's terrible.
In the same night, 13. It was, but I haven't seen none. I haven't seen that shooting on the nightly news. I missed it. I haven't been watching it a whole lot, but you would think you would hear more about that story. The third step to autocracy is to turn pushback into a crime. And I've made the comments several times that Donald Trump's mantra is he always chums the water before he puts the throttle down. And that's what is going on here with Colbert and Kimmel. He's not turning it into a crime yet. He's chumming the water to see what the feedback is going to be from the MAGA side and even from the Democratic side. And if he sees that there's not a whole lot of pushback, what comes next is going to be very dangerous. When Vladimir Putin first got into office, literally the first thing he did was cancel all the independent TV stations, and the ones that he couldn't cancel, he had his oligarchy buy them out. And that is literally where we are at today. That is how far along Project 2025 is and how scary this is. And we're taking it stride by stride. In the second part to Project 2025 is he made the comment, Trump made the comment the other day that Americans probably won't see America turning around until 2027. The prices are going to keep rising. A pound of ground beef is $6.35. Americans are
I was at the supermarket today, and you heard me lamenting a month ago that a can of coffee is $16 a can. And what is that, a pound of coffee? Maybe, I don't know what that is, one of the big cans. Today it's $17.
A half a pound at Walmart in Steubenville, Ohio is $10.50.
That is unbelievable.
9 ounces.
That's unbelievable.
But see, here's the thing. This is Project 2025.
And then all the distractions come because he can't do anything. He's screwing up the economy. He can't do everything he said on day one. We knew that was all baloney.
Exactly. And now people are scrambling to where they can't push back because they're trying to figure out how to put food on the table and put tires on the car and how are they going to pay the electric bill next month. This is by design, and I'm just going to say it straight out. I am a smart mofo, but the Heritage Foundation has outsmarted me.
They know what they're doing, and they have a lot of money too. And the conservative MAGA, and they've put a lot of money behind the Heritage. And listen, the Heritage Foundation, Project 2025, they're Trump's boss. Everything he did the first 4 months, ba-boom, 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 they checked every box they had.
And I've made it clear that, it's horrible what happened to Charlie Kirk. It truly is. But
of course.
the interview with Donald Trump, when the reporter asked him, can you say a few words about Charlie Kirk? He said he's like a son to me. That was on Wednesday. Thursday, he's at a New York Yankees baseball game. The Republican Congress had a vigil at the Kennedy Center on Saturday, and he went to Bedminster at the golf course instead of going to the vigil.
And it's because of the radicals on the left. And then what about radicals on the right? Never talks about that. He is a selective president. He is not the president of all of us. He just is not. I'm sorry. He is a selective president.
I'm telling you, this is way further along than people are thinking. I'm not sure if Kimmel's coming back. I hope so, but
I think it's possible. I think it's possible because I think this pushback is pretty powerful. I do.
Ty Cobb, who is the most driest humored person that I know, the attorney Ty Cobb, he made a comment today. He said 2 of them are gone. 2 of the late-night comedians are gone. There's 2 left. He goes, once those 2 are gone, the only TV comedian left is going to be Caroline Levitt.
Yeah. Oh, well, is that what he said? He said that? Oh, wow. Oh, man. Craig, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Tom, you're going to be next. And then don't forget 9:30, Duquesne University law professor Lauren Gailey, expert on the First Amendment and freedom of speech. She's going to be calling me from a freedom of speech conference in North Carolina, where all the experts are, and you can bet this is the issue of the day. I'll be back.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com. Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Make 380 Auction to Murraysville your next stop for discounts and bargains. Trucks come in every week. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, fall moms, also tools, birdseed, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Or call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
If you're thinking about retiring soon, be sure to tune into the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, Saturdays at 1. Beth talks about the latest trends and headlines that could impact your retirement. Don't go into retirement unprepared. Listen every Saturday afternoon at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Firm offers insurance services. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Don't forget, I know a lot of you probably tried to call tonight and couldn't get through. I went on the air at 8 o'clock because we had the high school football coverage, okay? So don't forget, I'll be here Saturday 2 to 5, And I'll be here for Chris Moore Sunday evening from 5 to 9. This issue's not going away. We'll get to talk, don't worry. But I'm sorry about that. And I have a guest coming up here at 9:30, so I really can't take any more calls. Okay? All right, my last caller from the general public, Tom in Delaware. Tom, welcome back.
Thank you, Michael.
Absolutely.
Republicans are doing their best to muddle the difference between church and state in order to create a theocracy. They want to establish the United States of America as a Christian country. They are neglecting the language of the First Amendment, which says that the government shall not establish a religion. They've already set the oligarchy well into works. How did our major news networks ever become the property of the entertainment industry? When news has the very responsibility of even criticizing entertainment. And this idea of firing the comics is the most ridiculous of all, because the history of theater is that you cannot kill it. It will survive in one form or another. We have the greatest fraud ever perpetrated onto the American people by the Ayatollah would-be Trump. How does he think he's an art czar? He made a mockery of the Oval Office. He knows nothing about the history of the theater. This man will fall one day so far from grace that people will wonder why he was ever there in the first place. Donald Trump is a complete fraud.
However, he was elected twice.
He was. But what is popular
second time,
is
Tom,
not always right, and what is right is not always popular.
But the second time is what really jolted me. And you know, it's interesting. I've said this on the air, and I can't help saying it. And if you look at the numbers, the metrics, there are increased percentages of people who voted for him last year who regret it, and the numbers keep inching up. Because I've said this and I stick by it. When I look at the Project 2025 thing and the Heritage Foundation and you know, this FCC chairman business and all this type thing, and eradicating diversity and inclusion in the military, and making sure you know that Black History Month isn't celebrated in any government fashion. It's not to be mentioned. Pride is not to be mentioned. All of that type thing. I you know what? In the end, I don't blame Donald Trump for that. I don't. I blame the people that voted for him.
Well, they voted for him because they believed that he was promising them this great prosperity. Somehow, America was convinced,
and he's made the economy. He's made the economy worse and worsening. And I'm telling you that I'm not paying $17 for a can of coffee. I'm not doing it.
Michael, if these people had studied his business career, they would know that that was a failure. The problem with many young people today is that they think that they should be millionaires by the time they're 40 and have to do nothing the rest of their lives. This Thomas Kincaid Republican world isn't real. And this young man that was killed was suggesting women be back in the kitchen and that gay and lesbian people should be murdered. Violence is not new in American politics, and we should stop pretending it is. I remember the entire 1950 civil rights movement and the violence that went on there. You know, Pittsburgh in the days of labor.
I don't care what he said. I didn't even know who he was because I turned those people off, and that's the beauty of free speech in America. No one can force it down my throat. I turn it off, but he didn't deserve to be killed for it, and no one deserves to be killed for their opinions.
No,
period.
No one does.
Exactly.
But when people promote violence themselves and hatred in their own language, there is karma.
And I will tell you this: the young man who's going to go to prison for the rest of his life, if not be put to death.
It's Utah. He'll probably be put to death.
Yeah, and he'll probably be put to death. And I'm very close to Mormon missionaries here, and this kid came from this young man came from his grandmother said, that they're Trump supporters and the family they're MAGA people. They admit to it, and I felt so badly about. And I don't feel badly for he's a murderer. I'm not saying I feel badly for him, but his words resonated with me in the sense that, and he did this, and whatever they do to him, I'm okay with it. I'm sorry, but I am. And you don't shoot people in the throat. I don't give a damn what they said, but his words, when I read them, I had a tear in my eye. He said to his roommate or partner, whatever it was, that I couldn't take his hate anymore, and that really just hit me. I don't know what I'm saying about it, but I just thought that resonated. I'm sorry, it did.
Well, it does resonate because if you go way back with Donald Trump, and you come up with the name Roy Cohn, who was Donald Trump's teacher.
Read all the books about him.
Roy
I know.
Cohn was filled with the hatred of America himself,
and never apologize. Never apologize. Always blame the other person. Make them less than you are. Blah blah blah. It's true.
Exactly. And this was Donald Trump's teacher and
mentor.
Donald Trump is just a vacant actor. He doesn't have core principles. He can switch from this to that very conveniently. And people don't see it, but they will, because this era is not going to last. If young people are finally really regretting that they voted for him, at least they have a brain.
Maybe
it's the middle-aged people who can't see anything, who are living in yesterday and a place that will never come back.
Yep. Tom, thanks for the call. I truly appreciate it. I got to take my break here in a couple of seconds. Coming right up after CBS News, we'll update you on all the stories and news of the day. I have Dr. Lauren Gailey from the Duquesne University Law School. She teaches federal and state constitutional law. She's argued before the Supreme Court. And I'm going to ask her right off if she thinks all of this, the Kimmel stuff, all of this, these teachers getting in trouble, is the dismantling of the First Amendment. We'll see.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The KDKA Radio High School Football Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, is back. This week, Montour hosts Mars in Week 4.
Presented by Invisalign, Allegheny Health Sports Medicine, official sports medicine provider for high school football. Giant Eagle, Keystone Custom Apparel, and brought to you by the U.S. Navy. Forged by the Sea, Remarkable Auto Works, collision repair and service make your car remarkable. Red Ribbon Soda, Pittsburgh's Pop, First National Bank, and by Noble Environmental.
High school football lives on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Health Secretary RFK Jr.'s CDC vaccine advisory panel no longer recommends a combined MMRV vaccine for children under 4. CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
Some people may choose to not get them the same day, and then they don't return. And so what you're probably going to see is a big drop in varicella, the chickenpox vaccination rates for that first dose.
Reaction still coming in after ABC's suspension of the Jimmy Kimmel Live show after Monday's comments on Charlie Kirk's murder. Former Tonight Show host Jay Leno.
You don't get canceled saying popular things. You get canceled, sometimes, usually it's the truth that winds up getting canceled.
Memphis city leaders push back on President Trump's surge of National Guard and federal law enforcement there. City Councilwoman Jerry Green warns other cities.
I ask you to join us in this fight because as they test these waters in Memphis, no, we may be the first, but we will not be the last.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Hi, folks. I'm with our good friend John Diagardi from Rome Monument. John, you were telling me earlier that people really should not rush into choosing a memorial for their loved one. Now, why is that?
We found that families need to take ample time to grieve first. Grief is not something that we get over, but rather something that we learn to live with. So the length of time to grieve varies from person to person.
You mentioned that the monument can't be placed right away.
That's right. There are certain things that need to take place before a monument can be installed. So it's really worth taking time to think about how to plan and design a memorial that truly reflects a person's life. It's actually a healing activity that helps to alleviate grief.
John, this makes a lot of sense.
It does. And when the time is right to proceed, not only can Rome Monument help families choose and design their memorial, we can help them save as much as 50% by eliminating the middleman.
Thanks, John. Folks, you can learn more by simply visiting RomeMonuments.com.
Hey, it's Marty. Look, folks, fall is the perfect season to tackle those home improvement projects before this weather turns cold, and it will. If your windows are old and drafty, inefficient, you need new ones, come on, folks. Universal Windows Direct. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, no limit, 0% financing for 3 years. That is amazing. And you get $500 off your entire home improvement project when you schedule. 412-545-6003. 412-545-6003.
Hey, Bucco fans, it's time for our annual Fan Appreciation Series, presented by Sheetz, September 19th through the 21st, when the Pirates take on the Athletics, with special discounts for this series, including 25% off select tickets and concessions. Enjoy fireworks, fun, and prize giveaways during the last series of the season, all as a thank you to the best fans in baseball. Get your tickets today at pirates.com/fan appreciation.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics.
Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mainly clear for tonight, low of 57. Then for tomorrow, sunshine will mix in with some clouds, a high of 84. Remaining quite warm through this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, sun and clouds with temperatures in the mid-80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Friday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll run down everything that's going on in and around Pittsburgh. Even though it's September, it's Oktoberfest. We'll explain.
Hey, welcome back. Okay, as promised, here we go. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA. Okay, my guest right now is Lauren Gailey, who's an assistant professor of law at Duquesne University. She teaches and writes on subjects related to federal and state constitutional law. She's an expert in the First Amendment. She has argued before the Supreme Court of the United States. Lauren joins me from a First Amendment conference in North Carolina. Lauren, good evening. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for having me, Michael. My pleasure.
Absolutely. So let me just start with this. So the country is at each other's throats today on this Jimmy Kimmel thing, and he was taken off the air by his employer. We get that, okay? We get that, and an employer has the power to do that. We get that, okay? But here's what the FCC chairman Brendan Carr said relating to something Jimmy Kimmel said on the air. Okay, and he said on the air about Charlie Kirk and the suspect in the Charlie Kirk murder, okay, that the suspect seemed to be one of the MAGA people, and so in so many words that they wanted to not make light of the fact that he's one of their own, and he was probably wrong about that. I don't care what he said. I really don't. But here's what the FCC chairman said.
I have never seen the FCC act this way.
No, I'm sorry, Greg. Here's what the FCC chairman Brendan Carr had to say. Okay, he said, "We can do this the easy way or the hard way," which a lot of people believe to be a clear threat of intimidation, almost mob language. We could do this the easy way or the hard way. Okay, now I want to use a clip from another FCC commissioner from today, Ann Gomez, who is a Democratic appointee on the FCC.
I have never seen the FCC act this way, but this is all part of this administration's campaign of censorship and control. We are seeing an administration that wields whatever authority it has in order to silence critics. Not because they're inciting violence or saying or doing anything illegal, but because they don't like the content of this message. It's unprecedented and it's dangerous.
All right, Lauren Gailey, look, the pushback on this is also unprecedented today. Is what happened to Jimmy Kimmel a dangerous pattern, a dismantling of the First Amendment? What say you?
I would say absolutely. And the reason for that is that everybody knows that the government cannot discriminate against somebody because of the content, the viewpoint of what they say. The viewpoint of what you say receives some of the highest protection under the First Amendment. So ABC, of course, is differently situated, but that doesn't mean that the government can coerce ABC into essentially violating the First Amendment on its behalf. That's called jawboning, using whether intimidation, threats of retaliation to coerce or force private entities into acting on behalf of the government in a way that would otherwise violate the First Amendment.
Let me take this a step further. So, look, I've said this on the air 5,000 times. A person's opinion should not result in them being shot in the throat and murdered. And that's not America. It's not. So, in the aftermath of this murder of this guy who I didn't even know who he was, and I don't think I probably would agree on him on many things, but I did agree on his statement about free speech. Charlie Kirk said, and he preached this, quote, "Freedom of speech is a fundamental American value. Otherwise and without it, our democracy crumbles." So, in the aftermath of this, all right, in the aftermath, there have been teachers in California, Florida, Iowa, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, North Carolina, South Carolina, Oklahoma, Oregon, Texas, who have been either fired, Lauren, or suspended because they criticized Charlie Kirk and made it seem like they were celebrating his murder. I think even that is scary, that they could be suspended or fired because of what they expressed. You don't have to listen to them. You don't have to agree with them. And I think that's scary.
Yeah, I mean, even when we agree to work for the government, and these teachers, government employees, state employees, just because we agree to work for the government doesn't mean that we give up our rights to speak as private individuals in our own capacity. Speaking one way at home and speaking another way at your job, if you're a government employee, they're governed in different ways.
Your job, my boss can fire me tomorrow because of my performance tonight, okay? But if the government of the United States lobbies and intimidates my boss to fire me, that's a violation of freedom of speech, isn't it?
It is, unless you are a government employee speaking as a government employee. That's subject to a set of different rules. But I am guessing that the vast majority of these individuals were speaking as individuals, as just regular people, not in their capacity as a teacher.
Yeah, on Facebook as an American.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, Lauren, I want to ask you, you're at a conference right now in North Carolina regarding the First Amendment and freedom of speech and those issues. Is this topic, is it off the charts there? Are people talking about whether this is a pattern that they're worried about?
So I'm a scholar of the press clause, specifically of the First Amendment, freedom of speech or of the press. And I'm very popular this fall for some reason.
I bet.
Yeah, and this symposium, in fact, I just learned that they have their crowd is at capacity, and there is a lot of interest in these issues, and I think, unfortunately, for good reason.
And what's being said about potential patterns that worry people?
Well, one of the things that keeps coming up, and this is highly relevant in the ABC case, is that when are institutions going to stand up and realize that they have strong cases? When are the institutions going to vindicate their rights? Yes, it may well be painful to litigate, and yes, there may be financial consequences in the short run, but in the long run, what good is a broadcast license if you can't say anything with it?
Yeah. Are people asking you whether or not we're close to or we're in the midst of authoritarian control of the media?
People are asking me whether we're in the midst of authoritarian control of everything.
Really?
There's a lot of, well, you know, it's mostly, it takes the form of dark jokes. Whenever you're a constitutional law professor, you know, people sort of roll their eyes and say, you know, oh, we still have one? Oh, we still have a First Amendment? And to which I say, yes, we do. And people had better start using it.
And what does that mean?
So
it means as Americans, we need to push back.
In ABC's case,
Yeah.
you know, maybe defend your host rather than, you know, immediately giving in and suspending.
Defend your host rather than worry about your merger.
Exactly, and that's really the danger of control over licensure. But the thing about what Chairman Carr had said, you know, not only does the First Amendment prevent the kind of jawboning, the whole, you know, nice broadcast license you have there. It would be a shame if something happened to it.
I think, I think legally, well, you tell me, but I think legally he tipped his hand. Let me quote that again. We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Yeah, and then statutorily, you don't have the power to revoke a license for retaliatory reasons either. You know, that is far beyond the amount of power that Congress delegated for that purpose. So, you know, there's a couple different problems going on there. One is under the Constitution, and then one is under a congressional statute.
Lauren, I got to take my break. Can you stay right there for me for a minute?
Sure, happy to.
Stay right there. My guest is Lauren, and she is unbelievable. All right, Lauren Gailey, she argued before the Supreme Court. I'm going to have a few more questions for her when I get back.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com. And then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwick Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Pittsburgh, tired of using your summer's painting year after year? Then do what Deanna did. She called Rhino Shield.
I was noticing some cracks and the paint's faded. I was like, okay, I think I should get my house painted. So my neighbor had a Rhino Shield placard in the yard. And after they were finished, I was just, wow. With the warranty and everything, it just seemed silly not to go that route.
The ceramic coating of Rhino Shield is specifically formulated for our climate.
So the Rhino Shield crew came out. Nothing was damaged in the process. I was very happy. You couldn't even tell they were there. And the house looked so different. It just looked like a new home.
And right now you can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price. Plus, there's more great news. Rhino Shield has partnered with Green Sky Financing to offer affordable monthly payments with 0% interest loans to qualified customers.
I think it increases the curb appeal of your home. Definitely worth it.
Here's Rhino Shield Shane Smith.
Call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint. Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. My guest is Duquesne Law Professor Lauren Gailey. Lauren, and Lauren is an expert on the First Amendment, freedom of speech, media. So, Lauren, is the media in general under attack by this administration? Because that's another red flag that people worry about authoritarianism. That's what an authoritarian government does. I'm not saying we're there, but I think people are worried that we're chipping away at the democratic process here in the Constitution.
There seems to have been an unusual amount of cases like this one, and then there's also the use of defamation claims and related types of claims against various media entities as well. And yet again, much like in this particular instance with what Jimmy Kimmel had said, it would seem like those media entities that are targets of these defamation and consumer claims would have a really strong case to make, but they're not making their case. You're seeing a lot of settlements and things like that. So, yes, they're being threatened, but you're also seeing institutional collapse that, for me, feels just as disturbing a trend as the initiation of the claims in the first place.
So the Trump administration is on record now, as of last night, I think it was, that they're putting together plans to take action against left-wing groups that Donald Trump and his allies accuse of fomenting political violence. What do you make of all that? Is that intimidation? If there are left-wing groups doing it, there are right-wing groups doing it, but it's just a one-sided deal here. What do you make of all that? Is that another intimidation on free speech?
So, left-wing groups strikes me as a very vague definition.
Me too.
And vagueness is trouble because it leaves the government officials a lot of discretion to try to fit people and entities within that definition. It also, we in the United States have a right to know what behavior is being criminalized and what isn't. And whenever government actions are vague, how can you tell? But the thing about accusations of threats, the First Amendment actually offers really robust protections. And unless you are threatening imminent lawless action that is actually likely to happen as a result, or if you're making a true threat against an identifiable person or group, that speech is going to be protected. Even if it might be considered ugly or hateful, we still have First Amendment protection.
Wow, that cuts right to the heart of the matter, I think. And look, a lot of Republicans, a very big segment of Republicans are pushing back against the Attorney General's words about going after hate speech and all this type thing. And I suspect you read up about all that, and folks in your expertise are keeping an eye on all of that.
It's just makes sense to defend a boundary like that because you never know when the shoe is going to be on the other foot. And, hateful speech can often be in the eye of the beholder. And it's a bargain that was struck a long time ago that even speech that is objectively and universally hateful, think about the Nazis marching down the main street in Skokie, Illinois. The ACLU defended their right to do so. And you know what? There can be benefits to, don't you want to know who's a Nazi? If hate speech is shoved under the rug, how can you know who's harboring those views and who isn't?
That's fascinating. Wow. Are folks at the conference where you are, the First Amendment conference, and you're the media expert here, are they concerned about the next shoe to drop?
I couldn't even imagine what form that might take.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, maybe the next, I don't know, late night host. I don't know, news. I don't know. I don't know either. But it sure is fascinating. I can tell you that right now. What should people watch out for in terms of protecting our First Amendment right to free speech?
Well, in our own lives, I would say to be skeptical of the narrative that sometimes you hear. It's almost a meme at this point. The speech is violence conception. They're actually quite different. We have a right to speak. We do not have a right to engage in violence. They're different in kind, and equating them makes for a very messy and frankly dangerous boundary.
I would say that Jimmy Kimmel's probably in a room tonight with 5,000 lawyers. Is that pretty much true?
I am not sure, but
5,000 might be a bit much, but you know what I'm saying.
That's a lot of lawyers to pack into one room.
I know. Nobody could.
In a stadium.
Nobody could handle that. I know, but you know exactly what I'm saying. Jeez.
Imagine how insufferable.
I know. Lauren Gailey, who's a teacher, professor of law at Duquesne University. I hope I can have you on maybe as soon as. When do you get home?
I will be back on Monday.
Okay. All right. All right, safe travels, and I'd love to have you on again to talk about this, because I'll tell you, I guess you're not surprised very quickly, Lauren, that people are there's robust arguing across the country tonight.
There certainly is.
And that's probably not a bad thing. Lauren, thanks so much. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael.
Have a good night. Have a good night indeed. All right. Yeah. Don't worry, if you didn't get through tonight on the phone calls, this story isn't going anywhere. I'll be back on Saturday, 2 to 5, to talk more about all of this, all right? So hang in there. Hang in there. I hope I made some sense. I hope my callers made some sense. I appreciate everybody calling. This is a fascinating issue. I'm telling you, everyone's talking about it. So I had to do it tonight. I'll see you on Saturday, 2 o'clock.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Eradicate Hate, a global summit. The 5th annual is going on at the David Lawrence Convention Center. 46th Governor of Pennsylvania, Tom Corbett.
Anger and hate has no place in a disagreement, particularly in a democracy and a republic like we have in the United States. Unfortunately, throughout our history, we've seen that hate has taken over.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom. Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers